switches to photos. Okay. Hello and welcome to the OC Mahjong Initiates League Finals. It's time. We've got an exciting day of Mahjong ahead of y'all. In the booth is me, I'm Stefan, and with me is Nima.
Hello, I'm Nima, the Mahjong consultant from OC Mahjong.
Yeah, I flew in here from Seattle, so I'm not the Mahjong expert here. I'm going to defer a lot of the Mahjong know-how or the deep takeaways to Nima here. So we've got 4 contestants here, or not contestants, but really players.
4 finalists.
Finalists, even, yeah. Do you want to explain a little bit about how they got here in the format of the event?
All right, yeah. So over the past few months, OC Mahjong has been running a league for our newer players. We called it the Initiates League to get them some experience in a league format, and then the top 4 get to play in this big finals. It's a four-hanchan set.
Wait.
We should be good.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so it's a four-hanchan set. So we've got 4 hanchans ahead of us today. We are good, right?
I think we're good.
All right, yeah. Looks like the first game is starting.
Cool. So 4 hanchans, the basically scoring per hanchan, and then the best score across all 4 hanchans?
Yes, the players are playing for first place overall after 4 hanchan. So only thing that matters is getting first, wins the league title. Everything else is pretty much equivalent. Second place, fourth place, finalist, whatever you want to call it.
Right. I heard that there are no trophies or medals, unfortunately. They're basically playing for the title, but also for pride.
I believe they get a little bit of something with the club, but not privy to that information, or at least I don't have that information in front of me right now.
Right. Looks like here in East 1 of Hanchan 1, Yushi is the dealer. Dora is the 5-mon, it looks like.
Yeah, so just a little bit of introduction as to the rule set that we're using for this league. We are using the current 2023 Saikouisen rule set. This is Ipatsu Ura Ari Aka Nashi Mahjong with an UMA of 1030. Pretty standard competition rule set. There are no abortive draws. There's no multiple Yakuman, but there are stacking Yakuman, which will certainly come into play later.
It might, if we see a Yakuman today, that'll be a great sight to see here. If we look at some of opening hands here, Kevin does have a completed set, and that 3-4-4. If you're Yushi, you've got that pair of Ton, the East in the hand, which is both the round wind, but also your own sea wind as well too. That'd be a quick path to a Yaku and at least 2,900 points.
Yuguo made a pretty interesting choice here. He is currently Ishan 10 for a 2-5-pin and 5-pin Kanchan overlapping acceptance, but instead of taking the 7-mon Kanchan to look for the 6-7-8 Sanshoku, he opted to keep his overlapping Pinzu shape. It does make it a little bit easier for him to call the Hatsu, I suppose, to look for better shape.
Which it looks like he did.
Yeah, but he could have still just been 7-mon Kanchan Tenpai for Hatsu Sanshoku if he had kept the Manzu shape.
I guess doing it this way just opens the door to being able to call more stuff.
Yeah, he is probably just looking for the better shape. He might be a little bit dissatisfied with a 2,000 point Kanchan Tenpai around the Dora. Kevin discards the tone, which Yuqi calls. This is, again, her double tone. She has 1 Dora in her hand, so this hand could be at least 5,800 if she's able to get to Tenpai and win.
Might be a battle of speed, basically, with those 2 Yakuhai calls. One for Yushi, one for Yuguo.
Yeah, looks like Kevin has opted to play a little bit more passively against the other 2 players' calls. Their hand shape is still not coming together. They did not have enough blocks. They're opting to hold relatively safe honor tiles instead of confirming the weaker Tuso Kanchan shape.
Yeah, and Derek here, he does have a Dora that's paired to a Yamen, but otherwise, kind of heavy shapes otherwise.
Yeah, he is still looking for one more block. He has 3 blocks in Monzu, 1 block in Sozu, but he still has floating 3P and floating 9-so.
Ooh, this could be an interesting decision right here.
Yuqi opts to hold the 4th tone, potentially as a save tile or perhaps to con later. The value from the con would be quite large given that she does currently have 3 Han. The Fu increase can make the hand go up to 7,700 or more.
Any thought to hold on to go for a Rinshan Kaiho? Or?
It's generally not worth it, especially since she's playing this hand a little bit more aggressively. It's probably better to con once you get to Ishan 10 rather than Tenpai. That way you can just get the extra draw earlier, because getting to Tenpai itself is the most important.
Fair enough. Kevin's hand, really no progress made at all. Might be thinking of playing a little bit more defensively given the calls on the table.
Yuguo still has the same hand shape from when he called the Hatsu, has not progressed either.
I feel like that's a pretty common Mahjong experience.
Oh, Derex has paired up his Yakuhai Sha. This is a live tile, it looks like. There's currently 1 in Kevin's hand.
It depends on... I think it'll come out of Kevin's hand, but actually, now
Yeah.
with 2 calls, it's... I think of not taking any chances.
Yeah, and Yugo has called the 5-pin that Yuqi discarded. Now Yugo is 6-9-pin Tenpai for Hatsunomi. Oh, it looks like
It's like Yugo is the one Tenpai.
yeah, Yugo is the one Tenpai.
No, not Yushi. Six 9-pin. Looks like some 9-pins were cut early on, but 6-pin otherwise not there. Ooh.
Yeah, upon improving the shape of her hand, Yuchi was Ishan 10, but upon drawing the 1-so, the 2-so, which was going to be her pair, can now also be used as a complete sequence. So with no extra space in her hand to hold that 4th tone, she opts to con. A new Dora is 3-pin.
It works out pretty well for Derek. For Derex with being able to create the Yonkan that's guaranteed to use that new Dora.
Yeah, his hand is still a bit far. He's still in the middle of breaking up his 6th block. Oh. Yuchi is able to call the 4-so Kanchan, leaving her with 6-mon Kanchan Tenpai. This is double tone Dora 1. There are currently 2 6-mon in Kevin's hand, 1 in the discards. So there's 1 6-mon left in the wall for Yuchi to win on.
Let's see if she can draw it.
Yeah, looks like Kevin is just playing full defense, discarding only safe tiles now. Derex has advanced his hand 1 step, completing his Monzu the Onmen. Opts to discard the safer 1-pin instead. That weakens his shape slightly. There's 2 2-pin visible to him on the board, so it's not that much of a loss, but
in reality, obviously, what's never going to happen with Kevin pairing that up.
Yeah, it's really just him opting to take the safer route instead of having to push the 4-mon against the other 2 players from no 10. Now Derex draws the 3-mon. He can use that 4-mon, although having discarded the 2-mon earlier, he would be Fudi 10 if that's his final shape.
Looks like kind of bailing here, dropping the pair of Wests.
Yeah, he's discarding his relatively safe pair of Sha.
And the 9-pin comes out here, usually dealing in to Yuguo's. Look like Hatsu Dora 1?
Yes. Yugo did get 1 new Dora 3-pin from Yuchi's Con, so this was... Oh.
Should have been
That should have been 2000, right? Yes. Okay.
There we go. Looks like our scores are correct. We move on to East 2, 0 Ricci 6, and 0 Honba. The Dora looks, is that 5 Mon Instigator? So I think that's 6 Mon.
Looks like it. Yeah.
Yes.
Dora is 6 Mon.
And Yuguo is our new dealer. In first place, and also with the dealership. Probably gonna look to pad the lead here. Let's see how these Hypai look like.
Yeah, Yugo looks like he has one complete sequence in Manzu as well as a floating Dora, 2 Kanchans, and a Sozu the Onmen.
Derex's hand looks pretty good. A lot of one completed shape.
Yeah, one
Yankans, some Nyamens.
Yeah.
They're very, very malleable, but you could easily see Derex completing this quickly.
Yeah, nice connected shape in Sozu as well as Dora acceptance for that 6 Mon.
Yushi, actually, that 5-pin draw just now, completing another meld. That's 2 completed shapes for Yushi.
Yeah, that filled in her Pinzu Kanchan.
Looks like, insofar as Doras are concerned, Yushi's got 1. I believe Yugo also has 1.
Yes, Yuchi and Yugo both have a floating 6 Mon in their hands. Given that they don't have enough blocks yet, they'll probably try and work it into their final hand shape.
Especially because otherwise they're not looking super high on Teyaku value.
Mm-hmm. Kevin currently has 4 pairs, but just completed a sequence in Sozu.
The table just peaked. We might have some technical issues here soon.
Oh, and Yugo pairs up the Dora 6 Mon here. That looks like it's going to be his 5th block. He still has the 2 Pinzu Kanchan remaining. He'll probably try to fix that if he can get this improvement here from a 2-pin Kanchan to a 2-5-pin Yanmen.
Always happy to see that.
Yeah, Derex finishes his Yankan, drawing the 6-pin, cutting the 3-pin.
Any thought to keeping the 3-pin there, or are your shapes just good enough to the point where you're not really thinking about that?
It's probably better to just keep, because what else would you cut at that point?
Well, you could drop the 8 Mon, right?
Yeah.
And lock in the 7 Mon pair.
Yeah, cutting the 8 Mon though and locking in your only pair, because that 8 Mon forms a Yanmen with that pair.
True.
If any of your weaker shapes pairs up, for instance, 2 Mon, 4 Mon, 2 5-so or 7-so, then you can use that as a Yanmen that can accept the Dora. So it's really difficult to give up the 8 Mon from this shape.
And I guess you also have a Nobiton out as well too, right? With the 2, 3, 4, 5.
Exactly. Yugo Ankos up the 7-so, advancing to Ishanten. Oh, Derex improves his Sozu shape. This is now a Yanmen Kanchan, but he opts to cut the Kanchan part, cutting the 7-so.
Locking in that 1-4 way. Acceptance, I say.
Yes. Yuchi draws a 4-so to stick to that floating 5-so she was holding on to, forming the Yanmen, getting rid of the 7-so Penchon. Oh, Kevin pairs up the 4-so. This is now Chi Toitsu Ishanten. They choose to cut the 5-pin, keeping the Manzu and Sozu tiles.
Almost full speed ahead on Chitoi then.
Oh, Yugo draws the best possible tile for Tenpai, the 8-pin, leaving him with a 2 5-pin Yanmen weight for Ricci Dora 2.
And with the dealer Ricci, everyone at the table has a little bit of hesitation and pause now.
Oh, and Kevin just draws Yugo's winning tile on the Ipatsu turn, but it forms an Anko with their previous pair of 2-pin. Now Kevin is also Ishanten for a normal hand if they choose to cut one of their unpaired tiles.
Yeah, could very easily be a Tanya Ipeiko.
Yeah, they push the 9 Mon against Yugo's Ricci. There is not that much information in Yugo's discards. The only middle tile he has discarded is a 6-so, so it's kind of hard to defend.
Let's see, this 2-5 weight looks like. Is that all the 2s gone, or?
Yeah, all of the 2s are gone. It looks like 3 of the 5s are gone.
So really only 1 left in the wall then.
Yes. The 8 Mon passed from Yugo's Ricci, allowing Kevin to finish discarding their Penchon. Now,
Man.
Yuqi chase Richi's, drawing the 5-mon to complete her Manzu the Onmen, waiting on 3-6-0. That is Richi Pinfu Dora 1.
I don't know how to see, but there's one 6-mon left, looks like.
6-mon or 6-0?
6. Oh, the bond's completed.
Yes.
I saw 799. It looked like 789 from my vantage point here. So for 360, gotta do some counting here, but it looks like maybe 2 left for both of them.
Oh, and now Derex is Tenpai. If Derex cuts the 2 or 5-mon, he can be Tenpai for a 1-4-so. Pushes the 2-mon for Richi.
Our third reach.
Yeah, this is Richi Pinfu Takame Tanyao on the 4-so, waiting on 1-4-so. Yuchi Tsumo's on the 3-so. This is Richi Tsumo Pinfu Dora 1. The Ura Dora. No, there's no Ura. The Ura was 4-mon.
Oh.
Yeah.
Once again, I assume it's a 4-7 weight. I'm a fool.
Yeah, so Yuchi Tsumo's. Oh, that is 1,300, 2,600, with 1 Honba is 1,400, 2,700. She also gets the other Richi sticks on the table. It looks like we're going to be taking a short break.
Looks like there were some issues with the automatic table. I know. Just unable to finish shuffling and building the walls properly. So
Yeah.
we'll be taking a short break to basically investigate what's happening internally under the hood.
Yeah, it should only take a short moment here.
How frequently does this happen with tables like these?
It really just depends. It's usually not too frequent. And if you consider the fact that automatic tables have to shuffle like over 100 tiles each kyoku, and you're playing several kyoku over the course of the day, like this happening once or twice a day is really not that surprising. Yeah, these are very complicated and precise machines. So if you use an auto table frequently enough, you get used to seeing this and also knowing what to do to fix the issue if it happens to come up.
I actually have basically the exact same model, the JPEX at my home, and we haven't had issues with the shuffler per se, but some of the pads got messed up, like the pads on. So how the table works, right, is that you've got the conveyor belt, the magnetized conveyor belt that will pick up tiles, put them onto a pad, and that pad, once it has a stack of 2, it pushes it in, right? That pad is just glued down.
Yes.
And that glue basically was weakened, and the pad came off, and then it's misleveled, and the tiles are just misaligned, and it's just like one basic piece of plastic with like some felt on the bottom, like sticky felt on the bottom.
Yes.
It costs like $200 to get replacements shipped from Japan.
Yeah, it's something that comes up with these. As I mentioned, these machines are very precise. If something is just a little off, like Stefan mentioned, if it's just off level a little bit, it makes it hard for the table to deal the tiles, and issues like this can come up. Just while we're waiting, it looks like a short correction. We scored that hand with 1 Honba, but it was 0 Honba. It looks like the points were corrected on the table and should be correct on the overlay once we get back. It looks like we are starting back up again.
It looks like we are back, and the points look to be correct.
Yes. All right, looks like the play is resuming.
All right, we have entered East 3. Derex is our new dealer here. Waiting on the wall break to figure out what the dora is.
Something you may notice as these players are playing is that when they're breaking the wall, the dealer is the one responsible for the initial wall break. It is very common for other players to as an act of courtesy, break the wall for the dealer if it is the wall in front of them. But under competition rules, the dealer is the only person responsible for that initial wall break, and therefore the other players will not do that action, breaking the wall for them, even if it is seen as courteous. This is just to make sure that responsibility is clearly known by all players. Looks like Dora is 9-so. Derex starting with an Onko of the 9-pin pair of 6-pin.
That's free meld, free 8-fu.
Yuqi has a very strong starting hand with 2 sequences, pair of 4-so, and a strong Manzu shape.
Yeah, just 1 8-mon away from completing that Ipeko in her hand.
Kevin's hand is a little bit rough, but they do have the pair of non. That is their Yakuhai, this Kyoku.
And Yugo's hand, very heavy. So many honor and edge tiles. Could even think about maybe a Kokushi or something.
Very, very possible. Yugo's hand is currently unorganized, but that actually shows his intent to look for Kokushi because the paired tiles are separated off to the right. He has a pair of 9-so and a pair of Hatsu, but they are not put together. He just paired up the Haku as well. Now he might start to think to switch over to a more normal hand. Maybe Chitoi, maybe Honoto, depending
on Chitoi's a fine hand to go for.
Could also call for Yakuhai, Toi. If he can pair up the Chun, Daisangen, Shosangen, not off the table. One each of the Haku, Hatsu, Chun have been discarded, so once another one comes out, that becomes the decision point for Yugo. He is likely taking the time on his turn to decide whether or not he will call if the Haku or Hatsu comes out.
If you're Yugo, you're kind of hoping they don't have to make that decision super early on, right?
Of course.
See how your hand progresses if you get any closer to Kokushi or Chitoi otherwise.
Yeah, if you're Yugo, you probably just want to draw it yourself. Yeah. Yugo does have a pair of the 9-so, the Dora 9-so, so rather than going for Chitoi, it probably does lean towards calling and looking for a more normal hand. Drawing the 7-so here, this might be a decision point between looking for Kokushi or for potential Sozu Honitsu. If Yugo does look for Honitsu, he has 4 decent blocks. He could consider the 9-so as a pair and the 7-so as a floating tile to try and build a 5th block around that.
Just gung-ho, dropping that 7-so.
Derex draws a 5-pin to stick to his pair of 6-pin. He currently has 2 Onkos and 2 pairs. He opts to confirm the Yanmen by cutting the 6-pin. One factor there might have been that a 6-pin was discarded, but it was an option to cut the 5-so and keep the 2 Onkos 2 pairs.
In Ishan 10, for either that 3-mon or that 8-mon. Not great shapes, but maybe they'll rip later on.
Kevin completes one of their blocks here. They have to decide now that they don't have space for 6 blocks anymore. They opt to cut the Manzu Penchan.
Excuse me, Yushi is also Ishanten accepting 5.
Yes, yeah, Pen 3-mon, 5 8-mon, with the 8-mon, of course, adding Ipeko to her hand.
Looks like Derex is going to be the first one here to Richi.
He draws the 5-mon to complete his Manzu shapes. Richi waiting on 4-7-pin. This is Richi Nomi, but with the Onkos of 2-so and 9-pin, the food does go over.
It's like there's 1 4-pin in Kevin's hand and a 7-pin in Yushi's hand.
Yeah. Kevin opts to defend using their pair of non. All right, Yuqi defends with her 2-mon out of her Penchan, and then just completely breaks up her hand, discarding the 6-pin out of her sequence.
That's a telltale sign of basically bailing, right?
Yes. Yeah, she could have tried the 1-mon as it was Sotogawa, but I guess she decided it wasn't worth taking that risk especially having to go back Shanten for it. Yuqi does draw the 3-pin, completing her Pinzu sequence again, but just discards it to defend.
Derek's here, still not finding the tiles that he needs, unfortunately. There's plenty of them left in the wall, but...
Yeah. Kevin advances to E Shanten, but it's such a poor shape they opt not to take it and defend, instead cutting the 3-pin out of their Pinzu sequence.
Is Yuguo actually Kokshi Shanten?
Looks like he needs Sha 9-pin.
Yeah, I think he's Kokshi Shanten.
But he has to cut 6-mon and 4-pin. The 4-pin
we know will deal in, unfortunately.
It's a little bit rough to cut both of these middle tiles against that Riichi. They both are only 1 Suji, but quite a few Suji have passed at this point.
Right.
Derex is also the dealer.
But how the allure of a Yakuman, there's nothing else like it in the game.
That is true, but for these players playing in this final set, it's not about the individual hands, it's about winning the title.
Unfortunately, that 4-pin will deal in, which is looks like a Riichi Dora 1.
Yes.
That'll be 3,900.
The Fu actually goes over with the 2 Onkos. This is 4,800 points.
Right. The Ron is a plus 10.
Yes.
48.
Yeah, this is dealer 2 Han 50 Fu. But yeah, I think it's pretty reasonable for Yugo to try the 4-pin there. The 4-pin, it is only 1 Suji, and it doesn't look particularly dangerous. Being Yakuman Ishanten, I could totally see him trying to pass that there, and then maybe cutting the 6-mon once he gets a Tenpai, but of course we saw the 4-pin deal in.
We maintain in East 3. Derex is still the dealer. There's now 1 Homba, so each hand's worth 300 points more. Dora is the 9-so.
9-so again.
Is that back-to-back?
Yes, it is. One thing that would have made it easier for Yugo to push his hand is that he could see most of the Dora. He did.
True.
Yeah, he did cut one against Derex's Riichi because it passed against the Riichi, if I'm not mistaken. So being able to see 3 of the Dora makes it easier to push.
Look at Derex's hand here.
Oh, yeah.
Already a pair of the East that he can easily call great 3-4-4 shape, as well as a Yanman up there for the 7-8. And then it looks like a Diankan in 1-3-5.
Yeah, if he can complete that Manzu Diankan, there's absolutely no complaints with his hand. Yugo with another rough hand. He has some Kanchans or Penchans, however you want to look at it. Opts to discard from the middle with the 4-mon, likely looking for a more outside, like, Chanta hand.
Derek's being aggressive here, going for that tone back, basically.
Yeah, the tone Otozuke, calling the 4-mon to complete his Yankan, assuming that he will be able to call the tone for his Yaku.
Most likely then gonna, if a 9-so comes out or something, call that as well too. Use that, guaranteed using that Dora.
Yeah, the 9-so would be good, but it would definitely tip the other players off to the fact that his hand is not Tanyao. If he can call the 6-so, it might give the other players the impression that he doesn't need Yakuhai and make the tone easier for it to come out.
True.
1 tone is currently stuck in Yugo's hand, and with the way he's playing, discarding middle tiles, holding all of his terminals and honors, it's likely not going to come out anytime soon. Derek's discarding the 8-mon, confirming the 7-mon pair is pretty reasonable, given that he has an Otozuke that needs the tone to complete. Right. Kevin draws the 6-so to complete their Adyanmen, using up both of the Dora 9-so. It's a very effective draw here. They choose to break up one of their Manzu Dyanmen, likely because the 2 Manzu Dyanmen were overlapping.
And unfortunately, Yushi and Yugo just not progressing their hands at all, basically.
Yugo does fill in his Pinzu Penchant, but that is just the first complete block, and he still needs to make 2 more blocks. Only currently 3 blocks.
Sometimes your opening hands are just like that, right?
Yeah, of course.
It sucks when it's like back to back too. You're like, oh, come on, Wall, give me something better.
Yeah, but he
Ooh.
does pair up the Haku.
That'll help.
Yeah, it's hands like those, the ones that are very difficult to navigate, that really define the skill in Mahjong.
Looks like Kevin completes a 6-7-8 block down there.
Yeah, looking for the 6-7-8 Sanshoku.
And actually is Ishanten on a Pinfu as well.
Yes. Oh, Yugo draws a 7-so, which will allow him to look to use the Dora 9-so in a Chanta shape hand. He might discard one of his leftover honor tiles now. This could also be the time to reconsider whether or not he will call the Haku. Given that he cut the 1-pin, he looks like he's not looking for the lower Sanshoku. Makes me think that he's leaning more towards calling the Haku if it comes out, and using the 1-mon as the pair, rather than for a sequence.
Looks like Derex drew the 9-so themselves, meaning that they are in Tenpai. Only one side of the weight, though. It allows him to win on the east. The 7 is Yakunashi. Now, if you're Derex, you're just hoping and praying that you don't draw the 7-mon yourself.
Yes. Yeah, because at that point, have no choice but to cut either the 7-mon or the 4-pin, and just hope to get that double tone.
Hasn't encountered it yet.
Also has to be wary of, if the 7-mon comes out and then the tone comes out in the same turn, he would be temporary Fuditen and cannot declare Roan. Even if Derex ends up in Fuditen, temporary or otherwise, he can still pull the tone if it comes out and switch over his weight. That is usually the way to go in cases like this, where you're Otozuke and you're Fuditen but your weight comes out. Yuqi still Yan Shanten, it looks like.
Like it's really only a matter of time before Kevin draws into Tenpai, and that's going to be a very expensive hand if they're able to complete it.
All of the 6-mons going to Yuguo, where Kevin would most certainly want to call it if it comes out. Yuguo calling Pwn on the last 1-mon here.
Going for some kind of Chanta.
Yep, he still does not have enough blocks.
And unfortunately, if he gets further in Chanta, that East is probably going to come out and deal into Derex's Tenpai.
Well, it depends on when in the game it is. If it gets too late and the tone is still live, he might choose to Tonki on it if he's able to call the Haku.
Fair.
Yeah, he still needs another block, so it's not like it's automatically going to come out even if he gets to Tenpai. Yuqi calls Pwn on the 2-mon. It looks like she's mainly looking for a safe K10, could even be 4-5-6 Sanshoku if she gets the 4-pin.
Are both Chuns dead?
They are not, but her current hand shape is Ishanten for just Sanshoku.
Right,
yeah.
There's no other pairs.
Yeah, the Chun is currently her pair. Oh, but she picked up the Dora 9, so it's a little bit rough to discard. She opts to take a step backwards, cutting her Monzu.
Actually, Anko's the white dragon here.
Yeah, and Kevin did call the 6-mon that Derex discarded for 6-7-8 Sanshoku Tenpai, waiting on 2-5-so with 2 Dora.
It's like guaranteed 39 if Kevin wins.
Yes, and Yugo keeping the 2 lone honor tiles here, probably seeing that they're quite dangerous against the other players. Given that they haven't been seen this late in the Kyoku is quite suspicious. But
another Anko for Yugo, this time on the 1-so.
Yeah, so he can now choose to Tonki on either the Chun or the Tone.
This will get 3 players into Tenpai. Derex, Kevin, and Yuguo. Assuming Yuguo drops either the Chun or the East here.
It is more normal to just cut the chun because if it deals in, it's going to be cheaper than the double tone dealing into the dealer.
Right. Yeah, the expected value of chun is always 1 han. No, playing it safe.
Oh yeah, he realizes he cannot cut either.
Do you agree with that play?
I think it's a bit on the passive side. Yugo's hand, however, is not expensive at all. It's just Haku Chanta.
Seeing that the chun passed or didn't deal in, maybe kicking himself a little bit, but no way of knowing at that time.
Yeah. Yuqi does call the chun, advancing your hand, safely cutting the Manzu. She's now Ishanten, but she'll have to cut either the Haku or the Nineso. She's in a similar predicament to what Yugo was in.
Kind of wondering where all the 2 and 5 so's are. Doesn't look like that many are cut. So.
There's 3 2-so cut, 1 5-so cut, 1 in Yuchi's hand.
That's it.
Yeah, so there's 3 left in the wall.
There's only 4 tiles or 3 tiles to draw left. So.
1 tile.
I can't count.
Yeah.
I blame the resolution.
I thought you were gonna say you blame the Rex.
Well,
because
that's also true in some ways.
Yeah, the tables that.
Oh, and that's gonna deal into to the Hote as well too.
Yeah, Derex picks up the 5-so as the Haiten to main Tenpai, cuts it, dealing into Kevin's Sanshoku Hote Dora 2. This is 8,000 points plus 1 Honba is 8,300. It's an unfortunate final draw for Derex. If that were the case, he's probably hoping you wouldn't draw it as the Haite.
Exactly. And there's a good case to maintain dealership there, or maintain Tenpai, because you're dealer, you're gonna get another chance to capitalize on it.
Yes, and if that 1 tile passes, then you just are guaranteed to have Tenpai.
Yep. East 4 here. Kevin is our new dealer. Looks like the Dora is the East. So East very valuable to everyone in this hand, not just because it's the round win, but because it's the Dora. Will we see another Toitsu of East someone's hand? Doesn't look like it as of right now.
Oh, yeah, looks like Derex, Kevin, and Yuchi each have 1 tone. So it'll be a matter of who pairs it up first, or if it gets discarded before anyone pairs it up.
Yuguo's hand here does have a 6, 7, 8, 9 completed. Otherwise, kind of lightweight, though I guess he did just make a Diamond on 3-4 mod.
Derex completes the 2nd sequence in his hand.
Kevin has a pair of White Dragon here.
And Hatsu.
Yes, and Hatsu, and the 3-so as a pair as well, so can easily call both the White Dragon and Green Dragon and get some Yaku that way. Yaku and value, even.
Oh, this Haku coming out from Derex, which Kevin immediately calls.
If you're the dealer, this is kind of what you want to, right? Just
yeah, absolutely.
Easy, quick win with a good amount of value.
Yeah, that Kevin might go so far as to call not only the Hatsu, but the 3-so and potentially aim for a Tone Tanki for the Mangan. Oh, they make the Yankan in their Pinzu, solidifying their hand shape. Yugo fills in his 2-pin Kanchan. Still needs another block somewhere.
Derek does have 2 completed melds and creates a Kanchan shape with that 7-so. But that East is still kind of lingering there.
Kevin pairs up their 3-pin. It is an option to keep this to look for the Toy transition, and to that end, they push the Dora tone.
How much are you thinking about Toy here?
I'm definitely thinking about it.
Even with 2 diamonds, or I guess a diamond in a Kanchan?
Still, the value increase is just so large. If Kevin wins Haku Hatsu, it's only 2,900, maybe 3,900.
Right.
But if you add Toy to that, that is a dealer Mangan.
Those 12,000 points mean a lot.
Yes, yeah. The value increase is effectively 3 or 4 times. It's a little bit too big to pass up. Look like Yuchi's hand is finally starting to come together. She finishes her Pinzu the Onmen, follows Kevin's Dora cut from a turn earlier, cutting the single tone in her hand.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't use the phrase follow suit because there's no suit for the winds.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Derex extends his Manzu shape, cuts the Dora as well. Derex is currently headless Ishanten.
Speaking of Toy, that's a great draw towards that end.
Yeah, this does take Kevin back to 6 blocks, but if they're able to call any of their pairs, they'll likely discard the Daonmen. Oh, here comes the Hatsu from Derex. Kevin, of course, calls this and cuts their Manzu the Onmen, looking for that Toy.
Full steam ahead on that Toy.
Oh, and Yuchi picks up the 3-pin. It's not coming out quite yet. This extends her Pinzu shape, although
she does have the ability to drop the 6-pin as well too if she wants to avoid it. But the 3, 4, 5, 6 shape just super powerful.
Not quite as much, given that she has cut the 7 and 8-pin herself earlier.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah, that makes it hard for her to use this extended Pinzu shape. Oh, Yuguo Anko's up the 9-pin. This is 4-7, so Tenpai if he can cut the 3-mon. This would just be Richinomi, however. That's probably why he's taking a moment to deliberate on this decision.
Are you thinking about points and placements this early on whether or not the decision makes sense?
It's mostly just playing your standard game in the first Hanchan, I think, especially since it's still the East round. It's probably more that he just wasn't satisfied with the weight, even though it is a Daonmen shape.
I mean, how would it get improved from this point?
Yeah, that is the question. Easy answer is 9-pin Ankon.
Well,
Yeah,
but you can do that after Ricci too.
you can. That is correct. They might just be a little bit too wary of Kevin's 2 calls. You also have to take into account the fact that no one can see the tune.
That's true.
Yeah, there is no POW in Saikouisen rules, so if someone does discard the tune and Kevin calls it, they are not liable for they're not liable for the Yakuman payment, but Yugo Tsumo's the Forso for Tsumo Nomi. This is 300 500.
Fortunately, does not go over. That's
Yeah.
under Diamond way.
Yeah, not on that side. They Tsumo'd the Yasume. If they Tsumo'd the 7-so, would have been 40 fu.
Right, because you can declare the penchant away. That's what
Yes,
you're waiting on.
yes. You have to Tsumo it as the penchant because the fu is higher. One of those little quirks with the scoring system there.
It's like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Tsumoing on the 3.
Exactly.
Yeah, if it's Pinfu, then you take the Dianmen, but if not, then you Tsumo the penchant for the fu.
We've entered the South round. We're in South 1. Yoshi's the dealer. Looks like our Dora is West. So if you're Derex, you're kind of happy to see that. As West is his seat wind.
Not so happy given that he has a pair of pay. That's the wrong win for him. Yuchi starting with an Anko of the Chun.
Wow.
Very, very nice start. I think everyone loves starting with Yakuhai Anko in their high pai. She also has one other complete sequence and decent Sozu shape there. Yeah, Derek's with 2 pairs. He has 1 Dora Shah. It's probably the person who wants to pair it up the most.
Kevin with a pair of the South, it looks like. So
Yes.
that's a Yakuhai for them if available.
Yugo might be looking a little bit at Honitsu given the number of Pinzu and honor tiles in his hand, and given that his offsuit shapes are rather weak. Kevin completes the upper Manzu Dianmen.
She makes a penchant here with the 8-9. Not the best shape you want to see, but a shape nonetheless.
Yeah, Yuchi, this is her last dealer turn for this Hanchan, but she is in a decent second place, not too far behind first place. She's probably not going to play extra aggressively just because she's dealer or anything like that. She's very capable of getting first place even if she drops this dealer turn. Yuguo,
She's already in Ishanten, right?
yes, yeah, she's Penchan, Dianmen, Champon, Ishanten, and Yugo finishes a second sequence in Pinzu. Looks like he's still keeping that Sozu Kanchan around, not looking for Honitsu that hard.
Yeah. Yugo's hand's still a little bit heavy, but actually mostly heavy in just the honor tiles. But if he's going for a Honitsu type hand, then he'll keep those around.
Mm-hmm. Kevin draws a 5-mon to improve their Manzu shape. Yugo makes the Ankan in Sozu and opts to cut his Hatsu. This,
Probably giving up on Honitsu then.
yeah, Hatsu was twice cut. They might start looking for Honitsu again if they can draw another Pinzu or pair up the Sha. Oh, but the Sha was just discarded by Derex, it looks like.
It looks like Yushi here completes that 1-2-3 block. So we've got a Richi, a dealer Richi on the Pen 7 pin. Looks like.
Yes, it's Richi Chun.
Yep. Looks like there's two. Oh no, all four of them are already in people's hands.
Yes, there's 2 in Yugo's hands as part of his 2 sequences, and Kevin has a pair in their hand.
So unlikely, really, for it to ever come out.
However, it's going to be a little bit tough for the other players to push against Yuchi's dealer Richi in this position.
Part of the value of Richi is just the optics of it, especially when you're dealer. Mm-hmm. Just instill fear into the hearts of the other players at the table.
Yeah, it looks like Yugo doesn't have any guaranteed save tiles here. They might just have to try the Chun. Sha is once cut, but again, that is the Dora.
And if it's gonna deal in, it's gonna deal in for a lot. So
they do have the 7 pin, but I don't see them dealing in with it. Yeah,
goes for the 9 pin.
The 9 pin is probably just because it will last for 2 turns.
Right.
Derek's defending with 3 of the 9, so
Looks like that's a 2-mon that actually completes the Kanchan down there.
yeah, Kevin did get back to Ishanten while discarding the pair of non.
It's actually Ishanten for Itsu even.
Yes, this is a Kutsuki Ishanten around the 5-mon and 8-mon for Kevin. Derek's now defending with the pair of pay. 6, so this is Nakasuji against the Richi, but it is Suji to the Richi tile. It's entirely possible that Yuchi could have had a Diankan, discarding the 3 so as the last tile for Tenpai. Oh, the 4 pin comes out, making the 7 pin Suji.
Ooh.
But Yugo does have a pair of 1 pin, so that comes out first.
Makes sense. Oh. 1 pin gets called, even.
Yeah, Derek's looks like he is calling in an attempt to get to K10 with this hand. If he can pass the 3 or 6 pin or 8 pin. Oh. Kevin chases upon drawing the 7-mon, forming 6 9-mon Dianmen. This for Kevin, it is Richi Pinfu Takame Ipeiko on the 9-mon. And Derek's Derek's pairs up the 6 pin, allowing him to discard the safer pair of 7 so. Three so is safe against Yuchi's dealer Richi, not 100% safe against Kevin's Richi, but it doesn't look too dangerous, and it just became Suji now that the 6 so has passed. Derek's pairs up the 3 pin, cuts the 3 so to maintain Ishanten.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Yuchi picks up the 6-mon. She had no winning tiles left in the wall. So if anyone was going to win from this position, it was likely to be Kevin. Kevin wins Richi Pinfu. It's just 2,000 points.
No Ipeiko, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is 2,000 from Yuqi. Oh, did the score it as 39? It looks like they might have. Yep, they're fixing that right now. There we go.
I am the return to state thing I built for the overlays already paying dividends.
Oh
today.
yes, it's a excellent overlay you helped us with, or rather, just like you pretty much did the whole thing yourself, right?
Basically.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's kind of fun taking what is Mahjong logic and translating it to a web app.
Yeah, I know nothing about that. All I'm doing for this stream is just the commentary. I had no hand in any of the production, so
The production is like an entire. It's a production in and of itself. I feel like. Right?
absolutely, yeah.
A lot of roles that people are playing. The camera operators, the stream operator, us in the booth.
Yeah.
We're going all out here.
Yeah, we have twice as many people on production as we do playing in this final or in this final set. It is quite the endeavor.
Yep. South 2, it looks like Yugo's the dealer, and 2mon is the Dora for this Kyoku. Doesn't seem like a whole lot of 2mons in anyone's hand. I guess Yushi has one in her hand, but I think otherwise they're all living in the wall.
Yeah, Kevin looks like they have a strong 5 blocks, 1 completed sequence in Pinzu, 2 the Onmen, and pairs of the Wonso and the Tone. Tone is not Yakuhai for Kevin, given that they are the West player in the South round.
So you've heard the phrase, like, if walls could speak, the things they would say? Or
Yes.
if walls had ears?
Yes.
What do you think the Mahjong walls would say if they had ears?
That's an interesting question. I am afraid I don't have a good answer to that.
All
but
right, well-
it does make me think of how the term tempai literally means listening to the tiles.
Ooh.
Right?
Maybe there's some more sound play happening here.
Yeah. Kevin pairs up the 8 so to augment their Lianmen. They can now choose to go down to a stronger 5 blocks, cutting one of their pairs. Tone is once cut, Wonso is live.
Both the Wonso and the Tone would work as a pair for Pifu.
Looks like it's just a matter of keeping or cutting one Tone and probably keeping the other one for the time being to use as a safe tile later on in the hand. Yuqi confirms her pair of 9 mon to keep a relatively safe tile pay.
Also could think about Chitoi as well too, right?
Yeah, given that she has 4 pairs and 1 floating Dora, she's likely looking for the Chitoitsu.
So Yugo's hand here, 2 completed shapes, a Yamen, 2 Yamens.
Yeah, this is Yugo is Ishan 10 for Pinfu Takame Tanyao.
Yep.
It's also possible that he can look for the 234 Sanshoku upgrade.
They would have to find a pair otherwise.
Yeah.
Right now his 4mon is his pair.
Yes, the ideal progression would be pairing up the 6 or 7 pin and cutting the pay, and then drawing a 2 or 3 mon to stick to the 4 mon.
Right, most likely if you're drawing the 2mon, you kind of want to think about keeping it anyway, just as the Dora.
Yes. Yeah, that greatly increases the value of the hand. Oh, Derex pairs up the 3 mon. That looks like he has 3 pairs now. Oh, Kevin pairs up the 7 pin with the pair of 8 so and the uncle of 1 so now. It's just a matter of choosing which Lianmen they prefer.
Derex actually has 4 pairs now.
Oh, Derex has...
Yeah. 4 so 5 so.
yes, he has a
3
pair
mon,
of
6
6 mon as well.
Potentially a lot of people here going for Chitoi, but I don't know, Derex's hand could very easily be just a regular Mensu shape hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as for Kevin's hand, they chose to keep the 7 pin currently as the pair, but if they do complete the Pinzu shape first, then they can go back for the Sanshoku, but they instead complete the Manzu shape first. This is Tempai for 6-9 so for Richinomi.
Assuming discarding
The 8
the 8 pin.
Yeah.
Which is most likely what's going to happen here.
Yes.
Just the value of being the first to declare Ricci at the table is huge.
Yes, absolutely. And it is a good shape Tempai.
So don't count Yushi's out. She's got 5 pairs. So Ishanten from Chitoy.
Yeah, and the Haku and Pei are easy to discard against Kevin's Ricci. She can definitely maintain this Ishanten for the time being. Yugo has unfortunately picked up the 9-so, decides to push it against Kevin's Ricci, as Yugo had a very strong Ishanten, deals into Ricci Nomi, the Uradora was the Pei. This is just 1,300 points.
Yep.
That drops Yugo to 4th place by a few hundred points. Adds Kevin's lead a little bit.
But everyone basically still within striking distance of everyone else.
Yeah, Kevin might be a little bit far for Yugo to catch up to, but back-to-back Mangan Sumos would do it.
Right.
There are 2 Kyoku left as we are now in South 3.
Yeah, unfortunately, a Mangan Direct does not do it.
Not in 1 Kyoku anyway. Yeah, there are still 2 Kyoku left.
We enter South 3 here. Derex is our dealer. The Dora is the 9 pin. And as we approach the tail end of this Hanchan, where are you thinking about here? If you're Derex or Kevin?
Well, Derex is mainly going to just try to wrench on. He is in no way safe from dropping to 4th himself. Kevin mainly trying to escape with 1st place intact. If Kevin can win a hand that puts him over 12k above Yuqi, then they will be safe from Mangan Sumo in South 4. So that is likely going to be the goal here.
Nima, I've got news for you. There's someone rooting for stream production in the chat.
Oh yeah? Oh, we very much appreciate that.
I think no matter what happens at the table, the stream production team will win. So
Yes, absolutely.
Can't tell what the tile Kevin just drew is. If that's a
That's a Hatsu.
that's a Hatsu, so
Yes.
it does pair with his other Hatsu in hand.
Yugo did call the first Pei. That is his Yakuhai, and it looks like he can look for a Manzu Honitsu with Toy Toy on top of it. A little strange for him to cut the Haku first if that's what he was looking for, but he does have a Dora 9 pin, so the Honitsu is not necessarily the top priority.
For Derek's hand, we just cut away from it, but a lot of completed shapes. I can't even think about a 789 Sancho.
Yeah, Derek's is still 6 blocks though.
Does he have a permit for it?
Currently, he does because he didn't lose any acceptance by, or he didn't lose any future acceptance by taking the 6 blocks here. Kevin has 2 completed sequences, a pair of Hatsu, decent Pinzu shape, although they need 1 more block. They're holding the 8 pin, maybe trying to catch that Dora. It is currently Yuchi's turn.
I feel like when the Dora is, one of the terminal tiles, the 1 or 9, it's always significantly harder to use.
Oh, well, of course, yeah. The terminal tiles, just by their nature, are more difficult to use in a hand.
But also just the nature of the way the indicator works, right?
Yes.
Since, if the door is the 9 pin, the indicator is the 8, which is just 1 less 8 that you can use to create a 789 shape, right?
Yeah.
And normally that's not true of middle door tiles, because you can use them the other way.
Or the lower side, right? If the Dora is the 1, for instance, then 2s or 3s aren't being used up by the Dora indicator. But yeah, on the upper side, if the Dora is an 8 or 9, then that does make it especially hard to use. One of the interesting asymmetrical aspects of Mahjong.
Of which there aren't that many, but
I think there's more than you think, like the whole dealer aspect and
everyone gets
different
a dealer
sequence.
Action, right?
They do, but it's asymmetrical in the Kyoku.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Oh, Derex gets to Tempai here. This is Richinomi waiting on Pen 7 Mon.
Not the best way, but hey, same thing we saw before. A early reach from the dealer is always scary. Especially the players, they don't know how good or how bad the weight is, right?
Exactly.
Invoke fear. And if you invoke fear and everyone folds, you've got more chances to draw it yourself.
Yeah, more chances to draw and just a higher chance of getting wrench on if it goes to the Ukyoku.
Exactly. it actually turns out that all 4 7-mons are in the wall, it looks like. I don't see any in anyone's hand.
Yeah, I don't see any either.
So as far as Penchon weights go, this is as good as it gets.
Yeah, there was no indication for that on the board. It just happened to be that way. Kevin
Just
draws the first one. And Yuqi picks up a 7-mon herself.
Back to back. Blame the table.
Yugo just defending with his lone honor tiles.
But also not too far away from a Honitsu as well too.
Yeah, that would require discarding the Dora 9-pin. I'm not sure he's willing to do that.
Well, if the 9-pin comes out just through Richitsu Mogiri, then
Yeah.
that might be a different story.
Yeah, Yugo does cut the Nakasuji 5-so, maintaining his hand shape. He is Kutsuki I Shanten. Yuchi defending with her pair of Chun. Ooh, you will have to push 2 dangerous tiles here.
Pushes one.
Oh yeah, decides to push the 4-pin. Yugo playing quite aggressively today.
Hasn't always worked out for him today, but probably hoping that fortune changes in his favor.
Yeah, the main thing is that in order to gain points in Mahjong, you have to actually get to Tenpai and complete your hands. Defending is just a way of avoiding losing points.
Right. And especially in an environment like this in set play where like you're basically only vying for first. There's no value in maintaining a second or maintaining a third. Right.
Yugo did get to Tenpai for 3-mon Kanchan, but opts not to discard the Dora into Derex's Richi.
Speaking of Derek, he just sumos it there.
Tsumo's the 7-mon Penchon. This is Richi Tsumo. It's 1,000 all, as he is the dealer. A small hand, but connects to Renchon.
And the small hands like that, they are, I feel like, undervalued sometimes. But just winning the hand, creating minor separation, often pays dividends.
Yeah, small hands, I would definitely agree, are undervalued, especially given that winning a small hand yourself means no one else can win their hands.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like the value of not winning a hand is something like minus 2,000 points or something like that.
Yeah, definitely depends on the format, I think. But yeah, that if you don't win your hand, you expect to lose points.
Exactly.
That's the idea, right?
Yep. South 3, 1 Homba. Derek's a stellar dealer, and the Dora is the 3-mon.
Oh, looks like Derex has a pair of 3-mon, including one that's used up in a sequence, if I'm not mistaken.
And the other one looks to be connected to a 1-mon for Kanchan shape. Derek's hand here actually looks pretty decent.
Yeah, he has 2 other Lianmen, and
could even consider calling for a 3-4-5 Sanshoku.
That is true. That is true. I would be looking a little bit more for the Tanyao instead, if he can get another 3 or 6-mon using the 3-mon as a pair, right?
¿Por qué no los dos?
Oh, why not both?
Why not both? I've looked at the Yaku compatibility sheet on Richi Wiki.
Oh yeah, that is true. Tanyao and Sanshoku are compatible. There's some Yaku Sanshoku's not compatible with, but those 2 are compatible.
Yep. Don't force Sanshoku toy unless you're going for Doko.
Yes.
Have you ever won with the Doko?
I have.
Nice.
Multiple times, yeah.
I've gotten to Tenpai with it, but I haven't actually won with it. So
Yeah, with things like Rare Yaku, if you just keep playing, you keep playing your Mahjong, eventually it'll happen.
I sometimes when I'm bored, I'll play on Tenho, the 3-ma ladder there. And I did in fact get my first Sankansu win.
Oh, Sankansu and Sama, okay.
Yeah, Sankansu Dora 9 on East 1 as dealer, 36,000.
Oh,
that was enough to bust someone.
Oh,
so
yeah.
It was like, just finish right there. I think it's the first and probably, hopefully not only, but first time I ever won with Sankansu.
Yeah, I've only gotten one Sankansu myself in my, I don't know, it's getting close to 10 years of playing Mahjong. It's quite the rare Yaku.
Yeah.
All right, Yuchi's hand looks like it's coming together. She has an Anko of the Yaku Hainan, pairs of 8-mon and 7-pin, as
Yuguo
well as
moving here, calling that White Dragon. Just confirming that Yaku. because the rest of his hand is a little bit on the heavy side. It's with 1 Yamen and for 4-5 Mon.
Yeah, Kevin's hand was looking pretty good, but looks like they're falling a little bit behind. They only have 1 completed sequence. It's still 6 blocks. Or no. Well, no, they still need a pair somewhere.
Right.
Yeah, and they have a Penchan and a Kanchan that they have to clean up somehow.
Looks like Derex has just been sumo gearing the entire thing. Oh no, they completed the 2-3-4 ship.
Yes. So
Shoku might be off the table.
Yeah,
now.
probably no more Sanshoku, but can still definitely look for the Tanyao. As dealer, Tanyao Dora 2. Oh, now Dora 3.
That's powerful. And now an Ishan 10, and you call basically anything that gets you to tempo here.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Just dealer, Tanyao Dora 3, guaranteed Mongon. Hard to say no.
Yeah, even 5800 would have been nice, but yeah, upon drawing that 3rd Dora, there's no better feeling there. All right, Yuguo pairs up the 7, so they might look for the transition to Honitsu, although given that the Manzu, the Onmen can accept the Dora, it's a little bit hard to do that. They also want to hold on to the Hatsu for the potential Daisangyen, Shosangyen.
Ooh.
Yeah, Hatsu is once cut, Chun is live, and they have called the Haku already.
Kind of a decision point here for Yuguo if he believes in the dragons or not.
Oh, interesting decision. Yeah, he cuts the 1, so confirming the 2 so Kanchan. It would be a little bit more normal to cut the 3 so and confirm the 1 so pair, because the 1 so is also easy to call and can be a backup pair for the Daisangyen.
Would you ever consider dropping the 4-5 Mon here and going all in on Honitsu?
You can, but I think that's going back a little bit too far.
Especially considering that the 3 Mon's the door. Right?
Yes,
you want to be
especially.
You don't want to drop that if you're drawing it.
Yeah, and Yugo mainly just needs to catch up to Derex right now. If Yugo can win this hand and get above Derex, he can go into South 4 in the advantageous position, and he pairs up the Hatsu.
Oh my goodness, we could be on track for something amazing here, everyone.
Derex has improved his hand shape a couple turns ago, pairing up the 5 so, increasing his tile acceptance by the 3 Mon, 6 Mon, and 5 so. Kevin finishes their 8-pin Kanchan. They have a little bit rough shape remaining with no real way to get value other than that Dora Penchan, but as we know, there are 3 Dora already in Derex's hand.
Yugo, you're kind of, we're maybe not too hype the fact that got a lot of honor tiles early on in the hunt shop, but now with this hand, you're like, please just give me these last dragons that I need.
Yeah, and Derex calls the 3 so that Yugo cuts, finishing his Sozu shape, waiting on Con 7 pin for Tanyao Dora 3.
Meanwhile, Yushi Ishan 10 here, trying to either finish the pair of the 7 pin, finish that 789 Sozu block, or evolve the 778 Mon.
Yeah, Yugo draws the Dora 3 Mon, the last Dora 3 Mon, to complete his Manzu shape. He is now Daisangyen Ishanten.
Ooh. This could get real exciting real quick.
Kevin is currently Onko Headless Ishanten with Sozu the Onmen and the Manzu Dora Penchan. There are no Dora left in the wall, no 1 Mon left either. Their only hope of winning this hand is getting rid of that Penchan or pairing up the 2 Mon, but instead they opt to defend against the other players, perhaps realizing that they don't have a very good shot of winning their hand.
Yushi here gets into Tenpai, actually, waiting on the Pen 7 so, but not reaching here. Doesn't need to, has a Yaku in the form of the South.
Yeah, this is just non-Nomi. Derex draws the 4 Mon. They can change their shape, cutting the 5 Mon so that they can con the 3 Mon if it comes out, or leave it the way it is so that if they pair up the 6 or 8 pin, they can take the Endo to wait instead.
So if you're Yugo here, right, and you pawn one of the dragons, are you dropping the 7 so to get the best shape, or do you believe in the dream and drop the 6 so?
Given that 5/8 so is 4 out, I think it's 5 out. Excuse me. Yeah, I think it's pretty reasonable to just look for the big value.
Go for the dream.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dream big. Why not?
Yeah.
It's a question of if at this point, because no guarantee. Oh, there's a tune.
Will Kevin discard it? They will not.
Will not.
It's good defense here.
Yep.
Yeah. Upon like when you realize that your hand is just not going to complete, there's really no point in.
Just barely avoided that. It's probably a good thing that I didn't drop it, because then now Yuguo drew the Hatsus. Now Yuguo is in Tenpai for Taisan again.
Yeah, 7 so Chun Shampong.
This is potentially huge.
Yeah, but Kevin might be in danger if they get to Tenpai. Chun is a live tile, but there's no specific indication that it is especially dangerous. Yeah, Yugo having drawn the last Hatsu himself is very big here.
Yeah.
Derex does draw that 6-pin and can take the Ento to upgrade. It would be for 3 6-mon 6-pin.
Which
opts to do so. Yep, that is the stronger shape. Kevin pairs up the Chun. They are Tenpai.
Yeah, it does make it easier to drop, but I guess, yeah, maintaining Tenpai, so this isn't coming out.
Yeah, so now everyone is Tenpai.
Well, everyone's Tenpai. One of these hands is Tenpai for a lot more than the others, but...
Yeah, and one of these hands is Tenpai for a shape that has no remaining winning tiles.
That's the variance when it comes to Mahjong.
Kevin can slide to this 1-mon here. Discard the safer 1-mon instead of the 4-mon.
I'm a little bit sad that we're not going to be able to see it.
This is the high tay. Oh! And on the high tay, Yugo deals into Derex.
Ooh.
This is Tanyao high tay.
Dora 3?
Yep, that's a dealer Mongon. 12,000 is 12,300 points from Yugo to Derex. There should... Oh. Yeah, there should be 300 there.
Just, again, kind of unfortunate for you. That's the second Hote that we've seen.
Yes.
Which is, I think, kind of rare to even get one of those.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've got 2. But, I mean, Yugo will have a fun story to tell with an unfortunate ending, but
yeah,
not every day you get to Yakuan Tenpai.
Yeah, given that was the high tay. Yugo's hand was not worth Yakuman anymore. It was just worth Tenpai payments because there's no chance for him to win.
Right.
So it would have been entirely plausible for him to just break up.
Drop the Hatsu?
Yes. Yeah. Break up his Hatsu Anko, discard that 100% safe tile, and make sure he doesn't deal in, even though he would have to pay the Tenpai payments. But the 6-mon did pass, if I'm not mistaken, earlier in the 3rd row.
I believe so.
Yeah, but before Derex switched his shape, the 6-mon had passed.
Yep. We've entered South 3 2 Homba. Looks like the Dora is the 3-mon. There it is. If you're Derex, this is kind of going the way you want, right?
Yeah, Derex jumped up to 2nd place above Yuqi. Very close behind Kevin now.
Just 600-point differential. Any hand gets him over the threshold. If he could win a 0-point hand, that would also work too, the Homba, but unfortunately, can't do that in Mahjong.
Kevin calls the first double non to come out. This does not advance their Shanten, as that was their only pair, but it does confirm 2 Han and allows them to continue calling to advance their hand.
Looks like Yugo here with a couple of solid Monzu tiles and actually kind of decent overalls.
Kevin does find a pair, but it is a pair on top of the odd man. It's probably not going to want to use that as the final pair. Yuqi has a pair of the Chun.
Derex's hand here actually fantastic, especially with that Anko of the 9-so here. Or actually, maybe fantastic is a little bit overstating it, but I thought they had a 5-6-7 shape completed. You're actually Yanshanten from Suwanko.
Yeah, looking for the pair or a triplet based hand, it looks like. Kevin forms another block with that 1-so draw to stick to the 3-so.
Actually, an interesting cut there of 5-peen. Getting rid of a 5-6 shape, but keeping the 5-7-7 shape instead.
From Derex's hand.
Yeah.
Yes.
Any indication or reason why he would do that, keeping the getting rid of one of those yamen shapes versus the kanchan shape.
It is a bit of a strange decision. He might be looking to use more Sozu instead. It's hard to say. Yugo fills in his 5-mon kanchan. He's now Ishanten. Opts not to take the Ishanten, breaking up his pair of 9-mon, looking for improved shape and value.
Yushi here with a pair of the Chun, so
Yeah, that looks like it's going to be her pair. She just drew a 6-pin to make a 5-pin kanchan,
Right.
looking for that Ipeiko maybe.
otherwise with a floating 8-mon in a west.
Kevin pairs up the 9-mon. This allows them to switch their pair over and even look for Chanta.
Right.
They confirm the 9-mon pair.
And doing it this way means that the yamen, you alluded to not wanting to use the 3s as a pair before.
Exactly.
This allows you to use the 2-3 instead.
Yeah, it's a ideal draw here. Kevin might even call the last 9-mon if it comes out from Yugo's hand. Yugo was in the process of breaking up his pair of 9-mon, likely looking to stick something to the 7-pin.
Derex here drawing the 7-mon, which will complete a 5-6-7 shape. It does mean he's going away from the dream a little bit, but this is probably bounded in reality. And so if you're Derex, you're probably kind of kicking yourself for not keeping the 5-6-6 shape.
Yeah, the 5-pin earlier.
Yeah.
Kevin does get to Tempai here, oncoing up the 3-pin. No more Chanta, but this is double non Tempai waiting on Tuso.
If they sumo it, it will go to 42.
Yes, only on Sumo.
Yep. Ron is still 30.
Oh, Derex draws back the 5-pin. They can
Ooh.
fix their mistake.
Now, is Derex the kind of person to like go back here?
I think it's especially easy to go back, given
Right.
that the 6-so is 3 cut. The 5-so is really not doing anything there.
Right. And I guess you're not really worried about furry 10 since you're using it as a ramen shape now.
Yes, exactly.
And there's also the opportunity of Sanshoku as well too, the 5-6-7 Sanshoku.
Yes, that is true. Yugo finishes his Sozu the Onmen. He's Kutsuki Shanten, pretty much just Kutsuki for the 7-pin. Yuchi breaking up her upper Manzu Kanchan, completing her Sozu shape. She is now Ishanten. Derex draws the 4-pin for Tempai. He's going to be left with a bad shape. I think it's easy to take the Shampone here.
Yeah. There's also a Suji trap if the players fall for it here on the 2-so.
Yeah, I think our players know better than to trust Richi Suji as a safe tile. But yes, Derex is Tempai on 2-so, 7-so Shampone for Richi Nomi.
You talked about your players here being a little bit better than that. Can you talk a little bit about like, kind of the I guess the weeks of playing that they've done and some things you've taught them or just like,
yeah. So here at OC Mahjong, we try and cultivate an environment where players can learn and improve. We pretty much always have discussions, not only between the Kyoku that we play, but sometimes during Kyoku, with the stronger players mentoring the newer or less experienced players, trying to teach and guide them so that they can improve on their Mahjong journey. There is quite a lot that goes into it. Yeah, it's
Mahjong is definitely not an easy game. So
yes, definitely not.
I guess if someone's interested in joining OC Mahjong or getting that much better at the game, where can they go?
Well, of course, since you're watching our stream, you know where to find us. You can check out our website on ocmahjong.com. A link to our Discord is on the website.
Just your casual mid-Kyoku ad read. It's not really an ad read. You don't have a script or anything ever going by here, but the opportunity presented itself.
Mm-hmm.
Usually you're drawing the 1-so, probably worrying about if it's safe to discard or not.
Yeah, she just decides to defend instead. Yeah, her shape was not bad, but she would have to either discard the 3 or 4-mon at some point. And both of those are a little bit tough, given that the 3-mon is the Dora and the 4-mon is in no way safe against the Richi. Yugo facing a similar situation here. He's drawn the 4-mon and just continues defending with a 5-mon. Ooh, Kevin picks up the Dora. They might just cut it.
Which they do.
Yeah.
A bold move. Also a statement move to the rest of the table, too, saying,
Yeah,
hey, I'm Tenpai.
Yeah.
I'm pushing this.
definitely.
Now for Yushi, that does her to drop her Dora. Has another one in the wings as well too. So
And Yugo, upon drawing another 7-mon, is back to Kutsuki Ishanten.
on the 4-so and 7 beam, looks like. Speaking of,
But cannot cut the 4-so, opts to discard the pair of the Formon that just passed, so now he's Kutsuki Ishanten on the 4-so.
yep,
Kevin Sumo's the 2-so.
it's a double non, and actually just double non.
Yeah, and the Fu does go over though with the Anko of 3-pin and the Kanchan Sumo.
4 for the non set, 4 for the 3-pin set, 2 for Tsumo, and 2 for the Concha.
Yes. Looks like they're just making sure they got the Fu right. This hand will be 700, 1300 with 2 Homba is 900, 1500.
Looks like I got it right.
Yes.
And as we enter South 4, for Kevin, it's just if you're Kevin, how do you feel about going into this this all last as the dealer, but also in first place?
I mean, it's gotta feel pretty good, I think.
I mean, it's better than not being in first, but
Of course.
you feel like you do have a target on your head in many ways, right?
Of course.
Because as the dealer, like, you're liable for more, payments of someone Sumos. That's going to make Derex's and Yushi's conditions that much easier, but...
Well, for Yuchi, it doesn't make her conditions any easier because Kevin is currently 14,100 points
so
above
Monsumo
Yuchi.
doesn't even do it. So.
Yeah, Mongon Sumo wouldn't do it.
Right.
Even if Kevin puts out a Richi stick, Mongon Sumo wouldn't be enough for Yuchi. That 100 points makes a big difference there.
Yeah.
Derex, of course, is quite a bit closer. Derex can just win a Mongon from anywhere to overtake Kevin. With all that in mind, it's very easy for Kevin to just push on this dealer and try and get more points. If they can get out of range after this Kyoku, then they'll be pretty much safe to push whatever they want in future Kyoku.
Dora here looking like the 8-so. Looks like Yushi has one in her hand.
One thing to note here is that Saikouisen rules do not use Agadiame, so Kevin, as last dealer in first place, cannot end the Hanchan after winning or being Tenpai at Ryukyoku. They don't get any special privilege to just end the Hanchan after a win. They must continue as normal until they are no 10 at Ryukyoku or until another player wins and ends the Kyoku normally.
Now, technically, they can declare no 10 at a Ryukyoku,
yes.
even if their hand is Tenpai, correct?
Yes, declaring Tenpai at Ryukyoku is optional, even if you're down to 1 tile after 4 calls. You can always declare no 10 if you're not Richi.
Some online simulators don't let you do this.
Yeah, they don't give you the option.
Right, they'll just say, oh, well, if you're Tenpai, then you, why wouldn't you want to declare Tenpai? But those rule sets generally do have a Gadiame. So.
That is correct, yes.
The rain here has picked up a little bit here in normally sunny Southern California, but unfortunately, because of Hurricane Hillary, it's rainy Southern California. Hopefully the internet doesn't go out, but if we suddenly lose connection, that's probably why.
Yeah, everyone here today weathered a tropical storm to bring you this Mahjong event here.
Literally weathered.
Yes.
I'm here wearing an Aloha shirt in the commentary booth. You can't see it because we don't have a camera up here,
Yeah.
but I dressed for the occasion. Tropical storm, Aloha shirt, sounded like a match made in, well, maybe not heaven, in Hillary. Actually, the reason why I was wearing this is because I was expecting,
expecting the nice sunny weather.
Yeah, and got bamboozled. Maybe I brought the rain with me from Seattle. Looks like Kevin has a pair of white dragons, so could call that in and get a Yakuhai there.
Yeah, still only 1 complete shape, and the rest of the shapes in their hand are pretty rough. Yugo picks up a Dora 8, so not connected to any of the tiles in his hand, but he's going to try and use it up, it looks like. In Yugo's position, he has no real shot of improving his placement, but the raw scores do matter for overall placement, so he will likely just play this hand as if it were a flat situation.
Yushi completing an Anko of a 3-pin.
Yeah, this greatly improves the tile acceptance of her hand. She is now Anko headless Ishanten.
The ideal case for her is drawing the another 8-so, right?
Yes, pairing up that Dora 8-so, or even drawing the 7-so would be quite good. That
right.
allows her to cut the 3-pin for Pinfu.
Actually, probably. Oh yeah, 3P if it makes sense. Yep. Yugo having a little bit of trouble finding those blocks, making them complete.
Yeah, conversely, Derex is still 6 blocks. He's going to have to trim down one of his shapes at some point. Oh, Yuqi draws the Tumon first. She opts to take the Dora Tonki here.
How much of this is just considering like the scoring and what she needs to get to second?
This is probably so that she can win even by roam to overtake Derex, because Riichi Tanyo Dora 2, right? If she wins on the Dora, right, then that's Mongon. That's 8,000 points, enough to overtake Derex. If she had taken the 7 Saikouisen, winning by roam would only be 52 if she doesn't get Ipatsu or Uradora. It would not be enough to overtake Derex unless he is the one who deals in, or if she gets Ura, or of course Atsumo. So that's probably the reason why.
And given that you've got an Anko of the 3P, it's hard to drop the 8, so they're getting a quote-unquote better weight on 3-6.
Yeah.
You kind of have to assume that you're going to use your door in some way just to find value.
Well, it would be an option to cut the 8 so for the 3-6 weight and just look for the Tsumo. Riichi Tsumo Tanyao, if she can get an Ura, that would be enough to overtake Derex.
How much do you value like guaranteed point conditions on bad weights versus needing an Ura or an Ipatsu with a better shape?
It depends on the difference between the shapes. Dora Tonki is this. I don't know if I would say this is overstating it, but it's about as bad as you can get for expecting a roam.
Fair enough. Yep.
But the chance of getting Uradora in Yuchi's hand for a normal shape hand, the chance of getting Uradora is usually around 30%. With some overlapping tiles in her hand, it's going to be a little bit less. So she probably just opted for that guaranteed value here. The 360 Adyanmen is not an especially good shape either.
So yeah, the expected value on a Riichi is like 1.6 Han or something like that.
I think it's closer to, isn't it closer to like 1.4?
It might be 1.4, but
yeah,
it's like factoring in Ipatsu plus Ura and stuff like that. Obviously that number changes if there's a con in play, but
of course.
Is the 3P last 3P live?
It is not. It is in Kevin's hand.
Unfortunate. That would have been another way for Yuchi to potentially bank on getting extra value here.
Yeah, but it looks like Yuchi's Riichi here has caused everyone to start to defend.
Unfortunately for Yuchi, everyone defending here doesn't change the placement at all.
Yes, if this goes to the Yukioku, the placements will not change.
Is that factoring into Derek's decision to on how to play this hand?
Probably, yeah. For Derek's, it's mostly that his hand shape was still pretty rough, and he can very reasonably go down placement if he deals into Yuchi. If she Tsumos, like, he doesn't know how much value her hand is, so if she Tsumos and he doesn't deal in, then he could potentially, you know, from his point of view, avoid dropping placement. It's just dealing in is the thing he wants to avoid. If Derek's had a real shot of winning a Mongon and going up a placement, he might have decided to push a little bit, but not with the hand shape he had at the time of the Riichi.
Kevin dropping his their Anko of the White Dragon, kind of committing full onto defense at this point.
Yeah, that will last them until the end of the Kyoku.
This is going to come down to
if Yuchi can sumo the last 8-so.
Yep.
Yeah, there's one left in the wall.
It looks like she will have the Haite.
Yes, if all players are Menzen, meaning there are no calls, then the South player gets the Haite.
There it is.
Not the 8-so. The last 8-so was in the dead wall.
Unfortunate. So that'll be a Ryukyoku with Yushi as the only player in Tenpai, and that is the end of the Hanchan. Your final score is Kevin in first at 43,100. Yushi at Derex at second with 35,700. Yushi in first at 32, third at 32, and then Yuguo unfortunately last at 82. All right, we'll be taking a short break as we prepare for the next Hanchan and basically shuffle up some roles. We might have some more new people in the booth. I don't know, but stay right where you are. Don't change the channel or don't navigate to a different page.
Yeah.
Don't hit the back button in your browser.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be taking a short break between the hanchan for about 10 to 15 minutes. So we'll be back in a little bit. Feel free to grab a bite to eat, go use the restroom. There'll be more Mahjong coming at you very soon.
We got 3 more hanchans just like this. And as the day goes on, as conditions become more clear, just going to get more intense from here. So, all right. All right, we are back for Hanchan 2. Maybe a little bit longer break than we initially wanted to take, but everything is resolved and we are almost ready to go here. The players have picked out we've re-randomized the seating, so now Yushi is the starting dealer, and it goes Yushi, Derex, Yuguo, and Kevin.
It looks like just Derex and Yugo switched.
Oh,
From last Hanchan.
fair enough.
Yeah.
So now that we are entering the next Hanchan in the set, I guess we should introduce ourselves again
Yes.
as well too. My name is Stefan. I flew down here from Seattle to help out with this event, and then we've also got Nima in the booth.
Yes, again, joining you again for the second Hanchan. My name is Nima. I'm the Mahjong consultant for OC Mahjong.
And as we get started here in East 1 with Yushi as the dealer, the Dora being what looks to be the North, do you maybe want to talk a little bit about the format again, and also how kind of what's changing now that we're in the second Hanchan of this 4-game set?
Yes, so the players here in the finals, they're playing a four-hanchan set for overall first place to win the title of the... Yeah, so they're playing four-hanchan set for overall first place. So the scores carry over from each hanchan. We are using Saikouisen rules, so the UMA is 10-30, 20k difference between each placement effectively. And since players are only playing for overall first place, their conditions are absolutely clear. They're only playing against the 3 other players on the table for that first place. So given their positions from the first Hanchan, their strategies might change moving forward. For instance, Yugo, having taken a rough 4th in the first Hanchan, can really not afford to take another negative placement here if he wants a decent chance of getting first by the end of the 4th Hanchan.
Yeah, you'll be able to see down there below each player's name is also their current score and their ranking. The filled in a triangle representing negative points. So Yushi at -8 points in third, Derex at plus 15.7 at second, Yuguo at minus 51.8 in fourth, and Kevin at plus 43.1 with a very solid first place. And how these points are calculated, do you want to quickly just talk about that and how the UMA plays in?
Yes, so I mentioned the UMA for Saikouisen rules are 10-30, meaning that after the end of the Hanchan, each player's score each player's raw, like in Hanchan score, is divided by 1,000, and they have to return 30k. So in Kevin's place, they ended with 43,100 points. They get divided by, or rather, they can return 30k first, so they ended up with 13.1 after dividing by 1,000, and then they get plus 30 points for the first place placement bonus, the UMA, leaving them with an overall total score of 43.1. And it works similarly for the other players. Yugo, having been in 4th place with 8,200 points, returning 30k, and then dividing by 1,000 leaves him with minus 21.8 points, and then minus another 30k for the UMA, which is where that 51.8 negative score comes from.
While we were talking here, Kevin with a very early Ricci on turn 5, waiting on the White Dragon and 3-pin Shampa. And Sumo's it immediately. Wow.
Yeah, Sumo's
Look at
the
this.
3-0.
Oh, this is unbelievable. Ricci, Ipatsu, Tsumo, Ura-san. That's a Hanuman. That's 3,000, 6,000.
Yeah, a very strong lead for Kevin, who was already in first place going into this Hanchan. One other thing to mention here is that since the players are going for first place overall, they really do not want to let any one person run away with the lead. Kevin, having gotten first in the last Hanchan, starting with a Hanuman Sumo in this Hanchan, is not good for anyone. Other players might have to cooperate to start targeting Kevin to drop them down so that they'll have a chance of getting first place by the end of the 4th Hanchan.
I've been told that my mic quality is slightly worse. We'll see if we can fix it, but otherwise we'll have to just bear with it for now. Yeah, I mean, that's just exactly how you want to start it if you're Kevin, right?
Of course.
We're in East 2 now. Derek's the dealer. Looks like the Dora is the 6-mon. You know, when the Dora's near the middle, it's always a lot easier to use, but it's that much scarier tile too. If you draw it later on, you don't have a use for it.
Looks like Yugo has pairs of the Haku and Hatsu. Kevin has an Anko of 9-mon, pair of 1-so. but a lot of floating honor tiles. Yuqi looks like she has 5 pairs already. She is Chi Toy E Shanten. All right, we do have small technical difficulties here. Stefan is just fixing the mic there. Oh, Yuqi opts not to go look for the Chi Toy. Upon drawing the Dora 6-mon, she shifts over to a normal hand shape, likely looking to move towards Tanyao here. Kevin draws a 3-mon to stick to their 4-mon to form a the on-men shape.
Derex with that Onko of a 6-so could be pretty powerful.
Oh, Yugo Onkos up the Haku. So now the Hatsu is currently his only pair. Derex fills in the 7-so Kanchan. Likely play is to break up the 1-2 pin Penchan.
Just because that's his worst shape?
Yes, yeah, he has 6 blocks, so just breaking up the weakest block. Also looking for Tanyao there.
That 9-mon not really doing anything for Yugo's hand, just throws it straight back.
Yeah, Kevin completes their lower Pinzu the on-men. They still need a block, so they are keeping the 5-pin around to make another block.
Usually here making a very solid statement early on, dropping the 5, so that actually not interested in all the Sozu, and that her hand reflects that right now.
Yeah, she was looking for the Chi Toy earlier, I believe, but drawing the 6-mon earlier did cause her to change course. Look for Tanyao instead to use up the Dora. Draws the 2-pin to improve her Pinzu shape. Now she has 2 the on-men in Pinzu. Yugo onkoing up the 4-pin now. It's 2 onkos.
Oh, it just gets rid of the 1-mon here.
Yes.
The least acceptance.
Finishes breaking up his Penchon.
Yep.
Kevin pairs up the 7-mon. Now they are Ishan 10. Yuqi pairs up the Dora. So now she's back to Chi Toy Ishan 10, but can also look for a normal hand shape if she fills in her Pinzu the on-men first.
Almost guaranteed Tanyao unless she gets the 1-pin to fill that 2-3-3 shape.
Yes. Yugo sticks the Dora to his 5-mon, breaking up the Pinzu Kanchan instead.
That 3-mon actually completes that 4-4-5-5-6 area down there. So now in Ishan 10.
Oh, well, she did give up on... Yeah, she gave up on the 2-mon earlier. Oh, but now she is calling the 3-pin for a pawn. She is looking for that Tanyao Dora 2. The 3-mon does allow her to accept another Dora, although she did miss out on completing the sequence with that earlier.
Yugo drawing a Dora there, connecting to that 5-mon.
Yeah.
That gives him a Yamen shape.
And Kevin also drawing the Dora to connect to their pair of 7-mon, improving their shape and value. Oh, Kevin confirming the on-men, including the Dora, and now they have an overlapping 2-5-8-mon acceptance for Tenpai. Yuqi has the 4-mon on the end of her hand, prepared to use that 6-mon as a pair. Yugo finishing his Sozu the on-men. He has Tenpai for 4-7-mon if he cuts the 8-pin.
Do you call Richi?
Normally you do. This would be Richi Haku Dora 1. With the extra fu from the 2 onkos, it would start at 6,400 points. He does declare Richi.
4-7 looks like
It looks like
relatively live weight.
it's mostly used up in other players' hands. 4-7-mon.
The 4 is. I'm not sure about the 7.
7-mon, I think there's only 2 left. if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, have both in two others been discarded?
One's in Kevin's hand.
Right.
Kevin did confirm the on-men using the 7-mon earlier, cutting the 7-mon to use up the Dora. Yuqi defending, opting not to push her Ishanten, cutting the 6-pin Genbutsu against Yugo's Richi. Now pushing the 5-pin, making use of that one chance from the pawn of 3-pin that she made earlier.
Derek, you're pawning the 7-pin, taking the 3-6-mon Tenpai here.
Yeah, Derex is Tenpai for Tanyao Takamedora on the 6-mon. Now Kevin has to defend against all 3 other players. Yeah, Kevin is definitely not in a position where they have incentive to push against anyone, especially from no 10. Ooh, Yuqi draws the 3-mon. She can cut one of her other blocks to use this 3-mon with her 4-mon, but she has cut the 2-mon earlier, so if that is her final shape, she will be Fudi 10. It's just a matter of how much she wants to push and what tile she thinks is the safest moving forward.
What are you thinking here?
That's pretty rough. I don't see any clearly safe tiles here. Most of the Monzu are dangerous. Monzu do deal in to to 2 of these players.
And there it is.
Just cuts it.
Derek's on the Yasume, so it's just Tanyao.
Yeah, that's 1,500 points as Derex is the dealer. He also gets Yugo's Richi stick.
So really a 2,500 point hand.
Yes, but yes, there was no obvious safe tiles from Yuqi. All the Monzu were dangerous. Her 2 Sozu, the 3 and 4 So were also dangerous. It was mostly just Pinzu that had passed against those players.
We remain in these 2. There's now 1 home bout. Derex remains the dealer. Looks like what is happening here?
Oh, players are just asking for change for Richi sticks. Yeah, it is. It's customary, or rather expected, to make sure that if you need a Richi stick, you ask for change between Kyoku so as to not interrupt the flow of the game during a Kyoku when you declare Richi.
Sometimes you'll see players declare Richi, realize that they only have a 5,000 point stick, and then you're disrupting the flow a little bit, asking for change and finding out who's the right person.
Yes. So if you ask for change, the best time to do it is between Kyoku. Of course, there's no penalty if you forget or if something comes up, but it is customary to ask between Kyoku and not during the Kyoku.
It looks like our Dora is the 2-mon. See how our players' starting hands are for this Kyoku.
Yuqi,
Is that 4 pairs for Yuqi?
It looks like 3. 3 pairs.
Yes.
Yeah. Yuqi has that 2-2-3-3 pin shape. Could be used as 2 Yanmen or 2 pairs, along with a pair of 6 So that's included in her Sozu completed shape, her Sozu sequence. Oh, she does draw 1 pin to use up one of the Yanmen in her Pinzu, but 2 other 1 pin are already discarded.
Ooh. Ifeiko not looking likely, but 5 So here for Yugo attaches to the 6-7.
Yeah, Yugo, like, that improves his Sozu shape, but it's still a little bit rough. Oh, Kevin draws a 4-mon, making a second block in Monzu, an overlapping 2-mon Kanchan and 2 5-mon Nyanmen. Yugo draws a 6 So. This complicates his shape, but the easy cut is 1-mon since it's floating, and he can still use the Dora 2-mon if he picks it up with his 4-mon.
Right.
Next most easy cut would be just the 9 So.
Yeah, make your life, make thinking a little bit easier.
Yeah, Kevin Onko's up the 3-mon. This complicates their lower Monzu shape.
Might get some complicated hands and weights here, but
Yuqi sticks a 5-pin to her floating 6-pin. That makes another the Yanmen in Pinzu. Unfortunately, they are currently overlapping. Derex pairs up the 5 So. That is 3 pairs?
I believe...
No, it's 4 pairs.
4 pairs.
4
yeah,
pairs.
6-mon, 1 So, 5 So, and 4 pin as pairs for Derex. The unfortunate thing about building a Chi Toy hand, especially as dealers, that you can't call any of it.
Yes. But
Maybe actually looking here to probably just go towards a more regular hand.
Yeah, Derex finished the 3 So Penchon, opting to cut his spare one so, looking for a normal hand. Seems like the way to go with how strong his shapes are, his remaining shapes. Yuguo draws a 3 so. It's not really necessary for his Sozu shape, just cuts it.
Kevin here actually eat Nashanten from Suanko.
Yeah, two Onkos and Onko of 3-mon and 7-pin and pairs of Pei and 4-so.
Now that 4-so is a 4-4-5, so the easy out here is to transition that into a Yamen. But hey, if you draw another 4, then you could be dreaming big.
Interesting cut. First Derex Onko's up the 6-mon, but interesting cut from Yuguo last turn. He cut the 8-so, foregoing one of his pairs. Looks like he also cut the 5-pin out of a pair this turn to confirm a Dianmen, looking more at Pinfu and not at all at Shitoitsu.
And if you're Yugo, you're also hoping that you can kind of end on that 4-4-4-6 shape. That's a very powerful thing to end on.
Yuki Onko's up the 3-pin, so that allows her to use either the 2 or 3-pin as her pair, depending on whether or not she'll get Pinfu.
Kevin, unfortunately, just sim-agreeing for the past couple of turns. No real progress being made, but when you've got a lot of Onkos, it's kind of hard to progress from there.
Yuguo, sticks a 7-mon to his 6-mon, making another Dianmen. He is now Ishanten.
Ishanten would have to cut the 5-so, basically.
Yes.
To confirm the 6 as the pair, which does mean that he's not going to get Tanyao. But hey, senpai.
Yeah, and that's why cutting the 8-so was a bit of a strange choice earlier, because he could have cut the 9-so, not giving up any acceptance, and ended up using the 8-so as the pair instead, cutting the 6-so.
5-6-7 shape, yep.
Kevin drew the Dora 2-mon to complete the Kanchan, opts to still keep the pair and Onko hand shape around, cutting the 4-mon instead of, for instance, the 1-mon, 5-so, or 3-mon. It's a bit of an odd choice from Kevin.
Is the last 3-mon out, or?
I believe it just got discarded.
Huh.
Yeah, it just got discarded by Derex this turn, so Kevin did not have that information.
Right.
Yeah, it would have been more normal to cut the 3-mon, give up on the dream, but keep Kanzen Ishanten, leaving good shape Ishanten no matter how you get to Tenpai, as well as the highest possible tile acceptance for their hand shape.
Is it like 22 tiles for Kanzen Ishanten?
It's more like 20.
20.
Yeah, minus, whatever tiles have already been seen.
Derek's unable to get to that Tenpai. He is an Ishanten, but just not finding the right tiles to take him over the edge.
Looks like Yugo decided not to keep the 7-mon. Looking to use the Manzu to make a pair, probably after drawing the 2-mon Dora.
Right.
Yeah, and 8-mon was a 3-cut. So cutting the 7-mon actually didn't give up on very much.
Right.
Still accepts the 5-mon here.
Right.
So cuts the Dora to advance to Ishanten. This is a Tanyao, Pinfu, Takame Sanshoku if he draws the right sides on both the Yanmen for Yuguo. Yuchi did draw the last 1-pin to complete her Ipeko shape. She is now headless Ishanten. And Derex got to Tenpai, completing his Pinzu the Yanmen. He's left with the weaker shape.
The Kanchan on the 6-so?
Yeah, cutting the 5-so for the 6-so Kanchan. That is just Richi Nomi, but again, he is dealer.
Dealer Richi, always scary. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Oh, that looked like an Ifatsu to me first, but it looks like the 6-so, there's I think it's all gone.
Yeah, they are all gone. There's 1 discarded and 3 in the other player's hands. Normally, when you have to choose between a Kanchan on a middle tile or a Shampon on 2 different middle tiles, the way to go is usually the Shampon, just because you're waiting on more types of tiles. Oh, and Kevin maybe regretting that 4-mon discard from earlier.
There it is, yeah.
Pei comes out.
Is this just for K10?
Yeah, it sure looks like it. Kevin can switch over to Toy Toy on a 1 or 2-mon draw, but currently...
Or call the 4-so, right?
Yes, but then they would be for the
I guess they would be. Yes, for yes.
Yeah, but it was, an effective K10 given that it was so close to the end of the Kyoku.
Yep.
And Yuchi on her last draw paired up the 5-pin for Pen 3 Montempai.
So this would just be Yuji, Derex, and Kevin getting 1,000 points each. Yugo paying 3,000 for being the only player not in Tenpai. One Rigi stick in the middle, and we move on to East 2, Homba 3.
It's
Homba 2. Homba 2. We already incremented the counter. My bad. And if you're Derex, your dealership is kind of continuing here, right?
Yeah, Derex is going into this Hanchan in second place behind Kevin.
So there is some catching up to do.
Yes. The dealer turn is definitely the best time to get points.
It's worth half as much.
Exactly.
Or no, 1.5
Yeah, like you get a 50% bonus, right?
Yeah. East 2 Homba, the Dora is the 1-pin.
Yeah, Derek's starting with a pair of his double tone and one floating Dora. If he can just pair that up, his hand is already looking like Mongon. He has 2 the Onmen in Sozu and 1 the Onmen in Monzu.
Yeah, really, I think the big question for Derex this time is how does he use that Dora, right? Because right now it's not connected to anything. And if those diamonds come in, then you might have a Tonki way on the Dora if you're pawning the East.
Yeah, it would still be worth it, I think. It's the value increase from 2,900 from double tone Nomi to 12,000 for double tone Dora 2 is too big to pass up.
Yeah, I guess Derex could also think about a Sanshoku for 789 that requires using not using the 6/7 Neon to the best of its ability, but
and also not using the 2 Forso the Onmen or double tone, one or the other.
Right.
Yeah. Coming up to Yugo's hand, looks like he has 4 pairs. Probably keeping Chi Toitsu as an option here, given that his hand has no completed sequences and he has too many blocks for a normal shape.
Usually with 3 pairs, it looks like. Oh
yeah, it looks like a tile was accidentally revealed. According to Saikouisen's current rules, if a tile that is not supposed to be information to the table is accidentally revealed, it is shown to all of the players to confirm before being put back in its proper position.
It's kind of like the poker show one, show all rule, where if you reveal one tile, or if you reveal cards to a player, then anyone at the table has the right to learn that information.
Exactly, yes. It keeps it fair for everyone.
Draws the 3-pin here for Kevin. That will pair up with a decent thing, but also just make a better 3-3-4 shape.
Yeah, that brings Kevin to a Kanzeni Shanten. Derek's able to call the double tone from Yuchi.
And also Derek drew the 2-pin earlier, which answers the question of how Derex is going to use that Dora.
Yeah, normally with an open hand with Yakuhai, adding 1 Dora to it doesn't really mean that much, but as the dealer with the double tone, it means quite a bit more. Yeah. It goes from 2,900 to 5,800. But he's going to have to fight against Kevin's Ricci if he wants it. Kevin discarding the 3-pin for a 2 5-pin Pinfu Nomi, or Ricci Pinfu. Oh.
Starting at 2,000. Could get to a 700, 1,300 on the Zuma. No Ipatsu, unfortunately.
Not this time. I think the Ipatsu or 3 is already plenty.
Fair enough. Though sometimes, when it rains, it pours. Akin to the weather outside.
Yeah, it is certainly pouring here. Oh, and Derex did draw the 3-pin last turn, it looks like.
So is still a Dianshanten, it looks like. With no pair.
Yeah, headless the Dianshanten. She's the 6-mon. Now he's headless Ishanten.
But with 2 Diamond, so as long as one of those pairs up, he's guaranteed to have a Diamond weight.
Yes, also drawing the 5 so allows him to choose either Nobitan as the final shape.
Right.
And at this point, you really don't have the luxury of trying to fix the shape. You're fighting against a Ricci. Pairs up.
There we go.
The 3-so, cutting the 4-so.
So now Derex is Tenpai waiting on 5-8-so.
Yeah, this is double tone Dora 1.
5,800. And Kevin will drop those tiles if they draw it. So
Looks like Yuguo is also Ishanten for 4-5 Pin Shampon and 5 Saikouisen, but that's a little bit rough against 2 players pushing.
Yuguo does have the Onko of one of Derex's winning tiles, the 8 so.
Oh, Derex Onko's up the 3 so, but opts to cut it just to maintain his stronger Lianmen Tenpai.
And no way of knowing that you were going to Onko that up. If you would have kept the 4 so. Oh, but actually Kevin here sumo's the 2 pin. Or reach sumo pinfu.
Yep, this is 700, 1300 with 2 Honba is 900, 1500.
This is the second time we've had that exact same scoreline today.
Probably. Pinfu is a very common Yaku.
Well, specifically Pinfu repeat sumo with 2 Honba.
Yeah.
Right, the 915 has the, I think it's the second time it's showing up today. Really, Kevin just doing a great job of creating distance between themselves and the rest of the table kind of consistently. Now, if you're someone else here, that's got to be concerning because as we established earlier on, it's 2 big firsts in a row almost seals the deal when it comes to who's going to get first in for the set overall.
Yeah, the more desperate it gets for the other 3 players, the more they're going to have to cooperate in the latter 2 Hanchan to just drag Kevin down so they have a shot of taking the title by the end of the 4th Hanchan.
We're in East 3 now, Yuguo being the dealer. Looks like the Dora is the 5 so.
Kevin with another very strong hand. This is 4 pairs, but could also be decent normal hand shape with
Especially
potential
with that 9-mon draw.
Yeah, and this potential for Ipeiko in the Manzu. Derex calls the first pay. That is his Yakuhai.
Yugo's hand looking a little bit. Well, there's a couple. There's a completed shape. There's a pair.
There's 2 completed shapes.
Yeah. I don't know. With a 5, 6, 6, 7, you kind of hope that's you're connecting to the 6 there, or really anything that you draw will guarantee a Yamen after that.
Yes,
so.
which he just did. He drew the Formon.
Speak of the devil.
Not sure. Maybe did he miss the Yanmen Kanchan? He could have kept the 2-mon for 3-mon acceptance.
Right.
Yeah, it's a shape.
That's a common shave that people will miss.
Yes, exactly.
Onko's up the west here. This does get him to Ishanten.
Yeah, it's a headless Ishanten. It's quite strong.
Oh, some more table troubles potentially. We might be taking another short technical break. But that will be after the hand ends. So they'll play this hand out. Oh, is this temp? No,
not
quite
yet.
Tempai.
Yugo picked up the floating Dora to use as one of his floating tiles for his headless Ishanten, but Yuqi is Tenpai.
Drawing the Dora here.
Yeah, this is 6-9-mon Tenpai for Richi Dora 1. Derek's cutting Genbutsu 5 pin. He can also cut the 8 pin if he chooses to do so and confirm the 7. Oh, and Yugo drawing the 4 pin to make a pair.
Kake.
Yeah, chasing with 5-8 mon Richi Nomi, but he is dealer. Cutting the Dora though.
It's a power move.
Yeah, it's definitely the right play here, but it's got to be a little scary to have to cut the Dora Ipatsu. But Yuchi is the one who tsumos. This is Richi Tsumo Dora with 2
Ura, that's a Mongon.
Yeah, that's 2,000, 4,000 for Yuchi, and the despair continues for Yugo.
Things are just not going Yugo's way. I think it's kind of even worse if you think he got to Yakuman Tenpai earlier in the first Hanchan, right? Like almost, if you're him, you have to feel like nothing's going your way almost.
Yeah, but then of course it was Kevin's strong defense that prevented Yugo from completing his Yakuman.
Fair enough.
All right, looks like the players are just going to settle up the point exchange here before fixing the table.
I guess while they're doing the point exchanges, if you're Kevin, this point differential, I guess we can't see it anymore as we fix the table, but with third place getting second, and second place getting third. That's not bad for you, right?
That is not bad. Of course, I'm sure Kevin would prefer Yuguo being a little bit higher up.
Right.
But as far as the other two go, it's definitely good to have their points further away from themselves and also like a bit flat, so they have to worry about each other as well. So this is not a bad development for Kevin.
As the table continues to shuffle, we'll keep you updated on the status there. Looks like it finished. So I think we are back now.
Yep. Good to go. Yeah, sometimes automatic tables just have trouble picking up the last two tiles to stack into the wall, and it's just a matter of reshuffle or hitting the button again to start the shuffle.
Yeah.
So the table has a little bit extra time to pick up the tiles.
Really, magnets, how do they work? No one knows.
Oh yeah.
All right, East 4. Kevin is the dealer. Looks like the Dora is the 9, so. Oh, looks like we got it. Nope, not 9 feet 9,
Yeah.
so there we go.
Yeah. Yeah, Kevin starting with another decently strong hand. No Dora to be seen, but a pair of 9-mon, the Onmen and Manzu. Got some Sozu Kanchan, and I'm not mistaken, there we go, a completed block in Pinzu.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this hand is good enough that Kevin might even want to cut the double tone from the start. That's got to be a danger sign to the other players if that happens.
Now look at this, though. Yushi here, 3 Dora in the starting hand. An Onko of the Dora.
And pairing up the Yakuhai Haku. It's gotta feel pretty good knowing that you have a way to call and cash out these Dora.
Yeah.
The rest of her shape is quite poor, though. It's going to take her some time to work through that. Oh, Kevin finishing the 3 So Kanchan. Kevin's now Ishanten.
We might see a turn 3 Richi, which honestly might be a good reflection of how the day's been going for Kevin, if we're being honest here. And if that happens, then Yushi's it's gonna feel so bad because with the opportunity. Ooh. So,
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was the white dragon dropped first. No,
I know. Yugo onkoing up the non. That is not Yakuhai for him. Yugo is the North player in the East round.
The table once again having some problems. I think the weather might be affecting it.
Yeah, the humidity down here is normally rather dry here in Southern California, but with a tropical storm coming through, it has been quite a bit more humid these past couple days.
Yeah, it's like I feel like I'm in Asia almost with the combination of the humidity and the rain and the heat.
Yes. Other club members have mentioned that exact same thing.
Yeah, I was actually in Japan in in late June, early July-ish. And there was it's 90 degrees, 93 degrees with 70-80% humidity.
Oh,
yeah. And there's places in America that are like that as well too,
of course,
during the summer,
but not here.
Yes, and also American transit infrastructure is car based, right? So you've got air conditioning in your car. The amount of time that you're spending outside a lot of times in that kind of weather, pretty minor, right?
Yes.
But in Japan, the transit is train based,
right?
So your last mile or last half mile is almost always walking.
Yeah.
And even 5 to 10 minutes walking in that weather is enough to make you feel just disgusting from the sweat and stuff. So
yes,
it's the problem is exacerbated in Asia, I feel like.
Of course, yeah.
Derex here drawing the 3 ping, connecting to the 4 ping in his hand.
Looks like he's opting to break up his Sozu Kanchan early to leave the potential for a 3-4-5 Sanshoku.
Yuguo kind of forcing a Honitsu type hand.
Yeah, having paired up the Pei and Sha, looks like he might be looking for even more, although the tone is 3 cut.
Yeah, that makes it hard to get sushi.
Yeah, it's this tone's not going to do anything for Yugo here, other than be a safe tile. If
he'll
that
most likely sadfully cut it. And there it is. A little hesitation.
Yeah.
Little internal sadness there.
Oh, but Kevin onkos up the 9-mon after pairing up the 2-mon. This is 4-7-mon Tenpai for Richi Nomi. They do declare the Richi. With other players' hand shapes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did Yushi just get an oncon of
Yes, yeah.
Wow.
Yuchi has a Kansu of the Dora, but she is still the Anshanten. Oh, is it? Yeah, the Enchanten, yeah. Derek's deciding to defend against the Ricci. Yeah, no one wants to let Kevin win, but they also don't want to deal in and give them their points. Yuqi doing the Anmen Chi with her Manzu, looking for the Haku Otozuke. Although
if that's the case, you should con the 9 so earlier, right?
She can't. According to the rules, you're not allowed to make a con after calling another tile. You must
on her like her previous discard.
Yes, but now she has the opportunity to con.
Right. Looks like the new Dora is
six
mon.
Yeah. Which she did get another Dora. So now Yuqi is Ishan 10 for Haku Dora 5.
Casual Hanemon powered by the Dora.
Derex is Tenpai.
Ooh.
After cutting his Pinzu to defend. He is 1-4 so Tenpai, but he has cut the 1 so earlier, so he is Fuditen.
Ooh.
That is likely the reason why he opted not to Ricci. Oh, but Kevin Sumo's.
And this extra Dora might hurt here.
Yeah, that's 2 additional Dora. 1 Condora and 1 Uradora, the original Uradora for Kevin. This is Ricci Tsumo Dora 2 for Mongon. It's 4,000 all. Oh. Yeah, there we go.
Kevin, feels like they're just running away with it, doesn't it?
Yeah, they definitely are at the moment.
We have some more table troubles, so the stream goes away, but we're still here. We're still talking. Do you have opinions on the fonts used here? I'm a little bit mad that there's 3 different fonts on screen right now.
I mean, the OC Mahjong is just part of the logo.
Right.
But I did not even take notice.
Yeah.
I was more looking at just the design in the background, which I like.
I love the background design, yeah. But it's like you've got serif font for Initiate Leagues finals. You've got what looks like a Futura for Be Right Back.
I mean, the serif font is supposed to be more fancy, right?
I guess. All right, we've got some bitrate issues potentially, but hopefully we'll persevere through those.
No, I think we're looking good on stream. It's just our view.
Our view, cool.
But yeah, I am an expert at Mahjong, not at fonts, so I'm afraid I don't have any opinion on the font.
Yeah, I don't know. I would not call myself an expert in either, but maybe dilettante or whatever that phrase is for someone who cares about it but is not expertise in any of it. East 4, Homba 1. The Dora is the 4-so. Let's take a look at their starting hands here. They're high pie. Kevin, looks like they've got a pair of East.
Yeah, a pair of that double tone.
Wow, and a completed shape.
Yeah, completed Pinzu shape.
Need some help in the Sozu area, but that'll come.
Looks like Derex has 2 blocks in Pinzu, a pair of the 3-so. Kevin makes an 8-pin Conchon with this 9-pin draw.
If you're wondering what that reveal was for Yugo accidentally revealed the Green Dragon, so playing by the new Saikouisen rules has to let everyone see that the Green Dragon was revealed.
Was that... Oh yeah, I guess that was Yugo.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like he just tossed it back, so
yeah,
no real information kept.
Kevin pairing up the 7-pin, strengthening their shape, making it easier to call the double tone.
Looks like the only Dora in anyone's hands right now is just Yugo's, with the 4-so there.
Yeah, in his completed 4-5-6 sequence. Yugo also pairs up the 2-pin, although he might be looking at a Sozu Honitsu instead for that extra value.
Oh no! Oh no! Just eternal issues with the table. It's I didn't know there was such a thing as bad weather for Mahjong, but I guess you learn something new every day.
Kevin having paired up their 5-mon, it is possible that they will start calling from any pawn and not just the tone. Yuqi pawns the 2-mon out of her sequence. It looks like she's going for a Manzu Honitsu potentially with Toy Toy. Yugo draws the 3rd 6-0. This could be used as a pair.
Right. Kind of leaving the 8-9 as that last block up there.
Oh, will Yugo call this 6-0? He does. Yeah, he is looking for the Honitsu here.
Right.
Even though he doesn't have any pairs of Yakuhai, Honitsu in the Dora suit can still be very strong.
Right. Minimum of 3,900.
Yeah, and Kevin has drawn a 3-pin that brings them to 5 pairs, so they are Chi Toitsu Ishanten. Yuchi pairing up the 1-pin, maybe she'll give up on Honitsu and just look for the Toi Toi.
Right.
The non is Yuchi's Yakuhai, but it is Mochi Mochi with Yugo, meaning they both have a pair. Yuchi is able to call the pair of Formon. Now she is Ishanten for Toi Toi.
So if you're Kevin, being Ishanten from Chitoi, but realizing that the East is a double Yakuhai for you, are you likely to call the East, or do you want to maintain that Chitoi to Ishanten?
It's usually easier to just call. They're about the same value, right? If you decide not to Richi. So it's usually easier to call just so you can also call to get into Tenpai. For Chi Toitsu, as you mentioned earlier, you cannot call tiles from other players. You just have to draw them yourself.
Right.
Up until Tenpai.
I guess if you're looking at the way the rest of Kevin's hand, it's great shapes for calling stuff otherwise. But here, that is one of the pairs, so that will get to Tenpai here.
Kevin declares Richi on the 4-pin Tonki for Chi Toitsu. It's the easy choice here, given that 2-pin was twice cut.
Right. Any thought of Daming and maybe finding a way closer to the edge or something like that?
So there's a couple things when it comes to that. One is that you have to consider how many tiles are there even to improve upon. Sure. There's like a lot of the terminals and honors will be cut early on normally, so there's less tiles than you think to improve on the shape. And second is it's just getting kind of late in the Kyoku. You've got to fight against Yugo and Yuchi, who have already called. So the Richi is just a way of kind of putting a stop to their hands if they're not in Tenpai yet.
Right. Yuchi here called the 3rd Manzu.
Yeah, called the 6th Mon.
That looks a little bit scary, though there are a couple of Tadashi Manzu here, so unlikely that there's a lot going on, but still Toi Toi is a big threat.
Yeah, the double non, or not the double non, excuse me, the non for Yuchi, it's going to be a little bit difficult for it to come out from Yugo. He'll likely defend with his upper Sozu instead. As for the 1-pin is nowhere to be seen. There are still 2 left in the wall. Oh,
ooh,
Yugo
this is spicy.
Declaring a con with the 6-0. Oh, I see what he's doing.
Do you mind explaining?
Okay, so I mentioned earlier that the other players are going to have to cooperate to take Kevin down. They can't let Kevin run away with this.
Right.
The con can potentially increase Yuchi's value in case Kevin deals into her.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, because it is very clear that Yugo is not going to win his hand. Right?
Sure. Unfortunately, the con did not add anything, but I guess it also Derex was the one who dealt in here.
Yeah, Derex.
Kevin,
Derex is dealt in with the 1-pin. The 1-pin was 1 chance, and it did not look like Yuchi was waiting for Pinzu with 3 Manzu calls.
Exactly.
So pretty reasonable deal in, although it was just Toi Toi only. So that is 2,600 points. There were 2 Honba?
I believe so.
Yeah. So 2,600 points is 3,200 points. We're just going to take a very short break to hopefully help fix the table trouble again.
Yeah, I think the idea is that the humidity might be making it hard for vapor to evaporate off of the tiles. So giving them a wipe down or letting them dry down might be helpful. Yeah, literal not good for Mahjong weather.
Yeah, the crazy humidity.
Yeah. I guess what is the humidity index right now? Let me take a look. Oh, that's my calendar app.
Ooh,
83% humidity right now here.
Oh, it was a 40 fu Toi Toi.
40 fu?
It was 40 fu. It was 2 fu from each of the Manzu calls, and then 4 fu from the 1-pin deal in, and then 2 fu from the non-Janto.
Was that a Yakuhai for?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then it would have been 40.
Yeah, it was 40 fu.
Most Totois are 40 fu. It's very rare for them to be 30 or 50 otherwise, but or generally if you've got a yeah, if you're getting to 50 fu with your toy, most likely you've got some other yakus that prevent from being too on.
Yeah, it's very uncommon for toy to be 30 fu. It is possible, but it is rather uncommon.
You're right.
Okay, yeah, looks like players are also making the correction on that side. Yeah, it looks like it was paid as a
230.
Yeah, as a 2,000 point hand, a 30 fu toy, but we have made the correction.
The weather app tells me that there's a flood watch in the area.
Yes, it's been a flood watch, tropical storm watch for the past couple days.
I really hope my flight back to Seattle tomorrow is still good to go.
Yeah, not only the flight, but also getting to the airport might be a little bit tough.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how that's going to happen, but we'll see. We'll try.
And just bear with us for a little bit longer as we fix the issue with the table. Yeah, so going back to something that happened earlier in the hand, we did see Yuguo Khan with no intention of winning the hand,
right?
Just to potentially aid Yuqi if she can win off of Kevin. It's a very risky move because, of course, it has a much higher chance of increasing Kevin's hand value as Kevin was Ricci.
Right. It's basically adding 2 Dora for Kevin versus 1 Dora for Yuqi.
Yes, but given the kind of desperate situation Yugo was in, if Kevin's hand value goes up, it doesn't really change his position, right? Kevin's still going to be very far away, regardless of whether or not they win a slightly larger hand. But if Kevin can deal into Yuqi and potentially drop placement by the end of this Hanchan, that's going to be big, not only for Yugo, who needs to catch up the most, but for all of the players there.
I guess, again, it's a rare instance where Mahjong kind of is a team sport almost.
Yes. When it comes to these sorts of set conditions where players have clear goals and they get to a place where they might be a little bit desperate to overtake their target, or maybe they're in a position where they're willing to work together to maintain placement, not so much in top 1, but these situations can come up and cause the players to form unspoken alliances. Of course, you can't speak at the table. You can't talk about like, hey, I'm gonna con so you get more value,
right? Or
like, please cut this tile, feed me so I can end the Hanchan in a way we're both happy with. But when you make that play, that very strange play that someone sees, they're like, wait, why would you do that? It's like, oh, maybe you're doing this for our mutual benefit, and then you can start to work together. There's that sort of shared awareness, that alliance building in this environment. It's one of the more interesting parts of the set conditions in Mahjong, I think.
All right, we are back. Looks like so we're in South 1 now. Yuqi being the dealer here.
Dora is four-mon.
We're just cleaning up a little bit of the overlay here. I know exactly why that happened, and it's too late to fix it now, so. Yushi's hand got a lot of low upper pinzu.
Yeah, she has an Anko of the 6-pin.
Wow, yeah. Unfortunately, the rest of her hand not really doing much.
Yeah, the rest of the hand is all disconnected all over the place. Yugo with 3 blocks in Manzu, as well as a pair of 5-pin and 2 Kanchans in Sozu and Pinzu.
Derex's hand a little bit on the heavy side.
He has a lot of floating honor tiles, no complete blocks.
Yep. And for Kevin, this might be the first hi-fi that doesn't really have a clear path to getting to Tenpai and getting value.
Yeah, in Kevin's position, though, they aren't desperate to win hands. Of course, they would prefer not to let Yuqi win on her dealer turn, but Kevin's not really the one who needs to take the risk. So with a hand this poor, I think it's reasonable for them to play a bit more on the passive side.
I mean, you can't get too passive because that makes it just easier for Yuqi to wrench on and catch up. But
Yeah, but when you're dealt a hand like this with only 3 blocks and no good shapes, it's a little bit hard to play aggressively. Pairing up the Haku does have a little ray of hope there for Kevin, but it's still not going to be enough, at least not yet.
yeah, looks like Yugo encored up the 5 peen recently, so that's a meld completed.
Yuguo drawing the 6 mon in between the pairs of his 5 and 7 mon. He opts to cut the Pinzu Kanchan starting from the 2 peen. Depending on what he draws, he can still use the 5 peen Anko as the pair instead, which is why he's keeping the 4 peen around.
Right. Because 4-5-5-5 is a fantastic shape if you're a shorter pair.
Yeah.
Or a shorter meld even, yeah.
Players often overvalue shapes like that where you have a tile near your Anko because it makes an excellent final shape, but that's only if you don't have a confirmed pair.
Right.
Yeah, otherwise that tile next to your Anko, it just loses a bunch of acceptance because you already have the tiles that it could be used within your hand.
Yep.
So it's important to be able to distinguish when that sort of shape is strong and when it's not so strong. Yugo draws a Forso to make a Liangkan and Isozu. He can cut the 4 peen to take the headless shape. Given that he can likely make a pair in Monzu or, potentially just pair up a tile in Sozu.
Opting to drop the 5 mon instead, looks like.
Yeah, he's giving up on the 6 mon acceptance. He might be looking to be able to accept multiple Dora 4 mon in that shape.
Yeah, the Dora being the 4 mon may influence that decision a little bit.
Yeah, he might also be looking for a 4-5-6 Sanshoku.
We're a little bit far off, but he does have the parts for it.
Pairs up the 4 peen. Now Yugo is Ishanten. Straightforward cut would just be the 7 mon.
Which he does.
Kevin's hand still not coming together. No complete shapes. 6 blocks. Kind of rough.
Well, he's they've had
plenty of good hands.
Yes,
so far.
Yes. One so here, very valuable for Derex, playing the 1-2-3 meld.
Yeah, that's Derex's first completed block. Yugo drawing the 3 peen. He can cut the 4 peen to switch over to Pinfu if he fills in his Diankan first.
Which is probably the play since...
Yeah, the trade-off is giving up on the ability to Ankon the 5 pin, but the Pinfu is just much more likely.
Right.
Derek's pairing up the 5, so that's looking like it's going to be the pair of the hand. Opts to trim the Pinzu down into one stronger block to keep the 5 mon around for that Dora 4 mon acceptance.
And the 6 peen is also just accepted by the 7-7-8 regardless.
Yes. Rather than keeping the overlapping acceptance and cutting a different block, he chose to trim down his Pinzu into one block and keep the floating 5 mon around just in case he picks up the Dora. So he can switch out his Sozu Penchon most likely.
Yep.
Yugo drawing back the 2 peen. This puts him in Anko Headless Ishanten.
Keeping it this time, looks like.
Yep, cuts the 8, so 7, so is twice cut. So this seems like the play.
Also, we were talking about Sanshokus that might be a little bit far off. There is the possibility of a 2-3-4.
Yes.
Not with the tiles in hand, but
yeah, it's going to be a little rough because Yugo has discarded 2 and 3 so himself.
Right.
So any shift downwards would be Fuli 10 on that side. Looks like Derex has decided he can no longer hold that 5 mon, and instead opting to hold the safer 1 mon.
Yugo here making the head with the 6, so calling Richi on 1-4 mon.
It's a bit unfortunate for Derex, that timing to keep that 1 mon as the safe tile. 1 mon was safe against the other 2 players, but not against Yugo.
Yeah. Pairs up the 8 peen here, but probably just gonna play defense.
Yeah, Derex can cut the 7 mon Genbutsu and then 8 mon Suji to defend against Yugo's Richi. Looks like Kevin's just playing full defense, which is very reasonable given that they had no completed shapes. Derek's pairing up the 8-mon, although 8-mon is still probably the best discard to maintain his shape. The 3-mon has passed, allowing Yuqi to push the 3-mon to confirm her 4-mon pair.
I guess for Yugo, this is Yasume Richi no Mi, Takame Richi Dora Tanya.
Yes, yeah, it's a big difference between the Takame and Yasume here.
Yep.
There is one Dora left in the wall, but no 1-mon left. So if Yugo Tsumos, it's going to be a big one. Derex has gotten back to Ishan 10, but he still has that pesky 1-mon that he can't deal.
Yeah.
Oh. Yuqi pairs up the 5, so she's still the Anshan 10. She's gonna want to Renchan, but instead opts to discard the Gembutsu 4. So this is a bit passive.
Yeah.
She could have discarded the 1-so, which is Suji and once cut.
Opting not to just... And White Dragon 2, it's once cut, so it's a little bit scary, but after seeing this, so probably Awasuchi.
Yeah, it's more... It's probably more just that she didn't have... Or she only had 1 draw left, so she couldn't get to Tenpai. Not by herself anyway.
Yep. This will be Ryukyoku Yugo being the only person in Tenpai, receiving 1,000 points from all the other players. As we move into South 2 with 1 Richi stick in the middle and 1 Homba. So the point spread here is like it's more diverse than the previous Hanchan, right? Like Kevin's still miles ahead of the pack, but both Derex and Yugo have a lot of work to do if they want to get second.
But they both still have their dealer turns left.
True.
For Yuqi, it's going to be a little bit tough. She doesn't want to get overtaken by Derex and Yugo, but she also can't really catch up to Kevin unless she wins 2 or 3 big hands on her own.
Looks like the Dora here being the 7-so.
Derek's starting with a pair of the Chun and a 7-so as part of one of his Lian men.
Actually just paired up the White Dragon as well too.
Yes. It's going to be easy to call both of those, or an easy decision to call both of those if they come out.
And that Yamen, those 2 Yago highs plus the Yamen using the Dora, easy path towards a valuable hand. Meanwhile, we've got some the nameplates are falling off the table. This is unacceptable for the production team. Maybe we aren't winning in the end.
Oh, the first tune comes out from Kevin. Derex, of course, makes the call.
Very easy decision.
Yeah.
Does he have a pair otherwise besides the White Dragon?
Yeah, I was just about to mention, Derex does not have a pair to match with his Haku, so he can still call to increase his tile acceptance, although it does not advance his hand any Shanten, but it also improves the value. So going from 2,900 to 5,800, I think is worth it.
Probably. You can imagine that you'll be able to find a pair elsewhere.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard after you've called, or maybe I should put it this way. To get a pair, you have to draw the tile yourself,
of course,
unless you're Tenpai for a Tonki. So the less tiles you have in your hand, the less tiles you have to pair up. So another call would make it hard to pair up a tile, but he does pair up the 5-mon before the Haku comes out.
Yeah, this makes it a little bit more likely that the White Dragons will be the pair there, unless.
Oh, you mean that the white he'll call the Haku since he has the 5-mon pair now?
Oh yes. Sorry, I thought it was 3, 4, 5, 6 or something.
Oh, no, yeah. Yeah, it was 3, 5, 6, but then it just paired up the 5. So the 3 is probably going to be cut on the next step, and then the 6 if the Haku gets called. Yuqi with a pair of Hatu Anko of Tone, as well as pair of 4-pin and 2 other blocks.
Oh, interesting. So looks like Derek did complete the 6-7 into a 5-6-7 shape, but drops the 6-mon first.
Yeah.
keeping the 3-mon in hand.
It's probably a safety order thing, wanting to keep the more outside 3-mon rather than the more middle 6-mon. Although I still think it's a better balance to just cut the 3-mon, because you would still accept the Tempai if you finished Monzu the Onmen first.
Right.
Shouldn't be narrowing your focus so much on the Haku, especially since Derex already has a Yaku from the Chun.
Kevin with a lot of Sozu in hand, but maybe not going to be able to make it in time, especially, well, given what we know about Derex's hand.
Yuqi has stuck a 5-pin to her pair of 4-pin, allowing her to improve her shape. She might even be looking for a Sanshoku if she's able to shift the Monzu down. Let's see, Kevin's Sozu shape. Kevin is Ishan 10 for 1-4 so 5-8 pin, as well as 7-pin 6 so.
Oh yeah, last I checked, it was 6, 7, 7, 9 in the Pinsu.
Yes, yeah, they did.
They've splinted it down a little bit. Yep.
All right. Does Kevin realize that they're Tempai?
It should be pretty easy to realize, right?
Yeah.
Just going from the left, you see 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I've got a Tempai.
Yeah, but this might also be a consideration of, do I greed for the Chini too?
Well, you don't have to call Richi here, right? You can just dumb on 5-8 pin.
You can, but that I think is not a great balance.
Well, if you're greeting for the Chinitsu, then you should dom it, right?
Yes, but I think given that Kevin has a Dora already, they have Pinfu with good weight, they should just take the Richi, which they do.
Yeah, given how far ahead of the pack Kevin is, I think this is probably the right play. Because any hand you win here is also a hand that
that other players cannot win.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and it removes Derex's dealership, getting you closer to ending the Hanchan safely.
Yeah, it would be ideal for Kevin if they could push Derex into 4th place below Yuguo, because Derex did come into this Hanchan in 2nd place, but now Derex is also Tempai.
Yep.
It's a Haku 5-mon Shampon weight.
Can win on the 5-mon as well, because they called the Chun earlier. So
yes. That Haku is in Yuchi's hand, but she is not discarding it, at least not yet.
Yep, so there's one Haku left in the... Ooh, this is a tough thing to cut if you're Derex.
Yeah, one option, if he doesn't want to cut the door, is, yes, to cut the 5-mon. That is Nakasuji against Kevin's Richi.
There's potentially a little bit of a concern of being in four-hanchan, because Derex previously discarded the 5-so, so drawing a 6-so would make things tough, but...
I'm sure he would much prefer that to dealing in with the Dora.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the Dora, of course, does not deal in this case, but he does not know that.
Yep. Generally, you've got to have conviction if you're willing to drop a Dora against Richi.
Yuchi's just not advancing her hand at all. She's been kind of balancing, keeping her hand shape as well as discarding safer tiles, but now it looks like she has to make a decision. Yeah, she just breaks up her Pinzu the Onmen to defend. Derek's back into Tempai for 4-pin Kanchan, but there's no way he can take this because 4-pin is 3 cut and 1 in his hand.
Yeah. I'm a little bit concerned about that overload 5-pin in Derek's hand, because that would deal into Kevin's Richi.
Yes. Now it's 6-pin Kanchan, which is better, but does not want to throw the Dora for that. Yeah, given how reluctant Derex is to discard the Dora, it's very likely he just won't be able to win this hand. Either he just won't get to Tempai, or he'll deal in with the 5-pin upon sticking something to the Dora.
Would you be a little bit more aggressive considering it's your dealership and the point situation, or?
I definitely would, yes, because Kevin's so far away, you kind of just need to catch up, and your dealerships in a set are much more valuable than normal.
Right. And if you think about it, right, like Kevin sumoing as dealer is basically the same as you dealing it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep. Yeah. There's like some cases on like the Mongon case or there's like some Han cases where that's not true. But just there we go. The 5-pin comes out.
Yeah, Derek's opted to keep the Hatsu perhaps it was a little bit dangerous, but also maybe for his own Shosangyan potential. It deals in with the 5-pin.
Richi, Pinfu, Dora 1.
Yes, and
But with 1 Homba, so it's, yeah, 39 is 42.
yeah, what I would think ran through Derex's mind is don't want to throw the Dora, but would be willing to if he paired up the Hatsu or was able to call the Haku for the Shosangyan. So that's
Right.
why he opted to keep the Hatsu instead of the 5-pin and ended up dealing in instead.
Yep. South 3, Yugo is the dealer. Looks like 8-pin is our Dora this time around.
It looks like Yugo has a Dora as part of a Yanmen with the 7-pin. His hand is not organized yet, but he also has an Anko of 3-mon.
Your ability to read unorganized hands is much better than mine. This is why we have you in the booth.
Of course. Kevin Anko's up the 1-pin with their first draw, but the rest of the shape is rather poor. They do have a Penchan, including the Dora, but that just means that there's one less 7-pin as the Dora indicator for them to use.
Yep. Usually with 4 pairs, it looks like.
Yes.
Could also...
Yeah, 4 pairs, but also good normal
Yes.
hand shape.
Yep.
Yeah, very possible that she can take it to a normal hand.
Given, yeah, that EP Nanko, it's set in stone basically, but gonna have to find more stuff around it.
Derek's pairing up the 9-pin. Now Derek's has 4 pairs. Might be looking for a Chitoi too.
You know, they say ABC, always build Chitoy.
Is that what they say now?
Yeah. Yep.
Yugo draws the 4th 3-mon, making a 4-mon Kanchan with his leftover 5-mon. If he's able to complete his other blocks and not need the 4-mon Kanchan, he could declare a Kan to increase his value and also kind of scare the other players a little bit as the dealer.
You should make a decision here.
She sticks a 7-pin to her pair of 6-pin, allowing her to cut one of her Kanchans to take the Yanmen that accepts the Dora.
Opting to cut the 7-9 Kanchan there, which does give up the Ipeiko, but I feel like sometimes you just got to make that decision.
Yeah, it gives up the Ipeiko, but it does just have higher tile acceptance.
Yep.
Oh, but it backfires immediately. She draws the 8, so
You hate to see it.
yeah. I think maybe a more balanced option from Yuchi's hand would have been to cut the 8-mon. Because the 6-mon can still be used with a pair of 4-mon. The 4-mon pair was not set in stone.
Right.
So that would have just been like the most balanced option, but it looks like she is just looking for the raw tile acceptance there.
Yeah, and once you cut the 9, so you're basically committed. So
Yes.
You can't go back.
Yeah, so she shows that she missed that sequence there. The other players, I'm sure, realizing that the 8-so was Tsumogiri and the 7-so coming out of the hand was just, she missed her Kanchan that she was breaking up.
Yeah, let's talk about that. I think a skill that some players may not realize that is super important is, differentiating the Tsumogiris versus the Tadashis,
Yes.
whether you're discarding the tile you just drew or discarding a tile from your hand. I guess, how do you pick up that kind of skill and what are the things you're looking for?
So let's start with what you're looking for. So when a player makes a Tadashi, that means that was a tile they kept in their hand up until that point, right? Normally that means they needed that tile for some reason, whether that was to improve their tile acceptance or just as a safe tile. Usually it's the former.
Sure.
And that can give you information, especially when it's the Tadashi from a call. Most of the time when you see a player Tadashi, it's not... Oh, let's take a pause on this.
Ooh. Got a Richi here from Yuguo.
Yeah, this is... he did draw a 1 and 2 mon to complete lower Monzu sequence. So he was not able to con the 3 mon, but this is a 4/7 so Richi for Richi Dora 1 as the dealer.
Now, if he hits a 2 mon on the indicator, this will be a completely different story.
Yeah. Imagine getting Ura 4 without a con.
It's happened before. It might happen again. It might even happen here.
But as I was saying before, normally when you see players Tadashi, you don't know what tile they drew, so you don't know how their hand advanced with relation to the tile they discard, but when you see a player call, you know exactly how their hand advanced because they're showing you.
Sure.
And then you can see what tile they cut as a result of that call, and that gives you more information than other Tadashi most of the time. Oh, but now Derex is also Tenpai. This is Chi Toitsu either on the 2-pin or the 4-mon if he decides to take it.
Dama on the 2-pin, it looks like.
Yeah, he pushes the 4-mon and wins immediately off of Yugo. The tribulations just don't end for Yugo today. Gets pushed on his dealer Ricci with a Chi toy and deals in immediately.
Yeah, 1600.
And he lost his Ricci stake. That's gotta be rough. This is also not a good development for Kevin or Yuchi because they would prefer for Derex to be below Yugo.
Yep. Looks like we're right back to maybe clean some tiles again.
Yes, looks like, yeah, there's no trouble with the table this time, but just as a precaution, it looks like our production team is going to wipe down the tiles to get rid of some of that moisture, hopefully smooth things out moving forward.
Yep.
We can go back to our discussion on Tsumogiri Tadashi.
Yeah. So I think the last thing we talked about was like when you're calling something, it's very obvious.
Yes.
How your hand improved.
Yes.
In that situation, right?
Yes. Another easy thing you can keep track of when it comes to Tsumogiri and Tadashi is when players break up a block. Mm-hmm. So, in general, if you think about how you might progress your own hand as you play, when you break up a block, that means you're choosing between blocks as you build your hand. And if you're choosing between blocks, that means you're generally going to be keeping blocks that are better than whichever block you discarded.
Right.
So every time you see someone break up a block, whether that's a pair, kanchan, penchan, whatever, you can assume that the rest of their blocks are just better than whatever block you saw them discard. But how do you know if they were actually breaking up a block or if they missed? Mm-hmm. Like if they cut a tile and they drew a tile next to it and they just cut it immediately at Tsumogiri. The key is you don't have to pay attention to the first discard of that block. You just have to confirm whether the second tile out of that block was Tadashi or Tsumogiri.
Ooh, that's a really good point.
Yeah, so if the second tile with Tsumogiri, you just know that they missed. It was just the next tile on the wall. They picked it up. They're like, oops, I discarded the tile next to it previously. I don't need this one. But if it's Tadashi, regardless of whether or not the first one was Tsumogiri, you know that they had the option to keep them both at one point and chose not to. So that is a trick you can use. When you're learning to spot Tsumogiri and Tadashi, I think the best way to do it is to look for these things in particular because it's very difficult to just memorize every single Tsumogiri and Tadashi. Right. Even top pros say they don't memorize all of them. That's just so much effort. That's so much mental bandwidth you're investing in this thing that might not even have any impact on how you play.
Right.
But these smaller things like the Tadashi from a call, the second tile out of what looks like it could have been a block, these are things that give you immediate information and things you don't have to constantly be tracking. You just see either they give you that vocal signal like, oh, I should check what their discard is because I see they're making a call. I'll just associate this discard right now with their call. Or you see, oh, they just cut a tile from their hand that matched with a tile that they just cut. Right. Was that Tsumogiri or was that Tadashi? So you just take a look at their hand, see whether or not there was a space or if it was just the tile they picked up, and you can tell whether or not it was a block or if they just missed.
This is why it's very important, by the way, to not put tiles in your hand before discarding for your turn.
Yes, that's something we definitely take for granted here, but it is not uncommon for players who are less experienced or just don't know that this is a factor in this game to want to arrange their hand before they discard just so they don't make any mistakes. And that is totally understandable, but at a higher level like this, it is a rule to not mix your drawn tile into your hand before you discard on your turn. Okay, looks like we're good to go into the next Kyoku.
We are back, it looks like. Yep. And actually, we're in all last. It's South 4. Kevin is the dealer. They've got plenty of a lead. Yeah, 30,000 above second place. So it's they should have it pretty easy here, but I don't know. They're not completely out of the woods, though. It would take some kind of miracle.
Yeah.
Looks like the Dora is the 3-mon. So if you're Kevin, right? We kind of talked about this in the first Hanchan as well too, but you've got such a huge lead.
Yes.
How does your strategy evolve? Are you playing more defensively? If you see an early Yakuhai pair, you're going to take it, especially considering there's no Agariyame, which is,
yes.
If you win a hand, you have to continue.
Yes. In this case, rather than playing more defensively, Kevin will likely be playing more aggressively. Kevin has almost no chance of dropping placement. To drop placement, he would have to deal into a Baimon from Yuqi.
Sure.
Or looks like a Sam Baimon from the other two players. That's a little bit unrealistic. Yeah, you don't think people are gonna have Baimon, Sam Baimon level hands. So even dealing into Hanemon, not a big deal, especially dealing into Hanemon to Yuguo from Kevin's perspective. Like, that just puts Yuguo above Derex, and that's just good for Kevin. So in Kevin's position, they really have no fear. You can just kind of push almost anything. I'm not going to say like you should push a San Shanten hand against two Richis, but really dealing in is not that bad. So this is the time for Kevin to just bully the other players at the table.
Just bully the table.
Yeah, take their lunch money, pat his lead.
In the poker world, we call this like abusing, especially like in tournament poker, right? Basically, as you get closer to the bubble, and that bubble is, oh no, we've got potentially more table troubles. But anyway, in the poker world, in tournament poker, as you approach the bubble, which is like the cutoff for basically making money at the tournament.
Yes.
The players will play a little bit defensively because tournament poker is a sprint, right?
Yes.
And it basically doesn't matter how many chips you have when you exit. It only matters like what placement you got towards your exit, right? So what often happens is near the bubble, if you're at a table and one person has a huge stack, they will use that fact to their advantage to basically go all in every hand, even if they've got kind of jank cards, because the opportunity cost for calling the all-in, losing, and getting eliminated when you're that close to the bubble is so low.
Yeah.
And I think we're seeing something similar here in Kevin's position where, the opportunity cost for, potentially dealing in is very low, but everyone else has to be a little bit wary. And it's a good opportunity given the kind of extra space that Kevin has to push forward.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's a very good analogy here for the poker players out there.
I don't know. I dabbled in poker a little bit. I would not call myself good at it, but there's a lot of similarities between poker and Mahjong. There's Masato Horiyuchi Pro.
Yes.
Or is it former pro now?
Yeah, former pro. Yes.
Moto Pro.
Yeah.
Given some drama that happened there, but we won't go into that here. But yeah, it's he does both poker and Mahjong content, and it's very easy to draw similarities between the two.
Yeah. Going back to the game at hand, looks like Derex has called the Hatsu, and Yuchi has called the double non. Dora is 3-mon. Yugo has a floating Dora in his hand. He might be looking to make a 2-3-4 Sanshoku. Confirms his 9-so pair.
A 2-3-4 Sanshoku with the Dora close would be enough to. Yeah, close would be enough to get him out of fourth.
Yes. Yeah. Yugo, his main target right now is just Derex.
Right.
It's going to be unreasonable to overtake Yuchi. He needs to buy Monsumo for that. But to overtake Derex, all Yugo needs is a 1,000, 2,000 point sumo.
Right.
So even without any Yaku, Richi Tsumo Dora is enough.
Unfortunately, rawning someone that isn't Derex wouldn't work because that's only going to be 3,900. It's a 4,000 point gap.
Yeah, depends on the shape of Yugo's hand, but yeah.
Assuming it's a...
if it's 330 Fu, like Richi Pinfu Dora.
Yep.
Yeah, Pinfu, although it is a Yaku that's worth 1 Han, when it comes to these calculations, it's really only worth like half a Han. So if you're like, yeah, I need a 3 Han sumo, it usually means I need a 3 Han sumo, but not including Pinfu.
Right. Yeah, and I guess like interesting drop here actually for the 3-pin.
Yeah, Yugo would have been Fuji 10 on the 1-pin, so it looks like he's confirming the 4-pin as the Onko. Right. And 9-so as the pair, since the 9-so is twice cut, giving up on that Ento 2 completely.
Yeah, just being able to like do score calculations like this is super important for figuring out your conditions.
All right, Derex calls a Con 7-pin for Tempai. This is Hatsu. Nomi, wait, Hatsu, Dora 1, waiting on 2-ping Kanchan. And the 2-ping comes out from Kevin.
And that will do it.
Yeah, this is, again, Hatsu Dora 1 for 2,000 points.
The primary objective here being to just confirm third place, right?
Yes, yeah, just confirm third place, make sure Yuguo doesn't get above him, and also to prevent Kevin from just bullying the table and taking all their points.
Right.
Yeah.
Because at least this gives Derex. Well, it's not a great chance, but it is a fighting chance.
Yes.
If he does well, and Hanchan's 3 and 4.
All right, and then the final scores here are first place Kevin at 58,500. Oh, and now they're gone.
I think you might be able to go back in the stream.
That is true. Yeah, let's do that.
Actually, I guess yeah.
No, yeah, it'll be in just a moment.
Yep.
Yeah, so final scores: Kevin in first place with 58,500, Yuqi in second place with 30,500, Derex in third place with 18,500, and Yuguo in fourth place again with 12,500. So the 2 fourth places for Yuguo has made this very rough for him to get first place overall by the end of this Hanchan, especially given that Kevin got 2 first places in a row.
Yeah, Yuguo's got a mountain to climb. That mountain might now just be Mount Everest. So,
yeah.
Anyway, we are going to go on lunch break, about an hour or so or something like that. Give our players and our production team a little bit of chance to re-energize themselves. The commentary booth might be shuffled in afterwards. We'll see what happens. But I think that's it for the first half of this exciting day of competitive set Mahjong. Stick around, stay tuned. We'll be back in a short bit.
I mean, it will be a lot better actually because the mic is. It's
All right, hello and welcome back to the OC Mahjong Initiate League Finals. Once again, joining you from the commentator's booth, my name is Nima. I'm OC Mahjong's Mahjong consultant, and with me here for this third game, I have Bryant and Alex. Why don't you two introduce yourselves?
Hello, this is Brian speaking. Yeah, I've been with OC Mahjong since the very beginning, and excited to kick off our new Initiates League.
And this is Alex. I'm here visiting from NorCal's Club, Pacific Mahjong League. Here to see what's up with OC and excited to see some good gameplay.
All right, we are going into East 1 of the third out of four-hanchan in this league finals. Starting dealer is Yuguo. Dealer is Dora is 3-mon. Yuguo coming in to this third hanchan in a very rough spot. He took 2 fourths in a row, is now in fourth in the overall placements, nearly 100 points negative. You can see the overall scores below each player's name at the bottom of the overlay.
So in your position, if you're this far behind, or if you see first place has such a big lead and you only have 2 hanchan left, how would you change your gameplay, if at all?
For Yuguo, he pretty much has to capitalize on all of his dealer turns here. So I think even though it's East 1, and even though it's only the third hanchan out of 4, we can expect Yuguo to not give up so easily on his dealer turn. He might just be in full push mode here in East 1. On the other hand, Kevin took 2 firsts in a row and is has a positive score of over 100 points, with Yuqi and Derex both being around the 0 point line. So Kevin is in a very good position. Once again, the 4 players here are aiming to take first place for the title at the end of this 4-hanchan set. So both their placement bonuses and their raw scores factor into their overall scores at the end.
Can you refresh me on the placement bonuses again for this format?
Before that, it looks like there was a quick win from Kevin. Kevin got to Tempai for Tanya Dora 1 for 5 pin 6 so shampon, winning 2,600 points. 2,600 points from Yuguo.
Wow, the lightning quick hands continue before we could even finish getting into it.
Yeah, Yuguo losing his first dealer in just a few turns, very unfortunate given his desperate position. But going back to the placement bonuses, we are using Saikouisen rules. The placement bonuses, or the UMA rather, are 10-30. So first place gets plus 30 applied to their score, second place gets plus 10, third place minus 10, and fourth place minus 30. So there's effectively a difference of 20 total points, or 20,000 in-game points, between each consecutive placement.
I see.
All right, we are moving into East 2. Yuqi is the dealer. Dora is Sha. Looks like... Looks like Derex has a very weak hand. Only 3 weak blocks, a lot of single honor tiles, although one of them is the Dora. Yuguo also has 1 floating Dora and 4 other single honor tiles. Yuqi has just paired up a 5th tile. She is Chi Toitsu Ishan 10 with her unpaired tiles forming a sequence.
Seems like all across the board it's fairly slow, fairly far. So
Yeah, Kevin has 1 completed sequence, but still not enough blocks. Yuqi being Ishan 10, even if it is for Chi Toi, is probably the one in the lead here, and she confirms the Chi Toitsu by cutting the 6-mon out of the middle of her 5-6-7-mon sequence. Derex sticks a 5-so to his 6-so, making a Lianmen. Maybe he'll start looking for a 4-5-6 Sanshoku, although he only has 4 out of the 9 tiles for that at the moment.
another connector, no good.
Kevin has drawn a 5-mon to extend their Monzu shape. They can look for an Itsu in Monzu now. That was Derex who drew a 5-pin to fill in his Pinzu Kanchan. Yuguo looks like he's looking more towards Honitsu, cutting the 6-mon out of his 5/6-mon Dianmen, having paired up the Dora, going for Honitsu being able to call and still maintain value from the Dora is probably the reasoning behind that move.
Now, if you're Yuqi in this spot and you end up drawing the Anko for one of those pairs, what would you do in that situation?
It depends on if any of the remaining pairs are still alive. If she can look for Toy Toy or even Su Anko, then it is normally better to hold on to that Anko. Oh, Yugo passes on this Shaw call. Yeah, Derex is the one who discarded the Dora first, despite that being his Yakuhai and no one else's.
Seems like Yugo might be dreaming big here.
Either that, or maybe he just wants to keep Chi Toy around as an option.
I do like the play at his point situation. Seems like a good call.
To pass on the Shaw, you mean?
Yeah.
Yuqi aiming for those honor tiles for her Chi Toitsu, but it might be a little rough if Yugo is going for Kokushimuso and has them in his hand. Derex draws the 6-mon. It's one step closer to his 4/5/6 Sanshoku.
Oh.
3P, not a bad tile for her Chi Toitsu, but she just
Admitted.
Yeah, she just gives up on it.
Respect it.
Kevin is currently Ishanten for a 5-pin Kanchan, 3-mon Penchan with no Yaku, no value. They did draw the 7-mon instead of the 4-mon, so they do not have Itsu currently. Yuqi finally discarding the twice cut Haku. Kevin pairing up the 3 so they can now choose between blocks. 3 so's once cut, 5-pin once cut. 3-mon appears to be live from their perspective. They discard the 7-so. 7-so was also once cut.
Still no luck for Yuqi.
Yeah, 2-mon is twice cut. So is 2-so. Now Kevin strengthens their Pinzu block, pairing up the 6-pin. Derex draws a 6-so to strengthen his Sozu block, but that was his strongest block, so he's going to discard it and opt to augment his weaker blocks instead. Yeah,
Pretty late, but still not seeing a lot of connections being made here.
yeah, most of the players did start with rough hands, and Yuchi's being the closest to Tenpai was Chi Toitsu, so it's no surprise that she still hasn't gotten to Tenpai yet. Chi Toitsu is one of those hands where the tile acceptance is very narrow, and you have to draw the tiles yourself. You cannot rely on calling.
Oh no, is that a 3-mon that was cut or a 5?
That was a 3-mon from Yugo, or yes.
From Yugo. So Kevin's 1/2-mon Penchon starting to look a little thin here. Oh, this could be an
Kevin's
option.
stomping on the 9-mon. This is a bit of a strange tile to stop on, but maybe Kevin's looking for Chi Toitsu, or maybe they're worried about Yugo potentially having Kokushi.
Right.
In Kevin's position, they don't have to take any risk at all. They don't even have to win this hand.
Keep getting a nice Chi-Toy Diamond over here.
The 4 and 7-mon.
Yep.
She gives up on the pay. Pay was once cut, but if you see someone going for Kokushimuso, you can assume that they might have one, potentially even 2, making waiting on terminals and honors worse than normal.
Yeah. And this late, you still don't really see. You still haven't seen a lot of the Dora yet, so.
Kevin discarding are continuing to discard their Pinzu. It looks like they are just starting to defend against the other players, not wanting to accidentally deal into a Kokushi from their position. Same thing with Derex. He sees the once cut Shun and determines it's a little bit too dangerous to discard given his hand shape.
Yuguo advanced with that south draw, but we're running out of time here.
Yeah, Derex. Yeah, Derex and Kevin just starting to defend.
Seems like no one's committed to this hand.
This is the best case scenario for Kevin. Because,
Absolutely.
Yeah, Kevin has the lead. If they can pass this Kyoku without having to pay any points, they pretty much got a free pass on Yuchi's dealer turn.
So,
Yuchi,
like
Yuchi gets the Tenpai on her second to last draw. That's the Formon for an 8 Sotanki. It's Richi Chitoitsu.
She is waiting on Suji.
Yeah, she is waiting on Suji, but this late in the Kyoku, players are not going to carelessly discard tiles that has a chance of dealing in. But she gets the Ipatsutsumo. This is Richi Ipatsutsumo, Chitoitsu. No Dora, but that is still a Mongon for 4,000 all.
what a draw. Second to last Tenpai into Ipatsumo. What a dream.
It just doesn't go all the way. All right. All right, we are moving into East to 1 Honba, Yuchi's Renchan. Dora is 5 so, and it looks like the second Dora indicator, the first one that would be revealed if there was a con, was accidentally revealed to the players.
Oh no.
According to Saikouisen rules, if a tile is accidentally revealed, it is shown to all the players so that they may confirm before being placed in its correct position. So this is just in the interest of fairness, all the players get that information. Looks like Yuguo has a pretty strong hand. He has 4 pairs, but it's more likely to be a normal hand shape. Derex has 4 pairs, but again, it might be more likely to have a normal hand shape, especially upon drawing this 3 so, making a Dionmen out of the 2 so. Yuguo makes another Dionmen, drawing the 3-mon to stick to his pair of 4-mon. Yuchi fills in her 2-ping Kanchan. She has Dionmen Kanchan in Sozu. And 7-mon is currently the pair, but she might want to use that as a Dionmen. She also has 2 of the Dora 5 so. Derex pairs up the 3 so. He's now Chi Toitsu Ishanten. Cuts the 7-mon. That looks a lot more like Chi Toitsu than a normal hand here.
For Yuchi's hand, you might dream for something like Sanshoku normally, but with already 2 Dora confirmed, you probably just want to go as fast as you can and most efficiently.
Yeah, with Yuchi's hand, if she were to get Sanshoku, like 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku, then that would require giving up one of the Dora, which would be fine if you have the confirmed value from the Sanshoku. But it's probably just looking for a better shape with a hand like hers. Yugo has also seemingly confirmed Chi Toitsu, cutting the 6-pin out of his Dionmen, the 8-pin out of the sequence, and then the remaining 6-pin, keeping the pair of 7-pin.
Good draw by Kevin, finishing the Ramen that connects the Dora.
Derex has switched all of his tiles to Tanyao tiles, so if he does get to Tenpai immediately, it will be Tanyao Chi Toitsu. Yugo cutting the Dora indicator 4, so for the Anko of 7-pin, he might be looking for that Su-Anko dream, given his point situation.
Definitely needs to be dreaming this late in the game and with such a deficit.
Yeah. Yuqi draws another 3-pin. She opts to keep this as a better floating tile than the Tumon. Kevin completes another Lianmen with the 9-so draw. They still need one more block though, so it might have been an option to keep that 7-so to try and make a third Sozu block out of the extended Sozu shape. Yuqi draws an 8-mon to complete the Manzu Lianmen, but now she needs to find a pair. She makes the simple 7-mon cut there. The 3-pin is not the best tile to form a pair, but she can technically pair up 5-so or 1-so even. 5-so, of course, would be ideal. Derex gets the Tenpai for Tanyao Chi Toitsu, declares Richi cutting the 6-pin, waiting on 5-pin Tanki. Kevin draws a backfire 8-so, missing out on that potential extended Sozu shape from the 7-so cut earlier. Yuguo picks up Derex's winning tile, the 5-pin. It's going to be a bit rough, but given his point situation, he might feel like he needs to push regardless. He starts from the 2-pin.
Might still be able to connect it to the 7-pin Anko.
Probably not if he's looking for a pair or triplet based shape, though.
Right. Getting a Tenpai in the wrong place is probably going to spell doom here.
I mean, he could... Oh, no, he just cuts it. This deals into Derex's Richi Tanyao Chi Toitsu for 6,400 points. With one Homba, that's 6,700 points. Oh, it looks like they forgot to account for the Homba. I'm sure the production team will fix that in just a moment.
Seems like Yugo's unfortunate streak continues.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
there is still more Mahjong to be played.
Yeah, we are moving into East 3. Dealer is Kevin. Dora is Formon. In Kevin's position, they don't really need to take advantage of this dealer turn, but of course, more points are more points. It looks like the production team is letting the players know they forgot about the Homba payment.
Oh, I think I gave him.
Okay, the points have been fixed.
So when you're this far ahead as a first place and you have this dealership, does this mean you tend towards more Dama-10 hands, or you just don't really commit to anything?
It's more that you can just play it normally. Like, you don't need to take any overly aggressive plays like you might need to if you were in the lower position. But while you have this opportunity, when no one else is dealer, it's easier for you to be more aggressive and just try and take more points. Because Kevin does have quite the lead, but they still aren't safe. Yeah, the placements could flip with just a couple unfortunate placements. If Kevin were, for instance, to get third place in this Hanchan and then fourth place in the next, it's entirely possible Yuqi or Derex could catch up to them.
Right.
So I think Kevin's probably just going to play this dealer turn normally. Yuqi drawing the fourth 9-pin to complete an Anko next to her sequence. She is currently Ishan 10, although it is poor shape and currently no value.
It almost wants to be Junchan, but
yeah, it certainly is looking like
distance.
it. Balanced cut would probably just be the 7-mon. Oh, but she...
Ooh, the dream.
Yeah, she passes on the Ishan 10, cutting the 2-mon to look for Junchan. Looks like Kevin formed a Lianmen, drawing the 7-so to stick to their 8-so. Yugo has a lot of Pinzu pairs, but finished a sequence in Manzu, including the Dora. So probably cannot look for single suit hands.
Yuqi pairs up the 1-mon, which is great for the Junchan direction.
Yes, now she's Junchan Ishanten. Derex Onko's up the 7-mon. Cuts the 9-so to look for Tanyao here. He probably still wants to use that Dora 4-mon, and Yuqi draws a 6-mon to stick to her floating 7-mon. This, if she uses it, will not allow her to get the Yaku for Junchan, and therefore she cuts the Anmen, keeping the Penchan and Kanchan instead.
Yeah, I like that. You wouldn't be really happy with just reaching only here.
Mm-hmm. Especially since there's still a decent chance that it could end up on a bad shape.
Exactly.
Oh, Derex draws the 8-mon here. That improves his tile acceptance by a little bit. It is pretty normal to just discard the 4-mon. If you draw the 5-mon anyway, you can just take the 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku. You're not really missing out on the value by discarding the Dora, but Derex decides to discard the 7-mon instead. Yuqi pairs up the 8-so, but if her earlier 2-mon cut is any indication, she'll just throw it right back. There we go. Kevin draws the 5-so for an extended Sozu shape. They have 6 blocks, so they could break up a block and look to build better shape around the Sozu. They opt to cut the Pinzu Kanchan. Oh, Derex cuts the Dora now, keeping the 6-pin.
Interesting choice.
This is probably more of a let me cut the Dora before it gets too dangerous, and not a I need the 6-pin for my own hand. Kevin draws a 2-mon to upgrade his 4-mon Kanchan into a Lianmen, but they continue to break up their Dora or their Pinzu Kanchan.
Oh, what a Kanchan fill by Derek.
Oh yes, this 6-so draw for Derex is the best possible tile they could have drawn. Oh, they choose to Dama. This is Tanyao Pinfu with Ipeiko on the 8-mon or Sanshoku on the 5-mon. So this could be a Dama Mangan here. Oh, Kevin is in danger. Kevin has that leftover 5-mon in their hand. Oh, but they just paired it up. That might have saved them.
We'll see if Kevin is able to sniff out this danger.
I don't think there's any indication, but it just means that they would deal in with the 8-mon instead of the 5-mon. So this ends up being Tanyao Pinfu Ipeiko for 3,900 points from Kevin to Derex. Kevin, seeing that it would have been Mangan on the 5-mon, maybe is a little bit relieved that they paired up the 5-mon this turn.
Yeah. Right, what do you think about the decision to Dama that versus reaching?
Personally, like the Rishi a little bit more. Just because if you can still Tumo and it's just even going to go up with more points.
Yeah, I agree that Ricci is probably the way to go there, especially given the good shape.
But at the end, if you direct Kevin, you can count as double.
Pretty much.
That's true.
It's like winning a Mangan from somewhere else.
Right.
And the direct Mangan would have been like winning a Baimon from somewhere else.
Right. Do you think there's a play here to try to specifically sink Kevin into 4th as well for that extra placement loss?
If you can, you should. But I don't know if there was any signs showing that Kevin would drop or use the 5 Amons.
Yes, yeah, I agree. Anyway, we are moving into East 4. Derex is the dealer. Dora is 1-so. Derex starting with a pretty good hand. Completed shape in Pinzu, or extended shape in Pinzu, rather. 1 Dora, 1-so next to his pair of 2-so, and a Dianmen and Sozu. The Haku Derex cuts gets called by Kevin. Kevin also has a pair of the Chun.
Yuji starting with a 4-so discard, looking probably to extend out the Manzu blocks.
Yes, Yuchi's likely looking for a Manzu Honitsu or potentially Chinitsu.
Well,
yes, the Haku was called by Kevin, so the Haku is no longer in play for Yuchi. 6-pin draw by Derex makes a San Menchan in the Pinzu. Yuguo draws a 2-mon to complete his Manzu the Onmen. he might want to shift that down for the Junchan Sanshoku potential.
Yuchi draws a 2-mon, possibly going for Itsu here, if it's not just Chinitsu.
Oh, Derex completes his Pinzu shape with a 7-pin draw, and Kevin paired up the 1-so, cutting the Pinzu Kanchan. Kevin is now Ishan-ten for a Mangan, either with the Chun or the third 1-so, adding that 4th Han to their hand.
Kevin continues to get these monster hands. Somehow both speed and value.
Yuchi looks like she gives up on the potential Honitsu, opting to keep more middle tiles to preserve hand speed. Oh, Derex draws a 1-pin to extend his Pinzu shape even further. He could start looking for Itsu here, or just use that extended Pinzu shape to make a pair so that he can use up the 1-so, but instead opts to just take the more straightforward Ishan-ten. Yuguo draws a 9-mon to stick to his 7-mon. This is another potential piece for his Junchan. Yuchi pairs up the 3-pin. She is now Itsu Ishan-ten. And Derex draws the 3-so for Tenpai, cutting the 1-so.
There goes the Dora.
Yeah, this is Richi Nomi for Pen 7-mon, and that Dora gets called by Kevin.
That's a little scary to see right after you just called Richi.
Yeah, Kevin pushes the 4-pin for 2 5-so Haku Dora 3 Tenpai. And Kevin immediately Tsumos the 2-so. This is Haku Dora 3 for 2,000, 4,000.
The hot streak continues.
This is a disastrous outcome for Derex's point position.
Yeah, Kevin now getting above Derex, and even further away from 4th place. In the previous position, or rather going into this Kyoku, Kevin was 1 Mangan dealing away from potentially dropping below Yuguo, but now they are in a much safer position. It's going to be hard for Yuchi and Derex to overtake their lead.
After working so hard just to get a direct hit on Kevin, Kevin's just like, nope, I just got a Mangan Sumo.
All right, we are moving into the South rounds. This is South 1. Yugo's last dealer in this Hanshan. Dora is 6-pin.
Yugo really needs to make something work here.
Yeah, Yugo has a pair of the Yakuhai Non, as well as a pair of Tumon. Not the worst hand he's gotten today, but still could use a lot of work. Yuchi is starting with a completed sequence 7, 8, 9-pin, as well as 2 pairs and the Onmen. Derex pairs up the 9-mon on his first draw. That's 4 pairs, but he does already have a completed sequence and a the Onmen. Already having to choose between his 6 blocks this early. Cutting the 8-pin is very reasonable, as it is one of the weakest blocks. Yuchi drawing a 4-mon to stick to her pair of 3-mon. The Onmen there is overlapping with her upper Monzu the Onmen, but is still a welcome improvement.
There's the call by Yugo.
Yes.
Looking to accelerate and probably just extend this dealership for as long as he can.
Yuchi sticks a 3-so to her 4-so pair. Now she can look for the potential 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku here.
Yugo's left with a lot of very weak shapes, though. Gonna have to draw or call really well to get this happening.
Yes. And it's entirely possible. Oh, Yuchi pairing up this 7-mon is the pair she needed to look for the Sanshoku. She confirms the Sozu the Onmen first. But as I was going to say, Derex might not want to feed Yugo, because if they want Yugo to end up in 4th place so that they're not in danger of dropping to 4th place, Derex could opt to Shibori here, although I don't think he will. His hand is good enough that he can just push. Additionally, it wouldn't be bad if Yugo were to get above Kevin and then everyone else were also to get above Kevin, putting Kevin in 4th place. It is something that you can look for in the future, but That is a little bit advanced, I think.
Yeah, it would be exciting to see some very targeted play here just to try to sink the leader.
Kevin has an Anko of 1 so, completed Sozu sequence as well. They have a floating Dora 6-pin. Probably trying to force it into their hand shape so they don't have to discard it. Yuguo cheese the 3 so for a Kanchan is now Ishanten. Opts to keep the 1-mon instead of taking the headless shape.
Seems reasonable with the overlap there in acceptance.
Yes, yeah. Derex draws a 7-pin to stick to that leftover 8-pin. He can choose between his blocks again. Ooh, he chooses to keep 6 blocks, cutting the 8 so, confirming the 9 so pair. A better balance might have been to cut the 9-mon pair there. Oh, Yuguo makes a Kakan of the non. New Dora is Tone. Yuguo draws a 7 so from the Rinchan tile and just discards it. Yuqi draws the 2 so for her 2/3/4 Sanshoku. She's now Ishanten for 3-pin Kanchan, 2 5-mon Dianmen, as well as a 3-mon 7-mon Shampon. Derex draws the 9-pin to finish his upper Pinzu Dianmen and cuts the 9 so. Yugo exchanges the 1-mon for a 4-mon. Perhaps looking to extend that upwards, or just looking for the 2/3/4 Sanshoku to add a little bit more value to his hand. Kevin forms an 8 so Kanchan in his upper Sozu, or in their upper Sozu, cutting the Manzu Penchan to hold on to that Dora 6-pin. Kevin completing breaking up the Manzu Penchan. Derek's opting to hold the 1 so as it's Suji to one other player. Yeah, in a case like Derex's, it's mostly just a choice of which tile you think is safer when you have a leftover tile. Oh, he calls the Hatsu that Kevin discarded for Tempai. This is 3 6-pin Tempai for Hatsunomi, with the 6-pin being Takame Dora. Here come the Dora Tone.
The Dora Flood.
Yeah, there was already 2 discarded, so really no hesitation in discarding the 3rd and 4th ones. Kevin picks up another one of Derex's winning tiles and defends with their upper Sozu.
Doing a great job of making it very hard for Yugo to call.
Yugo gets to Tempai, drawing the 5-pin for 3-pin Kanchan Tempai. It's good to notice that even though that 2-pin seems superfluous, if you have a headless shape, keeping that 2-pin around, even though it's next to your 4-5-pin Yanmen, allows you to pair up the 5-pin as well. Oh, and Yugo gets the Tsumo. This is non-Nomi, but the Fu goes over twice with the non-Kansu and the 2-mon Anko, as well as the Kanchan Tsumo. So this is 800 all.
Yugo's holding on for dear life.
This is not a bad development for the other players of the table.
Anything to get closer to Kevin's point line.
Yeah. But even for the other players like Yuqi and Derex, yeah, getting or letting Yugo overtake Kevin helps them in their conditions. All right. This is Yuguo's Renchan. South 1, 1 Honba. Dora is 7 so. Oh, Yugo's got a pretty decent starting hand here. It's got a Vyankan and Sozu around the Dora. As well as 2 blocks in Manzu. Oh, 3 blocks in Manzu. He has a pair of 8-mon as well.
Derex with a very fast-looking hand, although it might not be in Derex's interest to just win it here.
Yeah, Yuqi on her first draw completes a second block in Sozu. She has 1 Dianmen in Pinzu as well. Derex with an Anko of 6-pin, pair of Yaku Haichun. Kevin with a pair of 2-pin, 2 Dianmen in Sozu, a Kanchan and Manzu, but not much else going on there. Derex pairs up the 3-pin to improve his shape. Yuguo draws the 6-mon to improve his shape. This is 3 pairs, but he's likely going to have to trim down one of the blocks, but he can postpone that decision by discarding the tone first. Yuqi finishes a sequence with that 6-pin draw. Keeps the 4 and 7-pin around for making another block. Oh, Derex draws his second Anko. The Anko's up the Chun. But confirms the Dianmen by cutting the 8-mon. It's a bit of a controversial play, I think.
Seems a little bit tough with the overlap of acceptance there.
Yeah, it would likely be a better balance to cut the 1-pin, even though at the time there was only 1 2-pin discarded, keeping the second pair there for the potential San Anko or even the transition to Su Anko is probably better.
Right.
Oh, and here he goes back on his decision a little bit now that there's another 2-pin out.
Yuqi's hand is developing.
Yeah, Yuqi is Ishanten, and Yugo just paired up a 4th tile for Chi Toi Dianshanten with no completed blocks. That might be the direction he has to take this hand. Yeah, Yuqi has a shape that is easy to overlook. That 4-pin might look like it's not doing anything, but if she draws the 5-pin, she can cut the 8-pin for a 5 or a 4, 5, 6 Sanshoku chance. The 4, 6, 8-pin can be viewed as a Diankan around the pair of 7-pin.
Right.
Yugo pairs up the 5 so, strengthening the shape in his Sozu. Cuts the 3-mon. He's looking at Chi Toi to Ishanten right now. Kevin draws the 3-mon to complete their Manzu Kanchan. They are now Ishanten as well. Yugo might want to hold on to this shot for his Chi Toi.
It seems like Kevin might have to discard Dora if they complete the Kanchan in Pinzu.
It is possible. But they might be okay doing that, given that there's no obvious threat on the board.
Right. We'll see how cautiously they play. In coming into the sort of second half of the Kyoku, it's becomes more important to try to get a feel for whether or not people are in Tenpai.
Kevin confirms the lower side of the Diankan, cutting the 9-pin for the 6-pin Kanchan. Oh, and Derex draws the 6-mon, the tile in the middle of both of his Dianmen, for a 3-6-9-mon weight. This is Richi Chun with 2 Ankos, so the food does go over. Kevin now has the option of calling for Tanya, which is likely why they confirmed the lower side of their Pinzu the Ankan. Yuqi draws the 7-mon for Tenpai and cuts the 7-pin Genbutsu against Derex. She is 4-pin Tanki for Tanyao. And Kevin pushed the 8-so, likely because they did not want to discard the 7-so. But on the 6-so draw, they take a step back, cutting the 7-pin, which is Genbutsu, and they opt not to pawn the Dora 7-so that comes out from Derex's Richi. But really, the one in trouble here is Yuguo, because he needs this dealer turn pretty badly. He might opt to cut the 7-so here because it just passed. No, he pushes the 1-so. He wants that value for that Chi toy.
They have no choice but to go forward here.
She cuts the Nakasuji 4-pin to Tanki on the 2-mon instead. She likely deemed it too dangerous to discard. Oh, but now Kevin cheese the 4-pin for a 5/8-so weight. This is Tanyo Dora 1, but they are Fuditen, having cut the 8-so earlier.
Interesting decisions to not call the 7-so
And then
call
cut
it
it
the
instead.
four.
Yeah. This might be Kevin playing a little bit too conservatively.
Especially with that four-hanchan, especially hurting them now.
I find it interesting that Yuqi did not take the 7/8-so weight in Sozu by cutting the 2-mon. She could wait on the Dora and improve her shape, but perhaps she deemed the Dora too dangerous to, perhaps she deemed the 2-mon too dangerous to cut. It was next to the Richi tile four-mon after all. You will still cannot get to Tenpai. And this 9-mon is one of Derex's winning tiles.
Getting stuck with Dora Suji here is the last thing you want.
Oh, Kevin picked up the 3-mon. This is one of Derex's winning tiles. If the passive way they've been playing is any indication, they will probably not discard it yet. They discard the safe 4-mon instead.
Oh,
Derex Tsumo is the 9-mon. This is Richi Tsumo Chun. That is 1300, 2600 with 1 Honba is 1400, 2700.
unfortunate for Yuguo losing the second dealership like that, but avoids dealing indirectly at least. Seems like they're just confirming the points, also confirming the fact that it does go over for the Tsumo.
Yes, it is every player's responsibility at the table to confirm all winning hands, make sure they're scored correctly, and that the payments are done correctly.
Yep. Tsumo getting bumped up. It's a little bit rarer, but certainly with two uncles like that, one of them being a terminals, it's one of the big indicators to look out for when you got to pay more attention to the Fu.
All right, that was, unfortunately for Yuguo, his last dealer turn just passed. We are moving into South 2. This is Yuchi's dealer turn. Yuchi's still in the lead, but Derex is right behind her, and Kevin is right behind him in third place. Yuguo just having 3 unfortunate Hanchan in a row this league finals.
Do you think it might be time to just start swinging for the fences here with no dealership left in sight?
Maybe not quite yet. Yuguo can still improve his placement. He can still go up 2 placements with or even potentially 3 with a couple of well-timed Mangan sumos. So it's not quite time to be Yakuman hunting, but definitely after his last dealership in the 4th-hanchan, that would be the time. Yuchi calls the first tone that comes out. This is her Yakuhai. She has an Anko of the 6mon, which is the Dora, as well as pairs of 9-pin and 4-so. This could be a very expensive hand, looking at Hanemon, potentially even Baimon.
Terrifying.
She
Oh,
Ankles
no.
up the 9-pin. She is Ishan 10 for a Baimon.
Choosing to keep the 6-pin over the 1-cut 1-pin.
Well, of course, I'm sure she'll accept a lowly Mangan in this position, don't you think?
True.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not like all of her value comes from the Toy San Anko. If she can make a good shape off of the 6-pin, or really any shape off of the 6-pin, being able to win a quick 12,000 points is still quite valuable. Yuguo has decent Sozu shape, but his other 2 suits are rather poor. Unfortunately, the Dora is 6-mon, so he kind of feels the need to keep this 5-mon around to accept the Dora. Kevin has an Anko of their double non, as well as a completed Pinzu block, pair of 2-pin, the Onmen and a Kanchan, so they are Ishan 10.
After completing the Ramen 3-4-mon, they decided to get rid of the 9-mon from one of the 2 Kanchans at the edge.
Yuguo sticks a 5-pin to his 4-pin to form one more of the Onmen. Yuchi sticks a 7-pin to her 6-pin for a 5-8-pin Yanmen Tenpai. This
Just
is
like you said it.
Yeah, this is Tone Dora 3. Yugo cutting that 8-pin just in the nick of time, avoiding dealing into that dealer Mangan. Oh, Yuchi draws a 6-pin. She can choose to upgrade to Toy, but opts to take the better weight. The good shape Mangan is likely the better choice between that and bad shape Hanemon.
But Atsumo would be even bigger than that.
Atsumo would be Baimon for Sananko.
In a format with limited games left to play, it's very tempting to shoot for the stars like that.
It is, but she's not in a desperate situation right now. She was going in second, and she is currently first in this Hanchan.
Mm-hmm.
So taking the good shape Mangan is probably the better play. Kevin getting to Tenpai, drawing the 8-so Kanchan for a 2-5-mon Dianmen Tenpai for Richi double non.
You know, if there was no 8-pins out, I wonder if Yuki will pass on Derex.
Oh, that's an interesting question. Pass on Derex to try and hit Kevin?
Yeah.
Oh,
Or
but
Tsumo.
Or just...
like Kevin just gets the Ipatsutsumo. This is Richi Ipatsutsumo double non for 2,000, 4,000.
That is heartbreaking for Yuchi.
Yeah, she got to such a good Mangan Tenpai so quickly, but then Kevin just gets the Richi Ipatsutsumo.
Looks like Kevin prayed to the right temple.
Yeah. Apparently powered up by this the weather today or something.
Points. The points good. It looks correct.
Ripatsumo South.
All right. Now moving into South 3. This is Kevin's own dealer turn. Kevin now in first place for the third Hanchan in a row.
A narrow margin, and with everyone trying to target you at this point to sink you down, it's a bit of a dangerous position to be in, but...
Yeah, but, well, they do have quite the lead. They're really in no danger. And they don't even really need this dealer turn. If Kevin were for for instance, to fold this dealer turn and then drop a placement or two because Derex and Yuqi one hands, it still wouldn't be the worst situation in the world for them.
Yeah.
They'll probably just play this dealer turn normally. Yuguo pairing up the Yakuhai Non, but he has too many blocks. This is 4 pairs, so he might want to keep the Chi Toitsu around, but Dora is 7 pin, so it's hard to break up that Kanchan 6 pin there.
Derex on the other side looks like Honitsu waiting to happen already, though.
Yugo opts to cut the 8 so out of his Lianmen, consolidating the Sozu on the lower side. But yes, Derex does have Ton Onko as well as 2 blocks in Manzu. Potentially could be 3. So given that his other offsuit tiles are fairly weak, he'll likely look for that Honitsu. Kevin pairing up the 8 pin. They might have been looking for the 6-7-8 Sanshoku instead, but this 8 pin pair does improve their hand shape. And Derex calls a Lianmen Chi with the 2-mon, extending their Manzu shape. So now they have a 1-4-mon Lianmen left over. They still don't have any value though. This might just be a gambit to get rid of Kevin's dealer turn before they can win too many more points. Kevin draws a 2-pin to stick to their 3-pin, making a 3rd block in Pinzu. They now have to choose between their blocks or perhaps take 6 blocks by cutting 6-0. They opt to move down to 5 blocks, cutting the Manzu Kanchan. Yugo has Onkoed up the 4-so. Is Ishan 10 for a non-5-so and 6-pin. Derex picks up a 9-mon. This he doesn't need Manzu to move sideways. He just needs to make a pair out of one of his remaining tiles. Cuts the Pei, which was twice cut. Sha is also twice cut. 9-mon is live. Oh, Derex pairs up the 9-mon immediately. This is Tempai for Honi Tsunomi, waiting on 1-4-mon.
Dangerous for Yuqi, who just drew another 1-mon.
Oh, but she did draw the 2-mon to complete a Kanchan with that 1-mon.
It's a good draw.
She cuts the 9-so, keeping the 8-mon and 6-pin as Kutsuki tiles. 8-mon could give Itsu, and 6-pin, of course, is the Dora. Yugo draws the 6-so. This could allow him to switch his Sozu over to a Lianmen. The most normal cut here would just be the 6-mon.
Derex's weight looking especially thin now, with all the 1-mon accounted for, and looks like 3 4-mon left to use. No, only 2, because 1 was called away by himself.
Yes, there's also a 4-mon discarded.
Oh, so just 1.
Yugo opts to cut the 6-so. Probably worried about the Fuditen from the Entotsu, but he could just choose a different shape there. Maybe just wanting to keep the Chi Toitsu around, although he is the Anchanten for Chi Toitsu. Kevin pairing up the 3-so. Now Kevin is Chi Toitsu Ishanten, cutting the 2-pin.
Oh,
Yugo Onko's up the 5-so.
this could be the start of dreaming.
Cuts the 5-pin out of his Dora Kanchan. Yeah, definitely looking for that Suwanko with this cut. Yeah, normally for Yugo's hand would just take the 6-pin Kanchan, but given his point situation, winning a Mangan here and rocketing up to first place in the Sanchan is too big to pass up. Oh, Derex Tsumo is the last 4-mon.
Oh.
This is Honi Tsunomi for 501,000. Not a big hand. Definitely would normally advise against looking for Honi Tsunomi because it's so much effort for such a cheap hand. But Derex's hand was mostly just Manzu and honor tiles, and he wasn't really giving anything up. That was just the fastest path to winning a hand. It's one of those rare instances where Honin Tsunomi is the right play. And now we are moving on to Derex's dealer turn in South 4. Dora is 2-mon.
Yeah, even if the points weren't that big, this is a very favorable development for the overall point spread for Derex.
All right, so the first, second, and third players are all very close together here at the end of this hanchan. Anyone could end up first at the end here, any of those three.
Gonna say, just maybe not Yuguo.
Yuguo could still make it with like Sanbaimon.
Okay.
But yes, it's probably not Yuguo going to be a first in this one.
I'd like to believe, just with a couple cons, a couple Doras.
Oh, yeah. All right, Yugo on this 8-mon draw, looking to keep this around for the 789 Sanshoku. It's very unreasonable for Yugo to go up placement. Again, he needs a Sanbaimon level hand. Baimon's not really enough.
Yuchi with 5 pairs already.
Yep, Yuchi is Chi Toitsu Ishanten.
Although you couldn't really dream of going up a placement with Yugo's hand, if you manage to sink Kevin any placements lower, you are technically getting much closer to first.
That is true. Yes. Yeah, so maybe if Yugo can't go up placements himself, he might want to drop Kevin with a sneaky Dama direct hit. Oh, Yuchi onkoing up her pay.
Now, something like a direct 5200 might tie up the scores. How are those settled in this format?
In Saikouisen rules, or rather in all competition rule sets, in the case of a tie within a hanchan, the placement bonuses are split evenly between the players. So if Kevin were, for instance, to deal into Yugo's 5200 point hand and ends up in second or third place tied with Yuchi, they would both get a placement bonus of ±0.
Still very worth it if you're trying to sink the leader.
Yeah, definitely better than Kevin getting +30 for the other players.
Yuchi now with an Onko of Norths. Maybe the fork is happening.
Kevin drawing a 3-mon to stick to... Oh, Kevin pairing up the 3-mon, augmenting that Manzu shape. Although 2-mon is the Dora, they'll probably want to use that as a Yanmen and not as a 3-mon pair. Yugo sticking a 7-mon to his floating 8-mon. Could very possibly get the 789 Sanshoku here. Yuchi drawing the 9-pin. Could augment her 8-pin pair, but she opts to cut it, looking more for a pair or triplet based hand. Kevin drawing a 5-so to stick to their 4-so. They are Ishanten, but it's an Ishanten that has to give up on the Dora. And also includes a 3-pin Penchon.
Not the best.
If Kevin absolutely does not want to cut the Dora, they could cut the 3-mon, although it is not advancing Shanten. They instead opt to discard the Dora immediately. Yugo draws the 4-so this is not the tile he wanted, although it does advance his hand to Pinfu Ishanten. A Pinfu Ishanten that will lose Sanshoku and the Dora. He instead opts to just improve his Sozu shape. This is a questionable play given that he has cut the 3-so earlier. So this 3-sided Sozu shape would be Fuditen if he ends up on it. Derex filling in the 4-pin. Derex still has 6 blocks. He will have to choose between his blocks upon the next step. Yugo draws the 6-so this advances his hand back to Ishanten. He cuts the 4-pin out of his 4-5-pin Yanmen.
Using the Dora.
Yes, he's looking for that value here. Either committed to using the Dora or potentially drawing another, like, 3-6-9-so. And drawing another couple of those, with one of them being 9-so, does give him that Sanshoku potential again.
Right.
But Derex draws a 9, so advancing his hand to Ishan
Speak
10.
of the devil.
Oh, Yugo does draw the 9, so he instead just opts to slide his Sozu upwards for a 7-8-9. Yuqi with the second Anko. She is now San Anko Tenpai. But will she take that? Or no, she cuts the 5 pin out of her sequence to look for the Su Anko. But yeah, Derex is constant Ishanten for a 1-4 pin, 4-7 pin, 2 pin, 3 so.
Unfortunately for Yuqi, there are no more live 8 pins with one of them in Yugo's hand.
Oh, Kevin pawns the 1 pin for Tenpai. This is Tenpai for Hakunomi waiting on 3-6 so. This is a hand that could end the Hanchan here. Yugo still the Anshan 10. Oh, sorry, no, Yugo Ishan 10, but still needs a pair. He might be worried about potentially dealing into Kevin, which would be the worst case scenario, allowing Kevin to end up in first place for a third Hanchan in the row.
And with Yuqi committed to this, pretty much, yeah, it's already dead for Suanko since 2-6-0 and 2 8 pins are accounted for.
Yeah, and as well as the 3 pin. Yep.
As well.
Yeah, this looking for the Suanko might have been a little bit greedy in Yuchi's situation. She was not that far behind Kevin, at least in this Hanchan. It's not like Yugo's almost hopeless position where he really needs Yakuman level hands.
Right.
Yeah, a main or a very large point of this sort of set play is that the point situation changes a lot about how you play, and there's a lot of point situations you run into that you wouldn't normally because of how it is a multiple Hanchan set with overall scores. So you'll see a lot of crazy point situations that you end up in to make your conditions, and so players will do some unexpected things or things you just don't get to see in normal league or ranked online Mahjong. Derek's now Tenpai, finishing his Manzu the Anmen. He can cut the 6 Mon for a 1-4 pin Tenpai. As dealer, I don't think there's a reason for him not to. He also does not really have the time to rebuild this hand. He does declare Richi, so this is Richi Pinfu with a 1-4 pin the Anmen weight. We'll see how Kevin responds to this. It's not with a sumo. Not this time.
Oh.
This 5-so is a little bit rough to cut against Derex's Richi on the Ipatsu turns. There's no indication that it's safe at all.
There's not much else room to maneuver with the tiles in their hand, though.
Well, Kevin does have a pair of the 3-mon, which are safe against Derex. Yeah, 3-mon is Derex's Gambutsu. They're likely just deciding between pushing the 5-so or trying to defend a little bit with the pair of 3-mon.
Right.
I think given Kevin's point situation, defending with the 3-mon is probably the better balance.
I agree.
Dealing in Ipatsu with the 5-so to Derex as the dealer would definitely drop Kevin below Yuqi and potentially even put them in danger of dropping to 4th place if Yugo can put together a big enough hand in the next Kyoku. Yeah, Kevin does not need to take any risk if they end up dropping one placement from just not winning this hand. It's not as big of a deal to them, but dealing in would be pretty significant.
Yeah, and with so much of that side of the suit missing on the board, and it's probably too dangerous to try to move forward in that direction.
Yuqi cheese the 7 pin Kanchan, cutting 8 pin. She is now San Anko Tenpai if she tsumos the 3 pin or 6-so, but as we established earlier, those tiles are not left in the wall. This is a very uncommon shape where you chi a tile, but then you're Sananko Tenpai.
Take what you can get this late.
Yep, it's probably her intention or her impression is more that this is just like K10, but if she sumo, she can sumo.
Right, especially with the knowledge that, with the dealer reaching and being in Tenpai, it'll continue anyway.
Yes. Yuguo is also defending, just waiting for the next Kyoku. When a dealer declares Richi in South 4 and you see players start to fold, you pretty much just assume that there's going to be a next Kyoku, regardless of whether the dealer wins by Tsumo or whether it gets to the Kyoku. Again, there is no Agadiame, so Derex has to continue upon being Tenpai at the Kyoku, or upon declaring Tenpai at the Kyoku. So South 4 ends with Derex and Yuqi Tenpai. Derex as dealer gets to Renchon.
Well, it was exciting to get close to the Suanko dream, but thankfully she manages to maneuver back into Tenpai.
All right, this is South 4, 1 Homba. There's one Richi stick on the table.
A very key Tenpai, getting closer to the first and second place spots.
Kevin's still not in a bad position, even if they end up being no 10. If Derex is Tenpai at the Yukyoku, then the game will continue, and if only Yuchi's Tenpai and Derex is not, then Kevin only drops one placement.
Yeah, this is an awkward spot for Yuchi, because you really want to sink Kevin, but Atsumo isn't going to do that.
Right. If Yuchi can take just a small hand off of Kevin, even 1,000 points would do it with the Richi stick and Homba. Yuchi winning 1,000 points off Kevin would flip their placements first and third place.
We'll see who can win this race.
Yeah.
K10 was huge.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yuchi's
K10.
Tenpai, yes. Dora is 3-peen. Yugo just drawing a 3-peen to stick to his floating 4-peen. Looking like he'll have just a normal Tan-peen hand. Derex with a Liangkan around the Dora 3-peen. Pair of Pei, although the Pei is not his Yakuhai. Yugo completing his Pinzu Lianmen. Yuchi pairing up the Yakuhai Non. She has 2 other pairs in her hand and 2 Lianmen. Derek's filling in the 4-peen Kanchan, allowing him to use the Dora 3-peen. Could potentially even look for a 3-4-5 Sanshoku. Yuchi finishing her Manzu Lianmen.
You go in a very interesting position with one of the faster hands, but perhaps only being happy taking a direct hit off of Kevin.
A direct hit off of Kevin would be ideal, and in a normal situation, Yugo would just take any hand, but in a desperate situation like this, he might want to stay Dama and pass on anyone except Kevin. Knocking Kevin down with a 2,000 point hand.
That's worth 40,000 points in standings.
Yes, that's correct. Each placement is effectively 20,000 points, so knocking Kevin from first to third would be big for Yugo.
Yeah, additionally, when you pass, other players also have a chance to do the same to Kevin.
That's true. Yeah, if you don't end the Kyoku, then other players have a chance to end it in a way that's beneficial for you as well. Looks like Kevin was holding the Tuso, looking for the potential 1-2-3 Sanshoku. They opt to confirm the 9-mon as the pair, keeping the floating 5-mon and 2-so and 6-so instead. Yugo getting to Tenpai here. This is Tanyo Dora 1. This does meet the point conditions. It's 2,600 points. They can Dama and try and direct hit Kevin to drop them at 2 placements. We'll see if they decide to pass on the other players and only target Kevin. Yuchi fills in her Tuso Kanchan. Kevin pairs up the 6-0, cutting the 5-mon. Kevin is now Ishan 10 for Pen 3-mon and then 6-0 9-mon Champon. Derex pairs up the 3-mon to augment his Monzu the Onmen. Yugo Tsumos.
Oh no.
This is interesting. That's rough. Especially given the fact that the 3-pin is the Dora. Otherwise, you might Fudi Tenrichi for the potential Sanshoku.
Yeah.
I think the play in this position is to cut the pair of 2-mon and look to find a Tonki that you can try and target Kevin with.
I absolutely
Yeah, I
agree.
agree. Because a win here is just, it's not going to change anything for you.
Oh, here we go. We taught them well.
Well done. You go correctly recognizing the point situation.
Or maybe our voice is leaking over.
No.
That's kidding.
What an awkward draw, though.
Yeah.
The one time you get the good draws is when you don't want it.
Yugo just trying to figure out what to do. What Tonkis would be good. 8-so Tonki. Yeah. It's better than the Fudi
At
10.
least something you can win off of.
Yeah, if it's if you got a direct, then might as well take the thing that's not Fudi 10. Oh, here's the 8-so. Kevin will probably hold on to it for now, but yeah, they cut the 2-so first. If Kevin gets the Tempai, they might be in danger.
This could be a very expensive deal in for Kevin.
Doki doki.
Yeah, it's 2,600 point ends up being 42,600 points. Oh, Derex advances, completing his Pinzu the Onmen, now Ishan 10, confirming the Monzu the Onmen, his strongest remaining shape. Yuqi, with this 4-so draw, she can look for the 4-5-6 Sanshoku. She opts to instead just slide, cutting the 1-so. Kevin draws 4-pin, cuts it instead of sliding with the 1-pin. Derex confirms the lower Kanchan, the 6-so Kanchan. The normal play would be to take the Yankan to maximize the chance of Pinfu. Oh, but Derex Onkos up the 7-so that he kept. Declares Ricci. This is 2 5-mon Ricci Dora 1 from Derex as the dealer.
And now Yugo's in a bit of a tough spot.
Yeah, but with that 5-so Ricci tile and the previous 9-so cut, Kevin might think that the 8-so is okay to cut. Yugo cuts 5-so, the safe 5-so, to take 7-so Kanchan Tempai instead. This is a lot less flexible than a Tonki, but it is the safer play. There are no 7-so left for Yugo to win on, however. Yuqi cheed the 5-so. This is currently K10 for her. She can still call the non or discard her pair of non looking for Tanyao. It's currently Kevin's turn. Kevin picked up the pay. The pay is a live tile. They opt not to cut it. Oh, but cutting the 1-mon. Kevin can see... Oh, yes, Kevin can see all of the 2-mon. And the 1-mon... 1-mon has passed.
Another situation where even Tempai payments can make a huge difference on standing.
What will Yugo do here, though? This 4-mon is definitely not safe. They might... Or he might opt to cut the 6-so and 8-so, given that they're both Suji. Right. Even though 8-so is Ricci Suji, given the earlier 9-so cut from Derex, it lowers the chance that Derex had at the Oncon waiting on the Suji to the 5-so. Yugo also just doesn't have any good options to defend against Kevin. Or against Derex, excuse me. So cutting the Sozu Kanchan seems like the play. He does, starting from the 6-0. Yuqi draws one of Derex's winning tiles, the 5-mon. She can defend with her Sozu, but instead opts to cut her pair of non. The non was once cut. Kevin follows Yugo's 6-0 discard. Yugo onkos up the 4-0 and can take a Tonki again. You can take the 8-0 Tonki once more, or the 4-7 Mon wait.
What journey? It's still pretty difficult to discard any of those Monzus,
Yeah, the Monzu are pretty tough to cut.
especially with the 3-mon discard coming before the Richi from Derex.
It decides to push the 4-mon. It might be targeting that 8-0 as the Suji to the Richi.
But continues.
Oh, no, he's just defending now, it looks like. Perhaps Yugo decided that he could not cut the 8-0 and instead went back to Ishanten here.
What do you think about the 5-pin here?
The 5-pin is... Yeah, there's no indication that it's safe on the upper side.
Right.
But at that point, I think you can cut the 8-0 and take the 2-5-pin weight. 2-pin is Gembutsu. Yuqi, she's 7-mon Kanchan with her Monzu to take 5-pin Kanchan Tenpai. Yuchi's Tenpai is just Tanyao Nomi. Oh, but now Yuqi has to cut either the 4-pin or the 8-pin. 4-pin is Nakasuji. She can wait on Gembutsu 7-pin. Two draws left here. Ooh, the 6-pin. Yeah, neither of these Pinzu tiles have passed. From Yuchi's point of view, she can only see 2 of the 7-pins, so the 8-pin is not safe. Dealing in could be fatal. She might opt to take no 10 by discarding the safe 2-so.
But with a lot of Dora passing, putting dealer in first.
There's no Dora have not passed.
Oh, it's
Dora's
3,
3-pin,
not
yeah.
4.
Yeah.
Yes. So this is...
Yeah, it's really rough to cut either of these Pinzu tiles.
Dora Sujis. How valuable is this Tenpai?
Yeah, she's probably looking more for a reason why she can cut one of them, or at least that's what I would be doing in her seat. Be like, can I cut one of these? Like, which one is less likely to deal in? But with the points as close as they are, and knowing that there will be a next Kyoku, it's kind of hard to take that risk. There really aren't that many Suji left. She opts to cut the safe 2-so, breaking up her Tenpai. Derex ends as the only one Tenpai at this Ryukyoku. Looks like one of the players is taking a short break. So we will be back in a few minutes. Yeah. Yeah, still going into South 4, there will be 2 Honba, 2 Richi sticks. Yuchi, or rather now, Derex is going to be in first place starting from the next Kyoku.
And Yuchi again just needs to win any hand to get ahead of Kevin.
Yeah, with Kevin at 36,000 points and Yuchi at 33,800 points. With just the Richi sticks, the 2 Richi sticks and 2 Honba, Yuchi winning any hand will put her above Kevin. Although, given how close she is to Derex as well, she'll likely be aiming for that first place. Yuchi is currently 5,000 points behind Derex. So with the 2,600 points, the 2,600 points in the pot or on the table, she just needs to win 2,600 points to take first place from Derex and also push Kevin down into third. Looks like we are resuming the game. This is South 4, 2 Honba, 2 Richi sticks on the table. Derex is Renchon. Dora is Shaw.
Hard to use.
Oh, but Derex has an Anko of Hatsu and a pair of Shaw, as well as 1 Manzu the Onmen.
Oh my.
Yeah, Derex, this is a big opportunity for him. Oh, excuse me, he has 4 of the Hatsu. He has a Kansu of the Hatsu.
That might just get slammed.
It's already a manga.
Yeah, it's a guaranteed Mangan. If he cons the Hatsu, on-cons the Hatsu, it's at least 60 Fu. 3 Han 60 Fu is rounded up to Mangan.
Staying silent with it for now.
Yeah, he still has the space in his hand to hold that extra Hatsu, but I'm sure once he runs out of space, he will decide to con. It's a little bit too good to pass up. Yuguo with 3 pairs completes Manzu the Onmen here. Yuchi forming a Penchon with her Sozu. 1 completed Manzu shape. Kevin with 3 pairs, but otherwise relatively poor shape. Derex draws the 3-mon to connect his lower Manzu. This might just be a free Honitsu on top of the Hatsu and 2 Dora.
You know, normally you wouldn't con this early because you might increase the Richi person's hand value. But in this specific situation, they're likely to go over you anyway, and they're looking to go over you. Mm-hmm. So it's completely okay to con much earlier.
Yeah, given how close the points are, especially with the 2 sticks, 2 Honba, players might choose 2 Dama just to confirm that they're they have as high a win rate as possible.
All right.
Yuchi cutting the Dora, which Derex calls for a pawn, alerting the table to his high value hand. Cutting the 6-peen to look for that Honitsu. Again, based on the rules of the game, you cannot declare a con after calling a tile. You can only declare a con after drawing a tile yourself, whether that be from another con or just your normal drive return. So we'll likely see Derex make the on-con of the Hatsu next turn. Yuchi drawing the 3rd 3-mon, strengthening her Manzu shape.
I can imagine Derek's drooling over the 7-mon from Toyman.
But doesn't try to get the extra draw by conning.
He opts not to con.
I feel like it's almost setting you back at this point.
Yeah, perhaps he's a bit too wary of the downsides of cons. In most situations, you would not want to con because there is a much higher chance that you improve your opponent's hand value compared to your own. There are 3 other players and only 1 of you after all. But in a case like this where you're really just not going to fold and you're Ishan 10, headless Ishan 10 even, it is much better to con here so that you can call and not lose out on the con.
I wonder if Derex is trying to mind game the other players by getting the Yakuza stuck in their hands.
Yuqi pairing up the 9-pin to augment her upper Pinzu Penchon. Yuguo with 6 blocks, likely looking for the 6-7-8 Sanshoku. Yuqi drawing a 3-mon, completing her second Manzu block. She cuts an 8-pin to confirm her 9-pin pair. It looks like she's looking for the value from San Anko. Oh, this is a 1-mon pawn from Kevin. Kevin has a pair of their Yakuhai Pei, so this is looking like a Pei Otozuke hand. Derex still not conning that Hatu. He might not want to con until he advances one more step, but again, that gives up on the chance of potentially being able to con when calling for a chi. Yuqi draws the 3-so to augment her 2-so pair, but she has cut the 1-so earlier. She opts to just cut the 3-so. Kevin pairs up the 8-pin. This helps their upper Pinzu the augment, but 8-pin is twice cut, so it cannot become a triplet. They still keep it as a potential pair, though. Yuguo finishes his 6-7-9 so shape, looking even more for that 6-7-8 or 6-7-8 Sanshoku is Tenpai, waiting on 5-8-pin. The remaining 2 8-pin are in Kevin's hand, and Kevin could be in danger once again.
Yeah, just a Dama Tanya Pinfu is enough to sink Kevin.
Yeah, Yugo might be thinking of whether or not he should Richi this, but given this point situation, taking even a 2,000 point hand off of Kevin would be enough to drop Kevin to 3rd place, but Yugo opts to Richi this time. Kevin draws the 4th 1-mon. Doesn't look particularly dangerous against Yugo, but it's a little bit hard. Oh, Derex instead cuts one of the Hatsu.
The safety play.
Yeah, in this sort of situation, if Derex were to con and then makes Yugo's hand Hanemon Sumo, then Derex would drop below Kevin if Yugo Tsumos.
Right.
Yuqi cheese the 3-pin Kanchan, cutting her pair of 9-pin for Tanyao Tenpai. This is 2-so 5-pin Shampon.
With everything on the table, that is actually enough to overtake.
Yes. Yuqi can win any hand to overtake Kevin. She would not overtake Derex, though, although certainly she will be happy with overtaking Kevin. Looks like Kevin has a rough time defending, just kind of cutting more terminal tiles here. This 3-pin has passed. Oh, Derex draws the 7-mon to complete his penchant. He is either 5-so Tenpai or 2-5-mon Tenpai. You gotta think he'll take the 2-5-mon.
This is going to be a close fight.
Yeah, this is Tenpai for Hatsu Honitsu Dora 3. That's dealer Hanemon for Derex. 2-mon is Genbutsu to the Richi.
Those discards.
Yeah. Yes, there's 5-so does not draw that much attention given that it is Nakasuji. There are no 5-mon left in the wall, but there is 1 2-mon left.
There are no overflows.
Yeah, no overflows from Derex either. Yeah, his discards don't make it look particularly like he is pushing. 7-peen draw from Yuqi. She can discard the 5-peen for a 6-peen Kanchan weight, but of course the 5-peen is dangerous and in fact would deal in here. Opts to discard the slightly safer 7-peen. This 6-0 will certainly stand out if Derex cuts it, but I mean, he is dealer Hanemon Tenpai.
I mean, Derex could afford a no 10. Can he?
Depends on other players.
He can afford a no 10 if Kevin is also no 10. Derex instead opts to discard the safe Tumon for 6-0 Tonki, but Yuchi Tsumo's the last 5-peen. This is Tanyao Nomi. It's 300, 500 is 500, 700 with 3 Riichi sticks on the table now.
What a crit.
What a
Yeah.
sumo.
Yeah, with Yugo's Riichi stick, this puts Yuchi in first place over Derex. Final scores for this Hanchan are Yuchi in first place with 38,500 points, Derex in second place with 38,100 points, Kevin in third place with 35,500 points, and Yugo in another tough fourth place with 7,900 points.
You know, it makes me almost wonder if Yugo reached. It makes me wonder if Yugo almost reached to just throw a 1,000-point stick, so other players can win a Sumo one hand. Yuki especially.
Yeah, that is certainly a consideration, but Yugo would probably want Derex above Yuchi given their previous point distribution, don't you think?
Yeah, I guess it only mattered between Derex and Yuki.
Yeah, because Yuchi winning any hand period would put her above Kevin. Yugo didn't need Yuchi to be above Derex.
Yep.
So it was probably more a consideration for his own hand. But yes, this was the third out of 4 Hanchan for our Initiate League Finals.
Very close finish at the end with every stick starting to count.
Yeah. We will be taking another short break before we come back to the fourth and final Hanchan of this set. So join us again in about 10 to 15 minutes.
Stay tuned.
All right, hello. We are back, ready to take on the last Hanchan. Our contestants, or I guess our participants, have sweltered through 3 Hanchans, and we are here on Hanchan 4. I'm Stefan, back in the commentary booth. Joining me is Nima.
Hello, this is Nima. Again, I am OC Mahjong's Mahjong consultant.
And also Bryant.
Hello, this is Brian. I'm OC Mahjong's Mahjong director.
Is that your official title?
Thought you
Yes.
were director of strategy.
It is on the website.
Cool. I guess I should say where I'm from as well too. I'm from Seattle. Flew down to help run this exciting tournament that we got here, and then it looks like we are getting started. So this is East 1 of Hanchan 404. This is the final Hanchan. So this is where legends are made, where history is made, where stories are told. Seating for this Hanchan works a little bit differently than the Hanchans past. In Hanchans 1, 2, and 3, I believe seating was chosen randomly. But for Hanchan 4, players are seated in reverse scoring order. What that means is that the fourth place player is the starting dealer, and then it'll go third, second, and first. So our starting dealer here is Yuguo at a negative 151.4 points. Then Derex is at positive 12.3, Yuqi's at 41.0, and then Kevin at positive 97.1. If you're Yuguo, how do you approach this Hanchan? Do you approach this Hanchan?
You shouldn't give up just yet, because there's always a chance that you might get a couple Yakumons.
I guess we should also mention that it looks like the Dora is the East. So given that East is also the round win, it's going to be a very valuable tile for basically everyone at the table.
Yeah, in Yuo's position, given how poor his first 2 Hanchan went, this is also the case in the 3rd Hanchan, but Yugo pretty much cannot give up either of his dealer turns. He needs these dealer turns. This is the best opportunity for him to catch up. And given that he needs to catch up to a pretty much 250,000 point gap with Kevin, Yugo's going to need as many points as he can get on these dealer turns.
I guess 250 isn't impossible, but it's approaching the realm of improbable.
Yeah, so as long as you have a dealer turn, you can still make your conditions, because you can technically win an infinite amount of points on your dealer turn. But once Yugo's second dealer turn passes in South 1, I'll have to start swinging for the fences and looking for those Yakuman level hands.
You mentioned conditions, actually. As now that we're in the final Hanchan and scores are very clear, kind of what's going through people's mind, and what were some of the calculations that they were doing in between Hanchans?
So the best way to think about it is just the difference going in. So, for example, the difference between Kevin and Yuqi is going to be 56,000 point. 56,100 points, so 56.1. However, the player going in the lead wins ties, so Yuqi really needs to make up 56.2 points here. That, given that Saikouisen rules use a 1030 Uma, is effectively just 3 placements. So if Yuqi ends this Hanchan in first place and Kevin ends in 4th place, then that will cover a 60 point gap and leave Yuqi in first place overall. So you're thinking about it in terms of placements, with each placement being 20 points, then plus the raw score on top of that. So Yuqi has a very reasonable condition. Even if she can't sink Kevin down to 4th place, if she gets first place, Kevin's maybe in 3rd, and she makes up another 17,000 points or so, then that is enough for her to take first place in this final Hanchan.
I guess Derex's conditions then are a little bit harder, because not only does Derex have to make up what is basically an 85 point difference, he also has to maintain or make sure that Yuqi doesn't come in or get enough to take that first in that case too.
Right. So Derek's, the most easy way to make his conditions would be for him to end up in first place, Kevin to end up in 4th place. That covers 60 out of the 85 points. And then Derek's just needs another 25,000 raw points in the Hanchan above Kevin.
Which most likely happens if you're in first and last place is in 4th.
Yes. And then Derek's as Stefan mentioned, also needs to make sure he has enough points over Yuqi. So if Derex is in first but Yuqi's in second, that only covers 20,000 points, and the gap between Derex and Yuqi is just about 30,000 points. So Derex would need to make sure he's at least 10,000 points above Yuqi, unless Yuqi is 2 placements below him, in which case he doesn't have to worry about the raw point difference.
Maybe coming back a little bit to the hanchan at play here, since we've talked a lot about, I guess, some of the conditions and thoughts going into the hanchan. Yuguo's actually made this a call for the 1-2-3 mon, locking in that meld. Simply trying to force an Itsu, perhaps?
Yes, he is Itsu Ishanten here. Yugo just cannot afford to let go of this dealer turn, so he's going to do whatever he can to make sure he is at least Tempai at the Ukyoku. But we have a Richi here from Derex. This is a Richi Tanyao waiting on 2-5-so. Yuqi decides to defend by cutting the 7-pin out of her sequence. Yugo has an Onko of the 2-so.
Yeah, but if Yugo draws a 5-so, that 2-so could very easily come out here.
Yeah, he effectively has no choice but to cut it at that point. But if Yugo draws the 7-mon first, surely he will just discard the 6-so. Oh, but here is the Dora tone. This Dora is a live tile. There are 2 in Kevin's hand and 1 in Yuchi's hand. But given the fact that Yugo has nowhere to go, he might just decide to push it, as it is a tile with a low chance of dealing in as an honor tile.
Right, as minuscule as your chances are, you have to play to your outs effectively. And most likely holding onto that east isn't going to help him. He is pausing to think about this, though.
He might be trying to find a path back where he can cut perhaps his Manzu Penchon, because if he pairs up the east, he can use that as his Yakuhai, but it is a little bit rough. He's hedges by cutting the 6-so instead.
I guess if Yugo draws the 7-mon, then the east can be dropped and he'll be weighing on 3-4-so.
Or he could drop the 4-so and wait on the Tone Tonki.
Even spicier. So in the other hands, we got
Yuchi is mainly just defending against Derex's Richi. It looks like Kevin is also playing more passively.
kind of fortunate that Kevin isn't really going to be able to capitalize on this east pair in their hand, but
yeah, Kevin as the player coming into the fourth hanchan with a sizable lead is not in a position where they need to be taking that much risk. Derek's winning and passing Yuguo's dealer turn is probably entirely fine for Kevin. It might just be a matter of not having any guaranteed save tiles.
Is there really nothing guaranteed safe in their hand?
It does not appear to be. The 7-mon is Suji. Yeah, 8-peen was one chance from the 7. Oh, no chance from the 7-peen. Can only deal into a Tonki.
With 3 in their hand already. Very unlikely. There's always the added benefit of when you're dropping an Anko, you're guaranteed to be safe for 3 turns if the first one passes.
Exactly, yes.
Derek's unable to find this.
Well, there is only one 5-so left on the wall, if I'm counting this correctly. 3 2-so in Yugo's hand, even though they aren't all put together. And then 1 2-so in Kevin's discards, with 5-so already in Derek's hand and 2 in Kevin's hand.
So really just drawing to 1 out.
Yugo gives up on the E2, opting to cut the safer 9-mon. But it is still no 10. Just could not get to Tempai.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate start for Yugo, losing one of his 2 precious dealer turns.
Well, if you know, in poker we say a chip in a chair. That's enough to win a tournament. I guess for Mahjong, it's a dealership in a chair.
I guess that would be an appropriate analogy. Yeah.
All right, we move on to East 2 with the Ryukyoku, the Regi 6 carryover, and so does the Honba count goes up 1. So we've got 1 Regi 6 and 1 Honba. And it looks like, yep, Derex is the dealer. The Dora is south, with tone being revealed.
Yeah, Yugo can still afford to play normally here. He still has 1 dealer turn left. Of course, Even he probably doesn't think that he has a reasonable shot of winning this title, but it is still technically possible, and he will play for his conditions. Derex does still need quite a lot of points himself. Again, he effectively needs first fourth with Kevin plus another 25 points on top of that. So Derex will probably want to make the most out of this first dealer turn.
Honestly, it looks like Derex's hand is might be suited to do well here.
Yeah,
It's a lot of Monzu and
yeah. Derex can look for a Monzu Itsu, has a pair of 6-pin. Yuqi might be looking for a Sozu Itsu, but potentially also a lower Sanshoku if she can move that 3-mon sideways there.
Kevin with a lot of G high or honor tiles. Slow progress.
Yeah, Yuguo with a pair of his Yahoo High Pay, although calling for Pay Nomi was probably not the best in his current point situation. Kevin pairing up the non. This is not their Yahoo High, but it is the Dora.
It's hard to say no to a pair of Dora, even if it's not your wind.
Yuqi drawing a 5-mon. This allows her to look for a 3-4-5 Sanshoku, although the shape for both the Pinzu and the Monzu would be Kanchans.
Is that 3-3-5 in Yuji's hand currently?
In Yuqi's hand, yes, 3-3-5. Yeah, the 3-mon is currently her only pair, so for her to look for the Sanshoku, she'll need to find a pair elsewhere. Could be making it out of the 2-so, 2-pin, upper Sozu. What did she draw? A tone?
Kind of hard to see from our vantage.
No, 7-mon. Oh, she decides to cut it. Definitely looking for that 3-4-5 Sanshoku then.
Right.
Kevin pairs up the Haku. This is once cut, but this one is Yaku High. Might allow them to cash out the Dora.
I think that's probably the ideal case, right? If you can kind of guarantee your Yaku, you've got value in your Dora, and you've got decent shapes to call from across the table.
Mm-hmm. Yuqi draws that 4-mon for the 3-4-5 Sanshoku. She'll still need to build a pair somewhere, and then also complete the 4-pin Kanchan. But that is one step closer. Derex draws a 6-so to stick to his 7-so. He might be looking at Sanshoku instead of Itsu now. Most likely 6, 7, 8.
Would have to drop the 9-mon to make that happen, but easy to do. Yuko of 1-so for Yuguo.
Yeah, Yugo was breaking up his 6, 7, 8-pin sequence, likely looking for either Su Anko or Honitsu. Yuqi, upon drawing the 1-pin, gives up on the Sanshoku, cutting the 5-pin. She is now Ishanten, a headless Ishanten that can use the Doranon. Derex cuts the 8-mon. He could have used this 8-mon to improve his shape by cutting the 9-mon and instead look for 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku. Perhaps he just missed that shape improvement. Kevin completes their Monzu Dianmen. They are still Dianshanten, but with value and the ability to call.
That's a pair of 1-mons for Yuguo.
Yeah.
Are the 1-pins dead, or is there a Doko chance still alive?
No, it looks like there's 2 1-pin left. Oh, here comes the 1-mon. Yugo passes, as would make sense given his point situation.
Yeah, I guess if he's Ishan or Yanshanten from Suanko, then you don't need to commit just yet.
Yeah, he's also Ishanten for Chitoitsu, although that's definitely
kind of not where you want to be point to.
Yeah.
Especially given the mountain that you have to climb. I have to ask.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we call the tiles with their English number, right?
Yes.
And but the Japanese name for the suit.
Yes.
But we say Ishanten and Yanshanten.
Yes.
Why don't we say 1-shanten and 2-shanten?
Because it sounds weird.
Well, you don't like 1 Peiko and 2 Peiko?
I've been asked this before, actually.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, remember at Lapome, Yuri actually asked us before.
Oh, she did?
Yeah. She said, oh, it's really funny you guys say 1-shanten sometimes.
Oh, she thought it was funny.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's a matter of like knowing your audience, right? Because some players will know what Ishanten is, but sometimes you instead will just commit to the English and say like one away, right? I suppose here we expect our players and our audience to know the Japanese terms, given that the Japanese terms are concise. There's no ambiguity. With English terms, there can be ambiguity. Like, is one away Ishanten or is one away Tenpai? Like one away from winning. So
Yeah, that trips up a lot of newer players too.
yeah, so we definitely prefer to use the Japanese terms, even though we recognize that there is that added barrier to entry there.
Yes, while we were talking, it looks like Derek's completed a 5-6-7 shape in the Pinzu.
Yes, they are missing out on that 4-7 mon Dianmen after cutting the 8 mon earlier. Derek's additionally also cut the Dora Non a few turns ago. No reaction from the other players. Kevin could not call it if they wanted to have Yaku, but Kevin is Ishanten for 6-9 pin, and then as well as the Haku and Non. Derex draws back the 8 mon.
Potentially another decision point.
Yeah, he realizes this time, cuts the 9 mon, using the 8 mon as the pair. Can look for the 5-6-7 Sanshoku.
Also, just 5-5-6 is a very powerful shape if you're not committed to the 5s as a pair.
Yep. Yuqi decides to cut the Dora here. She is Tenpai for 1-4-7, so this is Pinfu Nomi. She might be looking for the Sanshoku upgrade on a 2-mon draw.
Do you agree with the Damaten here?
It's late enough that you probably would just want to Richi and try and sumo that way. If you've read Kobayashi's book Super Digital, Kobayashi GoPro's book Super Digital, he talks about how late game Richis are worth 2-han effectively, because if you do win the hand this late in the game, you're very likely to get Ipatsu.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's just so few turns left to win. The chance of just getting the Ipatsu is higher. Oh,
Is that 2-han assuming that you win?
yes, assuming that you win.
Okay.
Derek's here cutting the 8 mon for Tenpai, foregoing the 5-6-7 Sanshoku. But Kevin ends up dealing into Yuqi. This is Pinfu Nomi. That's 1,000 is 1,300 points with the Honba. Yeah, this Yuchi's Damaten might have just been a combination of wanting to upgrade the value and just it being too late in the Kyoku.
Looks like our overlay might be a little bit delayed here. We'll let our tech team on that. That looks right.
Yep, so
Wonderful tech team. Thank you. We are in East 3 now. It's Yuchi as the dealer. Looks like the Dora is East. A lot of honor tiles and wins being Dora early on here.
yeah, having an honor tile as the Dora definitely warps how the game is played, given how hard they are to use, and also how reluctant players might be to discard them, given that they're likely to be Yakuhai.
They just like slow down the game then.
Yeah, sometimes a player, their hand might get shackled down by a single Dora because they just don't want to cut it. Knowing when, or the proper timing, the proper situation to cut a live honor Dora is what's going to make or break your hand sometimes.
What are some heuristics you might use to make that decision?
Usually it's just based on your own hand. If your own hand is good enough that you're willing to fight back when someone else calls the Dora that you discard, then that's generally a good time to call it or to discard it. And in general, that will be once your hand cannot afford to hold on to it anymore. Like you have a good Ishanten, you don't want to sacrifice any tile acceptance, or you have a very good Yanshanten, or maybe you just have guaranteed value from your hand shape from maybe other Yaku.
Looks like Yuchi has one of the Easts in her hand, looking to pair that up or make good use of it.
Yeah, that's the only Dora visible to us so far.
Meanwhile, Derek's got a completed 3-4-5 Suzu shape. as well as a Biancon in 7-8 and a pair of the Hatsu that he might look to call. Just upgraded the 7-9 into a 6-7 Yanmen.
Yuqi draws this four-mon to stick to her Manzu shape. She could use it as 2 blocks, although they are currently overlapping. Kevin finishes their Sozu Yanmen. This is Tenpai. Probably not the Tenpai they wanted. They might have been looking for Itsu.
Right.
It's going to be hard for them to improve the shape immediately.
If they take Tenpai here, then you've got an equal chance of improving it versus just drawing it yourself.
Well, if they do cut the 1 pin, they do have the chance to slide the Manzu down for the 3-4-5 Sanshoku. They instead opt to cut the 5 pin for the 2 pin Kanchan weight. Perhaps they are using the fact that this is an early Richi to hope that other players cannot defend effectively and end up having to rely on the Richi Suji. Because Kevin did have the option of cutting the 8 pin instead and not giving that away, that Richi Suji away.
Good point. We'll see if anyone falls for the Suji trap.
One thing to note here is that Kevin is currently in 4th place. This 4th place is enough for Yuqi because all Yuqi needs to do is be in 1st place with Kevin in 4th place. But it's not enough for Derex, who needs another, again, 25,000 points raw score over Kevin, in addition to the 3 placements.
Well, for Yuqi, a 2 placement differential plus, what is it, like 16.2 is enough?
That's correct.
Right. Yeah, when it gets close like that, you've got kind of multiple ways to look at your conditions, either by raw placements or, you know, 1 less placement differential plus some score.
Yes, but given how close it is and how likely it is for Kevin to just go up placement like this, it's a little bit unreasonable to look at the 2 placements plus 16 points. At least it was until this sumo. So Kevin
Sumo.
Yeah,
that
does
500 1,000.
Yep, Kevin sumoed that 2 pin Kanchan. So Kevin
Kind of blazing by, honestly. We've entered East 4. Kevin is the dealer here. Obviously, Kevin in the north seat because they entered the Sanchan with coming into 1st place with a very, well, not entirely comfortable lead, but a decently large lead. Like, it's not trivial for everyone else to find what they need.
Yeah, it's not insurmountable, but it's definitely not easy.
Looks like the door is the 2-mon.
Kevin looking like they're starting with a very strong hand shape, 2 completed sequences, and a Manzu the Onmen and a Pinzu the Onmen.
Wow.
It looks like they're just looking for a pair somewhere.
Honestly, today just might be Kevin's.
Yeah. Given Kevin's connected Manzu and Pinzu shapes, it should be very easy to make a pair somewhere.
As far as like as someone working on the production side of things, part of me was a little bit happy that the results of Hanchan 3 ended as they did, because otherwise this might have been a somewhat boring Hanchan to watch. But this is either way, we've got plenty of conditions still in play for a lot of people. So.
Yeah, even if Kevin had kind of run away with it, there might have been an alliance formed between Derex and Yuqi. As we talked earlier about unspoken alliances, there might have been an alliance formed between Derex and Yuqi for them to help each other extend their dealer turns,
right,
to increase the chance to overtake Kevin, for both of them to overtake Kevin and drop their placement.
Meanwhile, Kevin just finished a meld.
Yes.
Their Ishanten?
Yes. They are currently Kutsuki Ishanten. Kevin drew the 6-mon using or allowing them to use the 3-mon as a pair if they cut the Dora 2-mon. But they are Kutsuki Ishanten. So if they, for instance, draw a 4 or 5, so I'm sure they will be more than satisfied with the Sanshoku or Pinfu, or potentially both.
And Tanya.
Yes, and Tanya. Guarantee Tanya here.
This could be a very expensive hand very quickly.
The 6-pin doesn't really help. They're probably just making sure that the other tiles are better to keep.
The fact that 6-pin here, not necessarily the greatest, just because you already have a lot of things around it. Ooh,
Oh yeah, that's exactly right. There's already a lot of things around it, and the 6-0, it's just giving the potential Sanshoku or Pinfu is so strong.
Opts to keep it and drop the 6-0 instead. Brian, you have any insight on this? Or
I might need to have a little talk with Kevin after this.
Oh well, Kevin does draw the 4-pin, completing an Ipeiko shape, and that they are 5 8-pin Tenpai. If they cut the Dora Tumon, this would be Tanyao Pinfu Ipeiko, along with Richi. That makes it a dealer Mangan. I don't see any reason for them not to.
right.
Yeah, the main benefits of the 6-0 are just the value, either the Tanpin Takame Sanshoku or the confirmed Tanyao Sanshoku. It's a little bit too hard to give up. And then with Kevin's Manzu shape, they could have paired up 3 or 6 Mon to take the 1-4 Mon shape.
It's gonna
Although
work out here because they drew the 4-pin, but
Yes.
speaking, with already 1 4-pin in your hand, and you've already got the 5s as well.
yes, there's a lot of pins who kind of out on the board. It would have been hard to expect to draw another 4-7 pin there, but they managed to do it.
That weight also probably just confirming that what the weight is.
Oh yeah, probably.
4 4 5 5 6 6 6 7 isn't the easiest hand to grok.
Yuchi with 2 calls, the Hatsu and one So the Onmenshi. She is Honitsu Ishanten. Pushes the 6-pin against Kevin's Richi. This is a chance, now that Kevin has declared Richi, even though it's a dealer Richi, this is the chance to take points directly from Kevin.
These are the kind of fights that are going to define who's the winner of this Sanshan, basically.
Exactly. Derex, his hand is in no shape to fight back. He opts to discard his Anko of Pei to defend. Yuguo also not really in a shape to fight back. He's probably going to play more passively. Yuchi unfortunately missing out on the pair of Non. Non was twice cut when she cut the first one.
Really, it's just at this point a race between if Yuchi can get to Tenpai for Honitsu versus if Kevin can win and get this dealer Mangan.
Well, what will Derex do here? He discards the 7 soul that just passed out of his sequence to defend. Yuchi picks up the Hatsu. She can con here, but it is a little bit risky. Unlike with Yugo's position in the last Hanchan, Yuchi is not that far from Kevin. She doesn't need to increase the variance that much by declaring a con while her hand is open and Kevin's hand is already Richi. The more balanced play is probably just to discard this Hatsu as a safe tile.
And that's exactly what she does. If we look at this 5-8 weight, it looks like the 5s are dead.
Yes.
One of them's in Derex's hand. One of them has been discarded by Yuguo. Let's see, how about the 8Ps?
It looks like there's 2 8-pins left. One in Derex's hand and one discarded.
Yep.
Derex keeps drawing effective tiles while trying to defend. The 7 Mon did just pass, so he could cut that. Other than that, he has the Forso as well. Derex might be worried about Yuchi. Yuchi picks up the 8-pin.
This is a disaster scenario for Yuchi.
I think if she had picked it up earlier, it would have been a lot worse. She might have just pushed it with no information. Right. But given that it's getting this late in the Kyoku, and she's going to have to push multiple dangerous tiles, both the 8-mon and the 8-pin, it's a lot easier for her to decide to defend here and cut the Forso out of her sequence.
And maybe try to build around it instead.
If
she wants to try and even get to Tenpai or fight.
Yeah, once, like at this point, when she has two floating eights that neither of which she can cut, she's likely just resigned to being no 10 at the end of this Kyoku.
Just live to fight another day, basically.
Pretty much. It's just a matter of praying that Kevin will not sumo.
Which, with how today's going, may not be the best thing to pray, but
I don't know, Kevin. They didn't sumo Ipatsu this time.
that's true. That's true. Yeah, the Ipatsu Hanuman sumo in Hanchan 3 on East 1, that was the tone setter, I feel like.
Yeah, the Ipatsu sumo Ura 3.
Yep. Wait, no, that was Hanuman. No, that was Hanchan 2, not 3. My bad.
Yeah.
My Hanchan's mixed up. Well, now with basically everyone going on the defensive, it's up to Kevin to draw this last 8 pin.
It looks like Kevin will get 2 more draws.
Not there.
The next, that 8 pin just ended up in Yuchi's hand. There's no more 8 pin for Kevin to sumo. And this will be the Hote.
And as you're declaring notes in here, I think you have to breathe a sigh of relief that Kevin didn't win off this hand, because this would have been a big one.
Yes, exactly. So Kevin ends up as the only player in Tenpai here at this Ryu Kyoku. And as the dealer, they get to Renchan.
That means we enter East 4, but with 1 Homba this time, and 1 Riichi stick in the middle, left over from Kevin's Riichi from the last round. Looks like the Dora is East. Another G-High Dora. Is that the 3rd East Dora we've had in this, like, in the East round?
I believe so.
That's crazy. Now we've had South. Looking at Kevin's opening hand here. A lot of Pinzu.
Yeah, Kevin might be looking for an upper Sanshoku 789.
Right, has the 7-9 block, the 8-9-9 block in Manzu, and a floating 9 so.
Depending on how the hand develops, it might even be Chanta or Junchan.
Right.
Looks like Yuchi has a single floating Dora, but her hand shape is all Kanchan's pretty much.
Yuguo with just 2 pairs. That 4 mana, huge draw, completing that 3-4-5.
Derex with a couple of pairs, couple of Penchans and a Kanchan.
So plenty of work to do for basically everyone at the table. Nobody seems to have a easy path to victory for this for this hand.
Yeah, Derex completes his 3-so Kanchan after Yuguo extended his Manzu even further. Yugo might be looking for a Manzu Itsu here. Cuts the 6-so. He had cut the 5-so earlier. He might be confirming the 7-so as his pair, or maybe he's going to force Honitsu. I guess we'll have to see what his future discards are.
Right.
Yuchi drawing an 8-so. This is a little bit hard to see, but this is the Ankan in the Sozu.
Oh, with the 4-6-8.
Yes.
The tiles aren't exactly even, so it's a little hard to grok those.
Yes.
Really has to solve the question of how she's going to use that Dora in her hand, though.
Well, she might not necessarily have to use it, but certainly would be welcome. Kevin pairs up the 7 pin. This is This is augmenting their shape, but not really in a helpful way. They just decide to throw it back. Yeah, if
We're
they're
going, we don't need 7p.
yeah, if at least not two of them. Yeah, if they're looking for any sort of value, whether it's from Junchan or maybe Pinzu Itsu, then they don't need the second 7 pin.
And that's I feel like a skill you pick up too, right? Just not
Absolutely.
like yes, it makes 7-9 evolve into 7-7-9, but if where you're going, you're not going to have a use for a pair of 7s, then cutting a tile like that, even though it's technically helps your block, is totally valid and just helps your velocity.
Yeah, it's a matter of foresight, like being able to see where your hand is going and knowing which tiles you need to get there and which tiles you can afford to cut early, even though it may be giving up on some tile acceptance.
It's a little hard to see what Monzu are in Derex's hand.
He has 1, 2, 6, 8 mon.
1, 2, 6, 8.
Yeah, looks.
He just actually completes that 5-6 block down there.
Unfortunately, his remaining blocks are all weak shapes, Kanchans and Penchan.
Probably will get rid of the 1-2 because the 6 at least can evolve to Yanmen.
Yuqi draws the 9 mon. This gives her a path towards Chanta if she pairs up the Dora.
Would also have to drop the 4-6.
Yes. Yeah, if she pairs up the Dora, cuts 4-6, so she'll be able to get Chanta with the Tone and 2-pin. The shot is twice cut, so she cannot make that into a triplet. Oh, Kevin.
Decisive move from Kevin, dropping the 7-pin.
And this is a bit strange. Yeah, cutting the 7-pin, breaking up the 8-pin Kanchan as opposed to the overlapping 3-pin Penchan Kanchan in the lower Pinzu.
It's not like a lot of 8-pins are cut. Like there's no 8-pins cut at all, right?
That's correct. But there is a 3-pin cut.
And already Kevin's using one in their hand too.
Yeah. It's possible that Kevin's looking a few steps ahead and planning on using the lower Pinzu to make a pair. A shape like 1, 2, 2, 3, 4 is very poor to make two sequences because it only accepts 3-pin for that, a 3-pin you already are using. But to make a pair, it accepts 1 4-pin and 2 5-pin, just like an overlapping Nobitan and Adyanmen. So if Kevin is looking to make a pair out of that lower Pinzu, then they could shift their Monzu into an Itsu.
Right. Just we call that a prophylactic move when you're making a move in preparation for something that's coming down in the future.
Oh, it looks like Derex is breaking up the pair of 2 mon.
Interesting choice.
I wonder if they're just starting to defend already. I don't see any obvious threat on the board.
Right.
Yuqi, oh, interesting. She decides she does pair up the Tone, the Dora Tone, but instead of looking for the potential Chanta, she cuts her pair of Sha. Again, Sha is twice cut, so it can never become the triplet, which would mean relying on the Tone becoming a triplet. It's probably the more conservative play, not wanting to rely on the Dora Tone. It does leave poor shape, though. Oh, although drawing this so helps fix the shape. She can now pwn the Tone for Tenpai. Yuguo doing his best to get a Manzuchini to here. It's been 12 turns in the making.
It's kind of fortunate that it's also entirely telegraphed given his discards, but
Kevin drawing the 8 mon here allows them to accept another 7 mon for Ipeiko if they're making their Pinzu into their pair, but they decide to just cut the 8 mon anyway. I guess they could not afford to let go of that Dora Tone.
well, it looks like the last Dora went to Yugo's hand, so
That's going to be stuck there for the time being.
yep.
Oh, now Kevin draws the 5 mon. This forms a Vyankon with the lower Monzu, but also allows for the Itsu upgrade we described earlier, using the Pinzu to make the pair. Kevin might also look to just Tonki on the Dora Tone or pair it up for Tenpai. This is still going to take a couple of steps.
There's not that many steps left to take in this Kyoku.
Right, yes. Kevin only has 4 more draws in this Kyoku. Derek's getting back to Ishanten here. Oh, Kevin does draw the 2-pin to make the pair.
I have to discard the Dora though.
At some point, they could,
yes,
yeah,
sorry.
they could
They're
discard the
not-
9-mon first. Yes,
They're not tempo.
not Tenpai yet. They made one step, but they need to make one more for Tenpai.
Is that what we should call the English translation of Nianshanten? 2 steps?
2 steps away, right?
Yeah. Still falls into the same problem.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
ambiguity.
Oh, they reached for the 2-pin. They might just not be willing to cut the Dora tone at all, which, given how late it is in the Kyoku and how little risk Kevin really needs to take, would be pretty reasonable.
It is a thinker though.
They do cut the 2-pin. I think it would be fine to just cut the 9-mon. Yeah, there's no obvious danger.
Still take that step.
Yeah, still take that Ishan 10, and then if the Dora does happen to pass, they could take the Tenpai. Oh, 2-mon. Kevin declares Chi. Probably will continue discarding the next 2-pin.
Any thoughts there, Brian?
No, I was just wondering what the pause was.
Yeah, it seems like if you're committed to dropping one, the second one should drop pretty quickly.
Yeah, but given the pressure these players might be under, you can't blame them for wanting to take an extra moment to make sure that they're making the best play.
It does help your Ishan then quite a bit.
To Chi the 2-mon?
To cut the tone then.
Oh, of course, yeah, to cut, yeah. But if they were going to cut the tone, then they should have cut it instead of the first 2-pin. Because then they would just have a good Ishan 10. Let's see, how's Yugo's hand coming along? Oh, he's,
A lot of Manzu.
yeah, he is Ishan 10.
Right.
He's headless Ishan 10. Yuchi's worried about cutting this 3-mon, probably against Kevin.
As she should be, just given the the Yugo's discards.
Well, should she be against Kevin though?
Oh, against Kevin.
Yeah, yeah, because Yugo hasn't overflowed either.
Right.
Yeah, Yugo hasn't made any strong discards like Manzu Overflow or cutting the Dora.
Well, there is
But-
an 8-mon drop from Kevin.
Yeah, but Yuchi not wanting to discard the 3-mon is probably just because she's just not going to get to Tenpai, so no need to take that risk.
Exactly. Well, it ends in what is probably the most amicable ending to a hand of Mahjong, in which nobody is Senpai. So that means the stick stays in the middle, and we bump the Homba counter as we enter South 1. Means there's 1 stick and 2 Hombas, as Yugo enters what is going to be his last dealership for this for the finals. You've got to make this one count, right? Here you go.
Oh, absolutely. There's no way he can afford to fold when he needs to make up a 250,000 point gap.
Just pedal to the metal, full throttle, all gas, no brakes.
Well, it's not necessarily that you have to full push everything, because dealing in does mean that the Kyoku ends, but it's more that he just can't afford to give up so easily.
All gas, some brakes.
Yeah, so some breaks, maybe you make some detours if the road's a little bit too bumpy for your liking. But
Use 2 feet. Use both feet.
Well, if you drive a manual, you have to use both feet anyway.
Oh, okay.
You think this is automatic, Mahjong?
I mean,
we're
it's
using
on
an
the
It is an
table.
automatic table, not a manual table. Can't wait to learn about how much horsepower this table has.
looks like the Dora is Formon. Yuchi has a pair of the Dora herself. Yugo has a completed sequence in Sozu with a Manzu the Onman that can accept the Dora.
Yushi's hand actually looking pretty crazy here, right?
Yeah.
Pair of the Dora, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, Yuchi.
Anko the force.
Yeah, Yuchi is Ishan 10, but her Ishan 10 shape is currently rather poor.
Right.
Yeah, her shape is 1 pin 4 so 4 mon champon plus 6 so kanchan.
6 of content, yeah.
Yeah. But she can very easily look to improve the shape around the Sozu and even the Manzu. If she sticks something to the 4 mon to extend it upward, she can cut the 1 mon and still make use of both Dora. Yeah, Derex has 4 pairs currently. He might be looking a bit more at Chitoitsu.
As a Chitoitsu fan, I approve of this message.
Oh, is that because you're from Seattle? I hear Chitoitsu is quite popular up there.
Really?
Yes.
No, it's because I'm an ABC, always built Chitoi first.
Oh, okay.
I did not realize that there are like regional. I knew about local Yaku. I did not know about regional Yaku preferences.
I think it's just Seattle liking Chitoitsu.
Oh, interesting. Is there a?
I'm not sure if that's true, honestly. I go to the review session sometimes, and not sure people are a fan of it.
Oh, it might be just different pockets of Seattle, because
Okay.
I know there's quite a few players at the Seattle Riichi Mahjong Club who adore Chitoitsu. Maybe the players who attend the review sessions are a little bit different. I think at OC Mahjong here, we're more pro Chitoi than anti Chitoi.
More pro Chitoi. I think that
Yeah.
sounds about right.
Than compared to anti Chitoi, because there are some players who are just completely opposed to Chitoitsu in principle.
I feel like this got metaphorically deep real quick. Like what Yaku you're for, what Yaku you're against. I feel like I should be grilling you on like a politician, asking you what your issues are.
Well, Yuqi did confirm the 4-so as her Onko, cutting the 3-so, but now has drawn this 9-so to form a Diankan in the upper Sozu. Opts to just get rid of it, foregoing the 8-so Kanchan. This could be preparation, setting up a trap for the 6-so Kanchan later in the game. Kevin has a 1-4 Nobitan and a 1-4 Adyanmen looking to build the pair somewhere.
Derek is actually Ishanten for Chitoi now. Throwing that 4-pin back though.
Yeah, that 4-pin could provide a path back towards a normal hand, but given that he is Chitoi to Ishanten, it's totally normal to just confirm that. Yuguo,
Don't believe in Daishirin?
unfortunately, we do not use that Yaku here. It's not part of Saikouisen rules.
Fair enough.
Feel free to at them on the platform formerly known as Twitter, if you would like them to change that.
See, my platform of choice, or the Yaku platform for me, is Nagashi manga, and I'm pro Nagashi manga.
Oh no, you're one of those people.
Well, I think it's very funny.
Oh, it's a Yaku for the funsies.
Exactly. Like, there's probably no reason it should exist.
Oh,
But it
definitely, I agree.
does. Right? It's the absurdity of the Yaku in some ways. Like, it's not even a Yaku, really. It's the absurdity of the rule, almost.
Yuqi drawing this 8-so, the 9-so cut backfired there. She is still Ishanten, though. Yugo drawing this 5-pin. He can look for the 5-6-7 Sanshoku, but that would be a little bit too slow. His hand is still Dianshanten.
No, at this point, although Yugo's hand does not look like Tanyao, it's completely advisable to call.
You're saying cut the 9-pin and or you mean just for K10?
Just for K10, because
okay.
he needs this dealer.
Well, he just got to Ishanten here, but he has to deal with Kevin's Riichi. Kevin drew the 4-so to make the 1-so into their pair. They're Riichi, Pinfu, Dora 1 waiting on 5-8-pin. Yugo pushes the 7-pin. This is Suji to Kevin's 4-pin Gemutsu.
It's like 2-5-pin and 2-8-pin in Derek's hand. But otherwise,
There's one 5-pin discarded.
1-5-pin. So 3 in the wall.
Derek's Onko's up to 3-pin, but that's bad for Chitoi. Derek's might just have to start defending and hope that Yugo can take some points off of Kevin. Oh, pushes the 3-pin. Yugo did push the 6-pin, so 3-pin was Suji.
Fair enough.
This 9-so, though, pushes that still.
I'm getting a little worried for Yugo.
Yeah, he
Has to be at least in Tempai here if he wants any chance of meeting his conditions.
Yuchi cheese the 6-so Kanchan. This is K10. waiting on a 5-mon. 5-mon comes out from Kevin's Ricci, but Yuchi with no Yahoo cannot win.
Ooh.
Yugo Onkos up the 6-mon, cutting the 5-mon for Tenpai. This is 4-7, so Ricci no Mi.
What a godsend.
Derex draws the last 5-pin. This is also good for Yugo, assuming Derex doesn't cut it.
Yeah, because it's a catastrophic
Yeah.
for Yuguo.
Derex decides to defend with the 2-pin. In this case, Yugo is, in a way, Derex and Yuchi's ally against Kevin because they want Yugo to be in a higher placement than Kevin to make Yuchi and Derex's conditions easier.
Right.
So Yugo getting to Renchan, even if Yugo gets like a pretty big first place, that's not really a problem for Derex or Yuchi.
Last couple of draws here.
Yep, this is the high tay for Yuchi. If she Tsumo'd, she could have Tsumo'd, but she instead draws the 6-0. The 6-0 has passed against Kevin's Ricci, but not Yugo's Ricci. She might just decide to play it safe and cut the safe 1-mon.
Giving up receiving any Tenpai payments in the process.
Yes. But it's hard to take Tenpai payments if it's hard to think that it's worth taking the Tenpai payments if the potential downside is dealing into Hote from the dealer.
I mean, it could be a pretty big swing, right? Because right now you're gaining 10k. If you declare no 10, you're either paying 3k or 15. Most likely 15 if you assume Derek's is no 10 here.
Yeah, but with the placement so close, like dealing into potentially dealer Mongon is going to be kind of fatal.
True.
Like it would be the best place to deal into to Yugo because they want Yugo to have more points before he can effectively no longer win. We'll talk about that a little later, but it's still quite a risk to take.
Ultimately decides to play it safe and drop that 1-mon. So, yep, just Yugo and Kevin, Tenpai here at the end, receiving 1,500 points from Derex and Yuki, or Yuchi. So if you're Yugo, you did your job, right? You got to Tenpai, and you've got a wrench on.
Yes, you gotta extend this dealer turn until you make up 200,000 points.
Yep, so now we're in South 1 with 3 Honba, 3 sticks in the middle. These hands are very valuable now. Yugo's still the dealer, and it looks like the Dora is the 7-pin.
Looks like Yugo's starting off with a pretty decent hand. He has the Onmen in Pinzu, as well as it looks like the Onmen in Sozu. Oh no, a completed block in Sozu.
Even better.
Yeah. Derex is starting with a pair of his double non. The rest of the shape is a little rough, although he has one complete sequence in Sozu.
Yuchi has a couple of Yamens, but no completed shapes, it looks like.
Derex calls the double non that Yuchi makes as her first discard.
Meanwhile, Kevin's hand actually looking very decent.
Yeah, Kevin has a strong connected Sozu shape.
Connected. Well, not connected, but Yamen pins the shape as well.
Yeah, and one completed Pinzu shape. The Yanmen does include the Dora 7-pin.
Even better.
Derex did pair up the 1-pin, so that can function as the pair of his hand now that he's called the double non. And Kevin draws the 9-pin to advance their hand. They could have looked for a Pinzu Itsu, but they cut the 1-pin, opting to hold the relatively safe Haku instead. Derex makes another block, sticking a 3-mon to his floating 5-mon.
Still Dianshan 10, though.
Yes, Derex still needs to make one more block. Yuchi draws a 9-mon from this shape. It's a little bit awkward. She was looking for 3-4-5 Sanshoku, but opts to keep the acceptance in Monzu instead.
Wow, another Dora for Kevin.
It's going to be a little bit tough to use, but they might be able to make it work.
Especially with like no guaranteed pair right now. I guess you have the 2-5 Nobiton that you could consider.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to capitalize on that pair, then you could drop 8-9.
That is correct. Depending on how Kevin's hand develops, that is an option. Derex drawing 2 7-mons back to back. This greatly strengthens his Manzu shape and leaves him in Ishanten. Kevin pairs up the 8-so.
Is this just a power play? Drop the Dora here.
It could very well be. The 4-mon gives the chance for a 3-4-5 Sanshoku, and it's a little hard to break up the connected Sozu shape.
To keep this Dora in play for now.
Looks like Yugo is Ishanten for Tanya with 2 Kanchans.
I guess also too, if Kevin draws the 6-pin, then actually he's got a Sanmenchan shape, right?
Yes. This is a 2-pin for a 6-pin Kanchan.
Not entirely the weight you were hoping for.
Yeah, and Kevin should know that even if they declare Riichi, Yugo is going to push. Yugo cannot afford to fold. So in a situation like this, it's harder than normal to take a bad shape Riichi that you're not really satisfied with. This is probably why they're thinking for so long.
What are some of the other options on how to consider playing this hand?
Kevin could just decide to Dama and look to get Yaku somewhere else. If Kevin thinks that they just don't want to reach at all, so they have the option to fold, they could also cut the 7-pin and just look to extend the shape somewhere else.
Try and find a Pifu
Yes,
instead?
exactly. But looks like they decide to take the 6-pin Kanchan Riichi. This is Riichi Dora 2. Yeah, in a normal situation, you don't think twice about this. You just Riichi, you're like, I'm Dora 2, we're going. But in a set condition like this, as the first place player on fourth place player's dealer turn, on their last dealer turn, you know they're going to push back. And Yugo does get to Tempai immediately after, cutting the safe 2-so for a 3-pin Kanchan Tempai for a Tanyao, Riichi Tanyao. Derex gets to Tempai now with this 9-mon draw. He can cut either the 3-mon or the 7-mon for Tempai, but it might be a little bit too much against these 2 Riichis. He opts to cut the 7-mon. This is Suji to Kevin's Riichi. And now Derex is waiting on 4-mon Kanchan for a double non. 7-so's easier to cut, given that the 4-so has pass against both players. Cuts it from his hand, perhaps to make the other players think that he is folding.
Yeah, with 3 players Tempai here, this is basically anyone's game.
Ooh, 7-pin Dora. I don't think Derex will cut this.
Time to make a tactical retreat here, or
Yeah,
move around.
Yeah, could continue cutting the 7-so, yes.
Yeah.
Since 6-mon passed, could also cut 9-mon later, but Derex does have a second 7-mon.
But he has broken Tempai.
Yes. It's just leaving this up to Yugo to take Kevin's points. Speaking of which, looks like there's only 1 3-pin left.
How about the 6-pin?
The 6-pin.
Beyond the indicator, I don't see...
Oh yeah, there's 3 6-pins left.
This may not be the ending that we want. Or, not we, but that Yugo wants.
Mm, Kevin's.
No, go ahead.
Oh, Kevin's at least making plenty of safe tiles for Derex. With a 5-mon, 8-mon, and Derex also pushed 7-mon and 9-mon. Derex should be safe until the end of the Kyoku.
Yeah.
Oh, the last 3-pin comes to Yuchi's hand. Yugo has no more winning tiles, but all the 6-pin are still in the wall.
He'll be forced to discard it.
Still no 6-pins.
Yep.
Yeah, where are they?
Oh, the Dora passed. Each player gets 1 more draw. Derex is left in no 10. Still
8-pin. Still no 6-pins.
Oh, Kevin
one of them's
Sumo's.
there.
Yeah, Kevin Sumo's the 6-peen as their last draw.
Ricci, Sumo, Dora. That'll be 2,000, 4,000. Add on the 5 Ricci sticks, and man, that's a huge swing in Kevin's favor.
Yeah, there's also 3 Homba, so this is an absolutely massive hand for Kevin to win here. So now that Yuguo no longer has a dealer turn and he needs to make up over 200,000 points, he's going to have to look for like double, triple Yakuman class hands.
Is that even enough? Like, will 3 Yakumans get him there?
Well, if he needs to make up, I'll put it this way. If Yugo ends up in first and Kevin ends up in fourth, that covers 60,000 points out of the 250,000 point gap, right?
So you still need a 190 gap.
Yeah, so I mean, double Yakuman is 64,000 points direct hit on Kevin.
So you need 3 of those.
Not 3, just 2.
Well, no, you need 190 is the differential.
Right, but 64,000 times 2, right?
That's only 120.
But if you direct hit Kevin,
Oh, true.
So Yugo's technically not out of this, but he effectively needs to be looking for double Yakuman as a base for building these hands.
It's not entirely where you want to be.
Oh, definitely not. This is definitely one of the roughest conditions I've seen in a set like this, and a four-hanchan set like this, I should say.
I should mention we're in South 2 now. 0 Homba. The Dora is the 4-so.
And the dealer Derex has just oncoed up the Dora 4-so.
Oh my goodness, this might be the turnaround that Derex is looking for. Because he's also got a completed shape in the Sozu, as well as the diamond left over there. Could very easily think about making this looking for Tanya as well too.
Yes. Going back to the Yakuman talk, we did mention at the top of the stream, but in current Saikouisen rules, stacking Yakuman are allowed. Each Yakuman pattern is only worth a single Yakuman, so there's no double Yakuman for Suanko Tanki or Dai Sushi or anything like that. But you can stack multiple Yakuman, so getting something like Dai Sangen Tsui, so that would be worth double Yakuman.
So I guess that means the greatest possible Yakuman is a 4 times Yakuman then?
Yes, 4 times is the greatest possible in one Kyoku, just based on how many Yakuman you can normally stack.
Well, if I were a betting man, I would not put my bets on that happening today, but I guess we never know.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, Yugo could look for a double Yakuman direct hit, followed by... Yeah, he would pretty much need 2 double Yakuman direct hits. It's pretty rough.
Right. I guess in Yu-Gi-Oh's case, are you basically just looking at your opening hand, trying to find out which Yakuman to go for, and kind of pushing towards that until you sense danger?
Yes. One additional thing that Yugo can do is, in order to get more Kyoku, to get more Yakuman chances, he can assist the current dealer if it looks like they're having trouble getting to Tenpai. No, this is
it makes sense.
Yeah, especially given that he is Derex's Kamicha. He can feed Derex not only for pawns but also for cheese.
Right.
So this is the ideal time for Yugo to assist Derex if Yugo doesn't think he can win even a single Yakuman this Kyoku.
Looks like Kevin's getting close again.
Yeah, Kevin oncoed up the tone, is now Ishan 10 with the ability to call the Hatsu for Tenpai.
Derek's thinking about this 7 pin. Probably going to chi it there, yep.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this does not get Derek's into Tenpai, because no pair at the moment.
But it does complete his weakest shape, and he can also pwn the 7 or 8 so for Tenpai now. Oh, he draws the 6, so this...
kind of awkward.
I expect Derex will be reluctant to discard the Dora, so he will likely take a Tanki Tenpai here.
Right.
Both the 5 pin and the 6 pin are 1 out each. He could also just switch to a different Tonki later.
Like if Derek draws a three so or something, then he's looking at a 2-3-5 weight.
Yeah, 5-so would be even better. Oh, he does cut the Dora for the
Wow.
better shape.
Powerful. So now Derek's is Tenpai here, waiting on 4-7
The Tonki is also very fixable if you were to pawn out of your 6, 7, or 8. So
That is correct. Yeah, if you cut 5 or 6 pin, you could pawn out of your Sozu sequences and be left on a Shampon on the remaining 2.
I guess Brian, what do you think of the dropping the Dora here instead of going to Tonki?
I think both have their merits.
Kind of either one goes.
I think so.
I think I honestly didn't think that Derex would take the Yeonmen, given how reluctant he usually is to discard the Dora, but I think it is probably the better play here. We're reaching the second half of this Kyoku, and it might be too late to try and mess around and finish fixing your Tonki later. So just taking the immediate strong weight is probably the way to go.
Now, what kind of message does it send to the rest of the table that there's a Tadashi Dora draw?
It's very likely that Derex is either very good shape Ishan-ten or just Tenpai on that Dora cut. But Kevin is also Tenpai here. This is Richi Nomi waiting on 2-5 pin. Derek,
With a lot of foo.
yes, with a Anko of the Tone and pair of the Hatsu. So regardless of whether or not Kevin Tumos or Rones, this will be a 40 fu hand. Yuqi looks like defending against Kevin's Richi, but Kevin gets an Ipatsu Tumo here.
Wow.
This is Richi Ipatsu Tumo. No Dora, but it is, like we mentioned, 40 fu. So that would be 1300, 2600.
Kevin basically killing off all the threats when it comes to preventing Kevin from getting first. Not out of the woods yet. We still have a dealership. We still got 2 rounds of South, but Derek's really wanted to win that hand there to basically make his conditions a lot easier.
Yeah, Derex even took the fastest final shape that he could, but it still wasn't enough. Is that payment from Derex correct? Oh, yes, it is. Yeah, it's a little bit hard to see the 6 different 100-point sticks. But
Looks like our points are correct.
yes, sure looks like it.
We've entered South 3. No Humba sticks. And Yuchi's the dealer. So now, if you're Yuchi, what's your thought process entering your dealership here?
Given that Kevin just won another sizable hand, it's very unreasonable to expect Kevin to get last, since Yugo also can't get any hands. It'll be difficult, yeah.
And probably just one placement delta isn't enough, right?
It'd be very difficult.
Yeah, it's going to have to be one placement plus another effectively 36,200 points. So Yuchi has to make up first the 26,000 point gap and then another 36 on top of that. She's going to need to win effectively 60,000 points on this dealer turn with respect to Kevin.
Well, that being said, if Yuki could get a direct Mongon off Kevin, that would reset everything, basically.
Yeah, that is a direct 24,000 point swing.
The Dora here being the 7, so looks like Yuchi's got one of those in her hand already. Not connected to anything, but that probably will change soon enough.
Kevin has 2 of them connected to a pair of 6-0 as well.
When it rains, it pours, huh?
We should also talk a little bit about Derex's conditions here. He no longer has a dealer turn. He has to make up a very sizable gap with Kevin in just these 2 Kyoku. Again, the gap is about 85 points, 85,000 in-game points. And given that Derex is behind Kevin by already about 26,000 points, getting a first second effectively needs to make 91,000 1,000 points with respect to Kevin in 2 Kyoku, and that's getting into the Yakuman range, of course.
Kevin here actually pwned the Dora. Probably looking for a Tanyao type hand to win quickly and just pad that lead even more.
Yep, sure looks like it. Owns the 6-0 as well. This is very good for Kevin.
It still has a pair in the 3-mon down there, right?
Yes. No, he has they have a pair of 3-mon. But for Derex is gonna need effectively a single Yakuman direct on Kevin this Kyoku, and then Yakuman Sumo next Kyoku.
Kevin draws another pair. Can pawn either one and get to Tenpai.
Derex is Tenpai here, waiting on Pen 7 Soba. This is nowhere near enough to meet his conditions. It's entirely possible he breaks up this Tenpai to go back and try and fix it, or he just takes the Richi. Maybe this is aiming for the sneaky Chankan on Kevin.
Ooh, that would be dirty.
Kevin, having made 2 calls, is effectively just having to push at this point.
What do you think about this Richi, Niwa?
Oh, I do not like it at all. I don't think that... as I was mentioning before, Derex effectively needs a couple of Yakuman directed on Kevin this Kyoku, and Tsumo on Kevin's dealer in South 4 would be the way to go about it. So this Richi is probably not... there's really no merit to this Richi, I should say. Maintaining Tenpai to maybe chip away at the point differential with Tenpai payments, I think would be okay. But
Yuchi here getting Tenpai and declaring a Richi of her own.
yes, Yuchi's waiting on 6-mon Kanchan with a Richi Chun.
You know, I'm gonna give Derek some benefit of the doubt, thinking maybe this is a way to slow Kevin down and buy Yuki more time.
I guess I could see why he might think that way, but it doesn't really work in practice. Because Kevin's not really afraid of dealing into Derex. If Kevin passes Yuchi's dealer turn, even if it's dealing into Derex, then Kevin's just in a much better position.
I've been basically maintaining Yishanten throughout all of this. Doesn't look like... I don't think they've had an opportunity to call to get to Tenpai, but...
Yeah, it's mostly that they just don't have anything safe they can really cut. The 3 and 6-mon are not safe. The 4-so passed recently, though.
I guess part of it, too, is that, like, you're already accounting for 3 Dora, right? That makes the maximum Dora that someone else could have in their hand right now 1, right?
Yeah, but Kevin's still not really in a position where they want to be dealing in.
I think nobody wants to be dealing into anyone, regardless, but...
6-pin is Nakasuji. Nakasuji against Yuchi. Gambutsu to Derex.
It looks like this last 7-so for Derex is still in the wall.
Looks like just 2 draws left. This will be the Haite.
Can't find it. But that is an extra hand for both Derex and Yuchi to inch ever closer to try and usurp Kevin's lead.
Yugo asking for Richi 6. Yeah. Oh no, just getting change. Oh, there we go. Yeah, just getting change to pay Derex.
Oh. Do we lose a stick? What happened?
I know what my conditions are, but like, I'm kind of losing both.
Oh, it looks like they're reconfirming conditions here.
Did you know that you can't roll?
Wait, why not? Because it doesn't help your condition.
I guess when y'all are playing at OC, do you take a break after like heading into South 4 to confirm what the final conditions are? Or?
We'll usually confirm the conditions after each Kyoku in the South round, because as soon as someone, like in this case, Yugo lost his dealer turn after South 1, he would need to check his conditions to make sure he knows how many Yakumons he needs to win, given how far behind he was.
Right.
And then after South 2, Derex should have checked his conditions to know what hands he needs to win and from where. I just did some quick math, knowing that he needs to make up effectively 100 points. He needs to just Yakumon direct hit Kevin and then Yakumon sumo on Kevin's dealer. So they're probably reconfirming that right now.
The answer is not impossible, but like if you won that.
I feel like pretty quickly might get to the point where like if Kevin wins this next hand, then it might be just Yakumon conditions for everyone, right?
Pretty much, yes. Yeah, it effectively becomes a victory lap for Kevin in South 4 if we do move into South 4 given these point conditions.
Right. I agree. Whoever is controlling the camera is goated. The production team here really knocking it out of the park. All right, we've entered South 3, 2 Riichi 6 in the middle, and 1 Homba. Dora is the 5 Mon. Nice central tile.
Looks like Yuqi has a completed sequence in Pinzu, as well as the Anmen in Manzu and the Ankan in Sozu. Kevin might be looking for a Manzu Itsu, has a Byanmen in Pinzu and a Kanchan in Sozu.
Yugo's hand, by normal standards, a little bit heavy, but if his conditions are Yakuman, then it's not the worst place to start.
Yeah, he is still looking for multiple Yakumon direct hits on Kevin. Given that he only has 2 Kyoku left, it's going to be pretty rough.
You never say never, right?
Yeah. If all Yugo can muster is a single Yakumon direct hit on Kevin this Kyoku, he'll still need a triple Yakumon in South 4.
All he can do is a single Yakuman.
Yes.
I'm hoping we see a Suanko Tanki, Suanko Sumo, and then into a Suanko Tanki.
Ooh.
Yeah, if you're looking to Yakumon direct hit someone, then that's the way to do it. You sumo your Suanko, break up your pairs, switch to a Tanki to try and snipe them.
Well, hey, this could be something for what Yugo's building. So let's let him cook. Kevin's hand, bunch of a Yamen, a Kanchan shape. Kind of still needs a little bit of work, but could very easily fill up those gaps and get to Tempai quickly.
Yuqi draws the Dora 5-mon here to stick to her 7-mon. She is headless Ishanten now. Kevin pairing up the non. This is their double non. Oh, they call the 9-mon pone. This is quite aggressive. They
Hedging a lot of bets on the non-back, right?
Yeah, Kevin does not have another pair, so... Oh, but the non does come out immediately.
You know, I was gonna say they might not even call the non, and it's like just a safe way to progress a Honitsu towards Tenpai.
Yes, yeah, Honitsu would have been an option there too, but it looks like they're just going straight ahead with this double non. It looks like the Anshanten here still need to find a pair somewhere.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big question, right?
Yeah, but this is not bad for Yuqi if Kevin calls down to a point where they cannot defend. Yuqi has a decent chance to get a direct hit off of Kevin.
Speaking of pairs, Kevin just found one in the 8-mon. Meanwhile, Derex,
It's Chitoi Shanten.
plus some Tanyao. Could also maybe think about forcing a Yampeiko as well.
But given Derex's point conditions, he might have to look for Suanko instead.
True. Well, Chitoi is or villain Chitoi does get you closer to Swanko.
And Kevin draws the 5-mon Kanchan to get to Tempai, waiting on 3-6 This is double non-Dora 1.
Lightning speed, basically. This might be a heartbreaker if Kevin's able to draw it just like that. Wow.
So Kevin Sumo's, again, this is double non-Dora 1. This is 1,000, 2,000, with one home is 1,100, 2,100. Kevin also picks up the 2 Ricci sticks that were on the table.
Basically a 6,300 point hand then. And now we might just be going through the motions here at the in South 4.
Yeah, so in this case, in South 4, Yugo effectively does not have conditions. This is rather uncommon, but I don't think quadruple Yakuman direct hit.
I don't think it does it.
Well, quadruple Yakuman, not well.
Then UQB first.
That's going to be 128k. There's currently an 18 differentials, or 18 minus 55, 37 differential. So that'd be a 90k difference.
Yeah, Yuqi would end up in first if Yugo gets a quadruple Yakuman direct hit on Kevin. So Yugo has no conditions. Derek's single Yakuman direct hit is no longer enough. Will take double Yakuman direct hit on Kevin. That drops Kevin into 4th place, with Derex, of course, being first if he wins a double Yakuman. Yuqi doesn't need quite that much. A single Yakuman direct hit on Kevin would do it. Yeah, that covers 6,400 or 64,000 point gap, plus drops Kevin into 3rd.
Does Yuchi have Yakuman Sumo conditions? Or? Probably not.
I do not think so. Yakuman Sumo would make a 48,000 point gap with, or would cover a 48,000 point difference with Kevin. But given that Kevin will still be in 2nd place and that Yuchi is currently 33,000 points behind Kevin, it's not going to be enough. So Yuchi needs either, a double Yakuman or direct single Yakuman on Kevin.
We're very likely looking at the very last Kyoku.
Most likely, yes.
Yeah, this is actually not too common for longer sets like this, where players are only playing for first. Usually, there'll be people who, or maybe I should say it this way, usually these Hanchans would take quite a bit longer, because as players start to lose their dealer turns, they're no longer able to win. There's less players who can actually win to pass Kyoku, but Kevin here today has just been able to win all of these hands on their own, pass everyone else's dealer turns, and then now they get to take a victory lap here in South 4. They have absolutely no incentive to win a hand. They just want to end the Kyoku safely before someone can Yakuman direct hit them.
For the record, it is South 4, and the Dora is the 1-1. That most likely won't come up, but if it does, it will be exciting.
You opening up with 2 Onkos would be great if, actually opened up a Kansu of the four-hanchan, cutting the first one, but would be great if single Yakuman would do it, but Yugo's position, that is not quite enough.
Right. So for Yugo, not even a quadruple Yakuman, right?
No, it does not.
Right. So how do you play something like this, where you are actually just dead in the water? There's nothing you can work towards.
So the way to think about it is, as long as the game continues, you still technically have a chance, because if for example Yugo decided to win a hand regardless of the value that did not meet his conditions, he just finishing the game, finishing this Hanchan, finishing this set,
Sure.
confirming his own defeat.
Right.
But it's not impossible that Kevin, for some whatever strange reason, decides to declare Tenpai at Yukioku, and if Yugo can also pick up Tenpai payments, maybe he'll be able to eventually, if enough Ricci sticks land on the table.
Well, that's assuming that Kevin is ever going to declare Tenpai here.
No, that's correct.
Right?
And
So
it's
there's actually nothing that Yugo can do, unfortunately.
no, exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. But just the principle being that if Yugo does win a hand, that ends the game confirming his own defeat, and that's just disrespectful to the other players and to the game, because the other players still have a chance as well.
Right.
So in Yugo's position, and again, this is something we teach here at OC Mahjong. Depending on where you go, the mindset for this will change. For example, in the M League, players are encouraged to just play normally once they no longer have conditions. But part of that is because their stats are tracked across seasons, and those do matter. But at OC Mahjong, we teach the players, if you don't have conditions, it's just disrespectful to win and end the game in your own defeat.
So I guess, like, what tiles are you looking to drop or keep?
You're mostly just trying to affect the game as little as possible. When it comes to a game like Mahjong, every single decision you make has an effect on the game, no matter how small and no matter how little you want it to. But you still have to sit at the table drawing and discarding tiles. So the main thing is try not to deal into other players. And if someone looks like they're calling, maybe try not to feed them unless it directly benefits you, like we mentioned earlier, giving yourself more Yakuman chances. So it is just a matter of trying to minimize your effect on the game, but of course it's impossible to completely eliminate your effect on the game in a game like this.
Funnily enough, I think the player that's closest to creating a Yakuman is actually Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin has 2 Onkos now. Yuguo could have had 2 Onkos if they kept their 4 and 7 Mons, but of course that would not be enough for them.
Right.
Specifically for Yugo, it's not even likely other players would win off of. So it's hard to even say Yugo can deal in.
Right.
Yeah.
Almost everyone is invested in. I guess like maybe Yuqi has a shot with a quadruple Yakuman off anyone. We're not. It's not worth really counting for those kinds of situations.
Yeah.
Right. Like we, as we mentioned, talking about players' conditions, they mostly need, single, double Yakuman direct hits from Kevin. So, if you go, or if they somehow get to Tenpai to meet their conditions and Yugo deals in, they just have to pass anyway, because that would, like, winning that hand would just end in their own defeat.
See, if Yuki had Suanko shown with Sukansu Tankied, then Yugo cannot deal in to that, because that would be a shown double Yakuman.
Yeah, that would be that'd be having too much of an effect on the game for sure.
Fair.
But in a case like that, then Kevin might want to win a hand. Like, you have to threaten the double Yakuman, but that's it's incredibly unlikely, of course.
As we go through the motions here, do y'all think the plural of Yakuman should be Yakumen?
I mean, I know what you're getting at, but I'm going to be the wet blanket here and say that Japanese words are both singular and plural, so it's still Yakuman. Just like Pokemon, right? It's not 2 Bulbasaurs, it's 2 Bulbasaur.
Fair enough. Well, as we approach the end of this Kyoku, it doesn't look like anyone's really getting that close. Well, Derex maybe, if he gets a couple lucky draws like that.
Oh, Derex is Suanko Ishanten.
I'm not sure how Derex is going to get double Yakuman off this, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah, no. Does not even get to Tenpai.
And
All
that
right,
will
there
do
we
it.
have it. Unstylish finish.
But a finish nonetheless. Everyone declaring no-ten, and the game is over. With the first place. Oh, first place coming into the Hanchan, but a first place at the last Hanchan as well too. A well-earned victory for Kevin, earning the title of the Initiates League champion, the inaugural Initiates League, right? The first one.
Yep.
Yes, this is the first one.
Wow, big congrats to Kevin. Really a dominating performance, it feels like. I guess the final score is Kevin at 55-1 in first, Derex second, 23-5. Yuqi 22-6, and Yugo at 18-8. But since they're playing for first, Kevin's first seals the deal in convincing fashion. All right, and I think that about does it for our stream today. Thank you for everyone that came in and watched. Hope you had a good time. I guess Nima or Brian, do you have anything to say before we sign off for the day?
I guess just another congratulations to Kevin for becoming our first Initiates League champion. And also big thank you to everyone who was working as part of the production team. We could not have done it without all of you.
I'll be Brian.
Thanks for tuning in. I was just gonna say everything they already said. Don't want to say it 3 times.
And if you're ever interested in playing some, competitive Mahjong like this, and you're in the Orange County area, drop by OZ Mahjong. Cool. I think that's it. Thanks so much for tuning in.
See you guys next time.